Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Gained Bloodline Transfer Seal. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue of the Mysterious Rouge. The Land of Waves, Tezuna's house. In the dark of night, a sound cut through the quiet of the small house. The loud, steady snoring of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto slept deeply, recovering from an earlier skirmish with a mysterious missing ninja, while downstairs the mood was tense. Sasuke Uchiha, restless and impatient, demanded that their teacher stop allowing the noise. And Uchiha could not and would not sleep under such conditions, he insisted. Kakashi Hatake, the silver-haired, masked Jonin instructor, listened and sighed as Sasuke ranted through his locked door. Sakura Haruno, fortunately, was asleep as well. Kakashi did not relish the role of sensei. He preferred working alone and had always seen himself as a lone operative. He thought of the few friends who had died beside him, memories that made him resent the idea that being close to others might bring misfortune. That belief had been the main reason he had argued to avoid taking on a team in the first place. Flashback 3rd Hokage's office, the day after the new generation graduated. Elders and mentors had gathered to decide the new teams. Hamura and Koharu urged Kakashi to take responsibility for Sasuke Uchiha, arguing that Sasuke needed the advanced techniques in Kakashi's arsenal more than any other new ninja. Present and supporting the discussion were the future mentors Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma Sarutobi, and the parents and senior figures Hayashi Hyuga, Tsum Inuzuka, Chuza Akimichi, Shikaku Nara, and Shibi Aburame. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, listened and then reminded them that Naruto Uzumaki, though labeled last among the graduates, had recently defeated a mid-level ninja and displayed mastery of an advanced technique. Hiruzen and Irika from the academy both suspected that some instructors had undermined Naruto's lessons. They had even intercepted a janitor attempting to sabotage Naruto's desk and feared a wider conspiracy, though they lacked full names of those involved. When Hamura and Koharu pressured Kakashi to train Sasuke, Kakashi declined. He told them that bad luck seemed to follow him, the kind of luck that cost lives, and that he had other important duties. He also found Naruto's attitude difficult, though he did not press that point in front of the others. Hayashi Hyuga redirected the meeting toward practical matters, asking that they organize the new genin into teams. Asuma Sarutobi pointed out that one team was already set, the traditional trio from the Ino Shikacho tradition. That left several unassigned genin: Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Koharu voiced strong concerns about Naruto, arguing that he was dangerous, irresponsible, and immature. Shikaku Nara responded that teenage behavior could be troublesome but was not unusual, and that many had been difficult at that age. Shibi Aburame observed that they had to accept any academy graduate who passed the exams, and he suggested that placing his son with Naruto might help the boy mature. Hiruzen interrupted Hamura's objections before they could escalate. Shibi made it clear he believed his son would be safe from whatever chakra Naruto might possess. He and the other parents had met Naruto and did not see a monster. To everyone's surprise, Hayashi then proposed placing his daughter Hinata on the same team as Naruto, hoping that the assignment might help both children grow. The elders exchanged uncertain looks as the meeting continued, each weighing the risks and potential benefits of the proposed team assignments. A plan began to take shape, but not without reservations and debate among those present. At the minimum, even the most basic Byakugan could tell if his tenant's energy was loose or influencing him. Hayashi allowed a rare grin. The council had a betting pool for who could best rile the elders and civilians at each meeting, and it looked like the 3 free hot spring coupons were all his. Koharu said with a sly smile that the elder council had decided Inuzuka Kiba would be assigned to inspire Hayashi's daughter. Hayashi cursed inwardly, realizing he could no longer secure those tickets without insulting Tsum. The last time he had done so, the Hyuga compound had reeked of dog urine for a month. No one noticed that Kakashi was smirking. The elite instructor smirked as he listed team assignments and implied that Kurenai would take Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, which meant that Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto would be on his team. The resulting roar of fury from the elders shook the window frames. One masked elite ninja ended up with 3 hot spring coupons and enjoyed a night of drinking with Tsum and the former trio on their tab. End of flashback. Kakashi came to a quick conclusion. Teaching was tedious. He had to be punctual and deal with constant whining from all 3 students. Still, watching Sasuke get clawed by Tora had been a rare, quiet amusement. He decided Naruto was his favorite among the 3. Sakura was largely unhelpful, and Sasuke was arrogant, expecting Kakashi to hand over all his techniques and strutting like royalty. Naruto, by contrast, was eager to learn and showed humility. He had not been given advantages like his teammates and knew how to respond to failure by getting back up and improving. Kakashi had seen how Naruto's failures against the Demon Brothers had spurred him to train harder, culminating in an impressive display against the swordsman Zabuza. If the boy could exhibit such talent with only a couple of techniques and a little help from Sasuke, he could one day rival his own teacher, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Of course, Naruto needed to learn more techniques, refine his hand-to-hand combat, and improve his energy control. Perhaps he could also develop some illusion techniques. What had they taught him at the academy, anyway? His hand-to-hand combat left too many openings, he barely knew illusion techniques, and his energy control was poor. If the 9 tails were not sealed within him, he would be in serious trouble. Flashback Wave Country. The group was weary from their recent battle with the swordsman Zabuza, who had been killed by a young hunter ninja from the mist. Naruto was still convinced that the hunter was female, and Tazuna had seemed to share the confusion. Their exhausted teacher was being carried by the brawny and the brooding student when Sakura cried out to get attention. Standing before them was a new ninja in ragged brown robes that covered his face and left no visible forehead protector. From his build they judged him male. The stranger taunted that Zabuza had been defeated by children and a supposedly weak ninja, then declared that he would have to kill the bridge builder himself. Naruto immediately refused and dropped the teacher he had been carrying. Sasuke reacted by pushing the unconscious teacher off, and Tazuna backed away slowly. Kakashi berated Naruto for dropping such a weight on an elite, but Naruto ignored him. Sakura scolded Naruto for his action. The newcomer mocked their teamwork and then unleashed a wind-infused energy technique, slicing his hand with a blue aura and sending a shockwave toward the team. Sasuke and Sakura leaped aside. The attack would have struck Tazuna and Kakashi. Before Naruto moved, he made a quick hand formation and used his shadow clone technique. A clone appeared where Naruto had been, took the strike, and dissipated in a burst of smoke. Kakashi took mental note to punish the other students later. Sasuke executed a precise string of hand signs and unleashed a great fireball technique. The opponent performed a sequence of hand signs and produced a burst of bubbles that formed into a protective barrier, absorbing the fireball completely. Sakura charged with a kunai, determined to prove herself, but the opponent performed a counter-sequence and cast an illusion technique. Sakura suddenly dropped her kunai and collapsed, rendered unconscious. Naruto reacted with alarm and created a series of shadow clones that charged the rogue ninja. The attacker formed his own seals and used a powerful wind technique that blew most of the clones away, but the crunch of leaves revealed 2 more clones closing in from behind. The attacker assumed the clones were a diversion. Naruto forced his way through and launched a massive fireball that consumed the remaining clones and shot toward the rogue. Kakashi fumed at Naruto for disrupting the strategy. The opponent then produced a rapid volley of water projectiles that hollowed the fireball into a ring before the water bullets burst into the forest, knocking Naruto and Sasuke back and sending them tumbling through the trees. The Uchiha hit the ground, and Naruto fell a second later before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The rogue ninja gasped that it was another shadow clone, then barely avoided a kunai that whistled past. Dozens more kunai followed. He dodged most but one struck his right leg. He cried out in pain. A dozen Narutos leapt from the woods, all tossing more kunai and surrounding the attacker. The injured ninja barely avoided further strikes. He closed his eyes, wet his lips as if testing the wind, then sprang with his good leg at the Naruto who was actually real. The rogue ninja complimented Naruto's strategy, admitting that of everyone present the boy was the only one who should be a shinobi, then declared that things would end here. He performed a rapid series of hand seals: snake, tiger, ox, dragon, rat and dog, and his hand began to glow with a golden light. He unleashed a powerful sealing technique, calling it the hidden sealing jutsu, power attachment seal, blood restriction copy. He slammed his hand into Naruto's stomach. Naruto's eyes widened and he collapsed, unconscious. The clones dispersed with shocked expressions. At that point, Kakashi managed to force himself up. Kakashi activated a summoning technique and called his Nin-Ken pack. The dogs charged at the injured ninja, intent on subduing him. The rogue ninja told the copy ninja that he had other places to be. He was about to be bitten by Bull, but substituted a random stick in its place and slipped away. Kakashi would have pursued, but he was too hurt to follow. He leaned on Tazuna for support while the old man carried the surprisingly light blonde boy. Kakashi left his dogs to drag the disgraced attacker. End of flashback. Kakashi had confined the other two in their rooms as soon as they arrived at Tazuna's house, sealing the doors and windows. He had never seen anything so disgraceful. Not only had both put him and their client at risk with a reckless attack, Sasuke had actually tried to stab Naruto or his clones. Kakashi resolved to include the incident in his report to the Hokage so the elders could not intercept it. But the copying ninja wondered what the sealing technique used on Naruto had been. Even a master of 1,000 jutsu like Kakashi had no clue. See ninja techniques. Water release, bubble barrier. Rank C creates a wall of bubbles to block attacks, but is ineffective against kunai and shuriken. Illusion technique, Zora's illusion of darkness. Rank B creates a realistic illusion of a person's deepest desires. Only affects one target at a time. Wind release, hurricane gust. Rank B, the user expels a large gust of intense wind from the mouth to blow away foes, limited range. Hidden sealing jutsu, power attachment seal, blood restriction copy, rank S, details unspecified for now. Training days. Inside the seal of the nine-tailed fox, the great-tailed beast sulked behind her sealed prison. Being trapped in a host, having her power siphoned for someone else's use, made her irritable. This newest host aggravated her in ways the others never had. The tailed beasts had been genderless at first, but the gender they took on reflected their first hosts. Several had become male, while 2 tails, 7 tails, and she herself were female. The 9-tailed fox was female, and being sealed inside a boy led to frequent discomfort and confusion. Every time he blushed at a girl, she felt awkward. The boy's embarrassing transformation prank only made things worse. She sometimes contemplated lashing out, convinced that fading away for a while might be a relief. More puzzling to the fox than the boy's habits was the strange technique that had been used on him. It had done severe damage to his genetic structure, and the fox's power had been drawn on to help repair it. A scent that reminded her of the first Hokage began to fill her cell, accompanied by fouler, unfamiliar scents. In front of her stood a new seal on a marble column. A large orange end shape with a lighter U beneath it, and an image resembling a tail running through them. There were characters carved into the seal's parts, though the fox could not read. She suspected the boy's presence was the reason for the characters, and she sensed only a few of them. Forest in the land of waves. Kakashi smiled to himself. Naruto was back on his feet again. The copy ninja still did not know what kind of technique had struck the boy, but thanks to their tenant, Naruto had recovered. Sasuke, who Kakashi had pulled along for a harsh new training regimen, had tried to stab Naruto with a kunai while the boy was brushing his teeth after a shower, but Naruto's tolerance for cold water and Sasuke's clumsy stealth attempt had foiled that plan. Kakashi decided the idiot would get reprimanded when they returned, but for now the training should be tough enough. Over breakfast, Kakashi had discussed a concern. The Hunter Nin's method for killing Zabuza had been off, which led to the worrying possibility that the maniac might still be alive. For Sasuke and his small pink Pomeranian, the day's training felt like torture. Kakashi announced that today's exercise would be tree climbing. Sasuke smirked and insisted that an Uchiha did not climb trees like a common primate. Sakura defended Naruto and teased that climbing was the idiot's job, while Naruto looked down at the ground. Kakashi kept his composure. Kakashi then demonstrated, jumping onto a trunk and climbing it backward using only his feet, and made it clear that the students would have to climb without using their hands. Because of recent actions by some teammates, Kakashi added that the pair would have to manage on their own, and he proceeded to summon a pack of ninja dogs. He explained that whenever one of them fell or remained on the ground, the dogs would give them a reason to get back up. Sasuke protested about being trained by a dog instead of him. Kakashi reminded him that Sasuke had endangered their injured teacher and their client during a recent confrontation, while Naruto had defended them using a clone and had taken the brunt of the attack. Kakashi snapped his fingers and the dogs barked loudly. Sakura attempted to stand up for them and warned Kakashi about consequences from her mother, who was on the council. One of the dogs, Yuriko, formed hand signs and sent a burst of pebbles that struck Sakura in the forehead, causing her to yelp and scramble into a nearby branch, rubbing her head. Bull and Pakken exchanged hand signs as well. Bull stepped back and unleashed a powerful sonic bark filled with crackling energy aimed at Sasuke. Pakken added a volley of sparks that met the thunderous bark and combined into a dazzling, explosive burst like fireworks. The blast knocked Sasuke up into the tree. He bounced off a branch and tumbled, dazed but uninjured. Kakashi and Naruto laughed. Kakashi expressed satisfaction that the demonstration might teach them some humility and suggested they move training elsewhere. He instructed Pakken to report if the pair cheated. Pakken acknowledged the order. Later at Tazuna's house, Kakashi and Naruto sat around the fire late at night with cups of hot chocolate. Kakashi observed his favorite student sipping the drink and reflected on the day's lessons. Watching Sasuke and Sakura embarrassed had been satisfying, but Kakashi had also taught Naruto a lot. He had begun to understand that Naruto learned best by doing rather than by reading, unlike Sakura. Naruto's shadow clone technique accelerated his learning. With multiple clones, he managed to scale trees faster and reach the tops more quickly. Sakura matched his progress an hour later and Sasuke caught up 15 minutes after that. All three chose to skip dinner. They were covered in scrapes and singed marks and smelled faintly of dogs. Kakashi spoke seriously to Naruto about being cautious with his techniques. He warned that Zabuza might still be alive and could be accompanied by a hunter nin. If Sasuke continued to act arrogantly, he might push himself into a life-or-death situation where his Sharingan could activate. Kakashi admitted that while some hard lessons might teach Sasuke humility, an uncontrolled Sharingan could lead him to attempt copying techniques obsessively and exhaust himself, and the council might blame Naruto if anything went wrong. Naruto quipped that Kakashi was worried Sasuke would copy his trademark transformation prank technique, which he joked he had patented. Kakashi groaned at the joke and reminded Naruto that the concern was more serious. He explained that he intended to apply a Sharingan-proof seal to protect Naruto's techniques. The seal, made long ago by the Senju clan, would prevent technique theft. Kakashi could not seal it onto himself without risking his own Sharingan, but he had a plan. Naruto asked whether Kakashi had many techniques himself that might be stolen. Kakashi said he could not easily be sealed but that he could be subtle with his techniques. Several days later, after prolonged guard duty for the bridge builder, one emotional clash between Naruto and the builder's grandson, plenty of canine harassment, and a lot of remedial hand-to-hand training, Naruto's close combat skills had improved dramatically. He could hold out against Kakashi for several minutes. The others improved as well. Kakashi had them spar while several dogs watched. Naruto took a break from shadow clone training while Kakashi kept watch at the bridge. As he relaxed, Naruto failed to notice a black-haired youth in a pink kimono approaching from the woods with a basket of herbs. Naruto thought the newcomer might be one of the ones guarding the bridge builder and briefly considered taking him out, but the youth suddenly jumped up in surprise with a throwing knife in hand. Naruto declared he was a ninja and armed, then rubbed the back of his head awkwardly when he realized who the other was. The stranger gave Naruto a look. The boy in orange clothes stood out everywhere, and the attire was odd for a stealthy operative, though Zabuza, the stranger's companion, was known to carry an enormous blade. The stranger introduced himself as Haku and smiled. Naruto blushed and introduced himself as Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. Haku answered that he lived nearby and was searching for herbs. Naruto asked why someone would need a bunch of weeds. Haku explained that an important person needed healing, so he had come to look for remedies. Naruto asked if that important person had companions, and Haku continued to forage while listing names. Naruto then listed his own important people, Irika, his uncle, Tuchi, Ayam, and Kakashi. Haku smiled at how much Naruto cared for others and remarked that people often become their strongest when protecting someone precious to them. Haku rose to leave, and Naruto looked up into the clouds, thinking about his goal to become the village leader. Dog Style Techniques, Original Creation. Dog Style, Earth Element, Pebble Musket Rank D. Ninja Dog Companion Focuses, causing nearby pebbles to fly and strike a foe. Mainly used to deal with small targets. Dog Style, Lightning Element, Thunder Bark Rank B. The ninja dog focuses and releases a large sonic bark infused with chakra and electricity, sent toward the foe. Dog Style, Fire Element, Yip Ember Rank D. The dog sneezes, sending small embers flying at the foe. Mainly used against insects. Dog Style, Fire Element, Firework Howl Rank. A collaboration between an electric howl technique and a fire technique produces a large, sparking fire attack with significant power. An ice storm hits Zabuza and Haku's room, Gatu's fortress. The tall, fearsome and eyebrowless Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, rolled his shoulders with a loud crack. His assistant, the young Haku, smiled and asked if he was feeling better. If anything could be seen beneath Zabuza's mask, it might have been a smile. Zabuza replied that he was. Zabuza had found Haku many years ago before he attempted a coup against the 4th Mist Kage. Haku, who was female, had agreed to leave with him and had since followed him on his mission, to gain enough money and strength to help an old friend. Zabuza had been close to Yagura, the 4th Mist Kage and host of the Three Tails. In childhood they had been misunderstood orphans. Zabuza was only a few years older than Yagura. To prove that a self-trained orphan could be a capable ninja and to spare Yagura the fate of fighting his own comrades, Zabuza once violently attacked their graduating class. His reputation suffered as a result, and the fear of the Three Tails being unleashed shaped many people's reactions. Zabuza had also known Yudakata, the host of the 6 Tails. In earlier wars, Zabuza, Yudakata, and Yagura had once worked together to repel an invading army from the Land of Frost. With Zabuza's help, Yagura learned to control the Three Tails because of a forgotten bloodline trait his clan possessed, a special eye technique that enabled him to control the beast. Once Zabuza helped him, Yagura rose to become the 4th Mist Kage at a young age, and Zabuza became one of the legendary swordsmen who supported his friend. Over time, Yagura began suffering from nightmares featuring red eyes with Tomo. These dreams stirred the Three Tails and caused hallucinations. Meanwhile, the Mist Council, fearful of bloodline traits, had fostered distrust of those abilities among civilians and promoted old tensions. Clans like Haku's had been forced into hiding because of that fear. The last time Zabuza had seen Yagura, an elite operative named Ao had spied on the civilian council using a stolen white-eyed visual ability and uncovered a disturbing truth. The council was paying a mysterious cloaked group to influence the Mist Kage with an illusion technique that destabilized him, allowing the council to claim he was unfit and to carry out purges that harmed the ninja community. 2 of the cloaked operatives, one hunched with a strange hat and another loud-voiced blonde, were involved but had not publicly revealed who had brought them in. Yagura gathered Ao, a high-ranking ninja named Mei Terumi, a capable officer with unique bloodline traits, and himself, and devised a plan. Yagura insisted on decisive action. He asked his old friend Zabuza to stage a coup to remove the corrupt civilian council while Ao and Mei unsealed the Three Tails and released it to disrupt the council's hold. Yagura made 2 requests. First, that Zabuza protect the young Haku, who he had come to see as like a daughter, and second, that he look for his distant cousin, Yukimar. A short neutral moment followed as allies prepared to put their plan into motion. He had heard that the boy had vanished, taken by Orochimaru, an S-class member and one of the 3 legendary ninjas of the Leaf Village, and Yagura feared Orochimaru might try to exploit the boy's power. So, while Zabuza had eliminated many corrupt members of the civilian and shinobi councils and an old enemy from Yagura's past, his coup had ultimately failed. He fled the village with Haku without finding Yukimar. Ao and Mei later managed to unseal Yagura and a power struggle began. Last he heard, Mei was close to becoming the fourth Mizukage, but he could not return yet, not until he found Yukimaru and dealt with the one who had ruined his friend. A voice asked Zabuza what he was thinking. Startled, Zabuza drew his sword while Haku prepared a handful of senbon. The newcomer stood in the doorway, the same unknown shinobi who had attacked and sealed Naruto. Zabuza demanded the newcomer's identity and threatened him. The stranger replied that he could not reveal his name but that he had information Zabuza might find useful. The stranger urged Zabuza to get on with it, explaining that he knew about Zabuza's bond with the fourth and that he had information about that friend's controller. Zabuza demanded to know what the stranger had learned. The stranger said the controller bore the Sharingan and was named Uchiha Madara. Haku looked confused. The stranger noted that Madara must be ancient, a founder of the Leaf Village, and questioned how he could still be alive. Zabuza dismissed those doubts, pointing out that strange things had already happened and that with enough effort, nothing was truly impossible. The stranger added that Madara had many plans, including rebuilding the Uchiha clan to serve him. He said that, counting Madara himself, only 3 Uchiha remained in the world, and that both Madara and Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki could not continue the line Madara because of the techniques that prolonged his life and Itachi because of the illness consuming him, leaving only one Uchiha left, Uchiha Sasuke, who was currently guarding the bridge builder. Zabuza and Haku reacted with wide eyes. Zabuza grinned and suggested that killing the boy would foil Madara's plans and leave him without a clan to rebuild. The stranger remained still. Zabuza then proposed an alternative: capture Sasuke to draw Madara out into the open and face him directly. He turned to Haku, the child he treated as family, and ordered a change of plans: ignore the bridge builder and capture the Uchiha while Zabuza occupied the copy ninja. Haku nodded in agreement. The stranger opened the window as if to leave and offered one last warning. If they encountered a blonde-haired boy with whisker-like marks, avoid killing him or they would regret it. Sometime later at the bridge construction site in the Wave Country, Kakashi sighed. He found himself stuck on the bridge, either working or watching 2 tense figures who glowered at him. Naruto had housewatch duty. The boy was exhausted from taking the previous watch so that Kakashi could make sure the duo had learned something without being driven to it by the dogs. Kakashi kept an eye on the pair and hoped at least that they would fall off the bridge. Tazuna grumbled that they could help with the work. Kakashi used his shadow clone technique and sent a clone to work, then instructed his students to follow. The students groaned but reluctantly complied, all the while planning how to handle the summoned dogs. As they worked, a mist began to creep across the bridge. Meanwhile, at Tazuna's house, Naruto confronted 2 samurai thugs hired by Gato. The house had been broken into, and together with Inari, the bridge builder's grandson, Naruto and Tazuna's daughter had restrained and were interrogating the men using a frying pan for emphasis. Naruto immobilized one of the mercenaries and demanded to know what had happened. The mercenaries claimed they were too late and that Zabuza was already attacking the bridge and the bridge builder. Tazuna's daughter struck one of the men again with the pan. Naruto reassured the others that Kakashi had beaten Zabuza once and could do it again, and he asked Tazuna's daughter and Inari to hold the captured men. Inari nodded with a mischievous grin, and Naruto found himself beginning to like the boy. Back on the bridge, Kakashi held Zabuza at bay with a kunai. Sakura, shivering, stood guard over Tazuna while Sasuke had been trapped by a Hunternin's ice technique in a mirror-like prison. The Hunternin had mastered one-handed hand seals and a rare inherited ice ability, making him an extraordinarily skilled opponent. If he had been loyal to the village, he might have been the kind of ninja who could rise to become Mizukage. Kakashi warned that Zabuza would not get the bridge builder. Zabuza laughed, a sound that carried across the battlefield as if amused by the situation. He declared that the Uchiha was his target now. He intended for Haku to deal with Sasuke while Zabuza handled Kakashi and the young pink-haired girl. He said he would leave the old bridge builder alone, since he had never liked Gato. Sakura protested angrily and demanded that Zabuza leave Sasuke alone and tell his companion to get lost. Zabuza's anger flared at the insult, and the clash intensified as he pressed his advantage against Kakashi. One vein throbbed on his forehead, a mark of restrained fury. Zabuza unleashed a torrent of anger, calling Kakashi pathetic and talentless, insisting that Haku was like a daughter to him and a far better female ninja than Kakashi's charge could ever be, and threatening severe vengeance if the insult was repeated. He twisted his blade, knocked the throwing knife from Kakashi's hand, and forced the copy ninja to stagger back. Zabuza then threw the knife at the girl. She blocked with her own throwing knife, but the blade spun and struck her forehead, and she went down, unconscious. Haku mumbled Sasuke's name in her unconscious state. Zabuza growled that weaklings like that always failed in the final exams and that at least the village of Mist was safe from such ninjas. Kakashi, suddenly polite in tone as if the thought of losing them sobered him, reminded Zabuza that he could not simply abandon the two and risk execution by the council. He did not need to teach them to a great degree, but he would keep them alive. Then he formed the hand signs for a water technique and unleashed a water release, Dragon Bullet, a great water dragon that rose from the mist and sea and lunged at the missing ninja. Zabuza answered with a swift ground strike and sealed a water release, Turtle Barrier that rose like a massive shell to meet the dragon, sending a wall of water into the air. The mist hid the true Kakashi again as sparks of water and flame lit the battlefield. Kakashi followed with a fire release, Night Illumination, a ring of fire that briefly revealed a flash of metal as Zabuza prepared his silent killing technique. The two enemies moved in seeming unison, exchanging large-scale water techniques that crashed against one another as the fight continued. Meanwhile, the duel between Haku and Sasuke raged on. Haku surrounded Sasuke with mirrors of ice and warped from one to another while releasing hundreds of throwing needles that turned him into a prickly target. Yet Sasuke had important advantages. Haku's mirror technique consumed enormous amounts of chakra. Despite specialized training with Zabuza, she could not sustain it for long. She had orders to capture him alive, which limited the use of lethal techniques. And the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes tracked her every movement. Earlier attempts had already found their mark, leaving her with cuts that hinted at how much closer he was getting. She tried to change the flow of the battle. With rapid seals, she raised spikes of ice from the ground towards Sasuke, but he dodged them easily. He taunted her, claiming his Sharingan made him superior, and she answered with a smug confidence. Launching herself from an ice mirror, she sent a dozen throwing needles at his unguarded back. Sasuke's Sharingan reacted instantly. He dismissed the attempt as unworthy and countered with a fire release, Great Fireball. The fireball blasted through the needles, melting them before striking Haku and knocking her back. She rolled to safety, her clothing scorched by the flames but her protective layers still holding. Sasuke sneered and offered her a choice: join him and help revive his clan, and he would spare her life. Haku refused and dissolved into water to evade him, leaving Sasuke to curse that he could not copy such a technique. An ice spike suddenly streaked towards Sasuke with Haku's triumphant smile hidden behind her mask. In that instant, the blonde-orange newcomer dropped into the fray with boisterous energy and declared himself the hero of the moment. Haku noted that it was him and thought he might actually be useful. Naruto began to form his own technique but then noticed Sasuke's Sharingan and hesitated. Sasuke, eager, ordered him to use his clone technique, but as Naruto moved to comply he recognized the danger and stopped himself, stepping forward in a split-second decision to intercept the ice spike. Naruto took the impact to his midsection, narrowly avoiding a truly critical hit, and was thrown backward, badly hurt and collapsing to the ground. Kakashi gasped from the sidelines as two water dragon projectiles collided. Elsewhere on the field, Zabuza remarked that Haku had failed this time and that the Uchiha must have said something provoking. He mused cruelly about punishing their prisoner later. The sounds of Naruto's pain filled the air. Sasuke watched with a cold smirk, considering Naruto useful only as a shield for the stronger. Haku stared at the fallen boy and, retracting her ice spike, asked why he would take such a blow. Her concern was quiet but sharp. Naruto, groggy and struggling to stay conscious, thought of those he fought for: his friends, his village, and the people who had guided him. He had been told that one did not abandon comrades no matter how difficult, and he would not let a teammate die if he could help it. Meanwhile, inside the seal, the moment they had waited for arrived. The small fool who had been sealed away had now found himself in grave peril. Time for her, the Nine Tails, to save him and perhaps try to take control. She felt a chaotic hunger for destruction and also a stranger craving for tacos, whichever came first. As she poured a stream of chakra outward to heal her host, she noticed some of it being diverted into a strange seal. Naruto reacted in alarm as the seal pulsed and a portion of it briefly displayed the character for Storm. An orange-red glow began to form around him as his wound closed. The air rippled with power and the bridge trembled. Naruto then shaped chakra with the gestures of tiger, dog, serpent, and dragon, and the resulting technique became a massive twister of wind and lightning. Haku felt the force and gasped at the sudden surge of energy. Kakashi, Tazuna, and Zabuza were visibly stunned by the display and by the fact that they could not replicate it. Kakashi pressed his hand to his forehead in disbelief and muttered that it was a Cloud Village bloodline barrier, puzzled at how Naruto could produce such an effect. Zabuza growled as the twister expanded and swept across the battlefield, drawing Haku and Sasuke into its violent winds. When the twister finally dissolved over the stone bridge, several fighters lay knocked down. Sasuke was unconscious, Tazuna was miming about his back, and Kakashi and Haku found themselves unable to move. Only Zabuza managed to push himself up and survey the damage. Naruto recognized Haku as the masked girl from earlier when her mask cracked and fell away. Haku answered that she was indeed the same one, speaking meekly and bracing herself for a harsh reaction after nearly killing him, though none came. Naruto reacted with awestruck excitement, praising Haku and marveling at how impressive she had been in the fight. He laughed and begged to be taught. Haku blushed and explained that the needles she used were created by her clan's bloodline barrier and could not be copied or taught. She told Naruto that he himself had been the most impressive, since he had somehow created a massive twister with a bloodline barrier. Naruto admitted that he had no idea how he had produced the storm. Kakashi observed that Naruto was unpredictable and sighed, thinking of the paperwork this incident would cause back in the village of the Leaf. Tazuna worried aloud about damage to his bridge, and Naruto inspected the scene. He found only a scorched mark, some melted water residue, and a small pothole where the twister had been concentrated. Tazuna cursed but conceded it could have been worse and asked Naruto to put some clones on the repair job, since his workers were unconscious. Zabuza answered Tazuna's complaint with a dark promise to kill him if he pushed it too far, then noted that Tazuna's teammate was out cold for the moment. A new threat interrupted them as a short man in a brown suit appeared with 200 hired thugs. Zabuza growled the man's name, Gatu smiled coldly and explained that he had intended to let Zabuza kill the bridge builder and the Leaf Ninjas, then eliminate Zabuza and collect the bounties. Zabuza dismissed Gatu's hired brutes as incapable of defeating him. Gatu, feeling cornered, offered crude rewards to his men, promising prizes to whoever captured the traitor or the bridge builder. Naruto looked to Kakashi for guidance about the captured girl and the approaching threat. Kakashi shook his head, unwilling to add the paperwork of custody to his duties. Gatu announced that he would handle the matter himself since he had no further use for Tazuna and because Haku appeared injured. He intended to kill the remaining obstacles and be on his way. Naruto stepped forward with a confident smirk, ready to intervene. Zabuza declared that his mission was to protect Tazuna and his own allies, and he moved to defend them. As he fought, Zabuza was reminded of his late comrade, who seemed momentarily to overlap with the young, determined boy before him. Naruto spoke of his ambition to become a village leader so that everyone would recognize him and he could protect his friends. Zabuza allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile as he hefted his massive blade. Tazuna cried out again, pleading not to have his bridge broken. Then Zabuza and Naruto charged at Gatu's armed mob. Naruto blocked a sword slice with a kunai and immediately created multiple shadow clones that surged into the crowd. He leapt into the air and unleashed the storm technique again. The storm skirted the bridge roadway but swept up many of Gata's men, tossing them aside and leaving several incapacitated and scattered across the field without graphic detail. A counterattack followed as an opposing ninja formed a massive wave from the gathered water, the torrent crashing through the battlefield and forcing many rogues to withdraw. Naruto's clones managed to evade the wave. Kakashi allowed himself a resigned sigh, and Haku regarded him with a curious expression, noting that Naruto and Zabuza seemed to coordinate unexpectedly well in battle. Kakashi asked rhetorically whether they even counted as a team, and the observation hung in the air. Back in the thick of the fight, Zabuza cut through several attackers, then groaned as one of the rogues managed to stab him with multiple kunai from behind. A Naruto clone reacted to the injury before a nearby outlaw destroyed that clone. The battle continued with everyone focused on protecting the bridge builder and their companions, the clash of steel and techniques filling the air. Haku gasped and called out Zabuza's name, distraught that she had been unable to protect her master and feeling she was failing as a tool. Her most important person seemed fatally injured. Zabuza, struggling for breath, apologized to Yagura, Mei, and Ao and vowed that he would not go down alone. Despite worsening injuries, he launched himself at Gato with one final reckless charge. He hurled his blade in a desperate throw that struck Gato, and both blade and man plunged into the churning sea below. Zabuza disappeared beneath the waves and was presumed dead. Once the remaining enemies were dealt with, Naruto rushed to the fallen man. Naruto was stunned to see Zabuza and noticed a strange resemblance between the man and Yagura. Zabuza, weak and smiling, asked Naruto to bring him to Haku. Naruto, tears in his eyes, dragged the injured man to Haku as she struggled to sit up. Haku pleaded that Zabuza not die, calling him her special person and her reason to live. Zabuza placed his hand against Haku's cheek and, with fading strength, told her how glad he had been to meet her. He said that having some kind of family had mattered to him, and that he could not have followed his and Yagura's plan without her. He commented that the boy standing nearby reminded him of Yagura and observed, with a tired smile, that the boy carried a tailed beast inside him, just as his friend the fourth Mist Village leader had. Zabuza encouraged Naruto not to give up on his dreams, saying that Yagura had achieved leadership despite having far less, and he believed Naruto could as well. He made a light, weak joke about giving Haku his blade since it was underwater, then said seriously that Haku had never been a killer and did not need a sword. What she needed was a strong friend. Turning to Kakashi, Zabuza asked a favor. He wanted Kakashi to take Haku to the Leaf Village and place her under his wing with his team. He asked Haku to stay with Naruto, naming him by his given name, and then warned Naruto to be wary of his teammate, whose clan had the ability to control others, an ability that had once been used against Yagura and might be used against Naruto. Zabuza collapsed as Haku broke down in tears. Later, in the office of the village leader in the Leaf Village, Kakashi reported the mission to the third village leader, with Naruto and Haku now wearing new leaf headbands standing behind him. The third village leader said that with Gato defeated by the late missing Nin Momoichi Zabuza, conditions in the Wave Country were improving. Civilians had reclaimed the funds stolen from them, trade was recovering, and commerce had been helped by the new bridge that had been completed. Naruto reacted with excited pride at the bridge being associated with his name, but Haku quietly thought it should have honored Zabuza instead. Kakashi noted that Naruto had finished much of the bridge work using shadow clones, which was why the wave entrance had been named the Zabuza Gate and the fire entrance the Kaisa Gate. Haku smiled sadly at the mention. The third village leader praised Naruto and Kakashi for exceeding their mission parameters, explaining that the mission had been elevated from AC rank to an A rank and that bonuses had been deposited into their accounts. He added that he had transferred the withheld payments from Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, whose pay had been deducted for their misconduct, into a new account for Haku. He explained that their names had been removed from the mission record, that fines had been imposed and redirected to Naruto and Kakashi, and that Sakura and Sasuke had been assigned a week of punitive D-rank duties. The third village leader had attempted to have them return to the academy but met resistance from the civilian and elder councils, though one influential figure had supported the idea. The new funds should help Haku get started before joining more missions with Naruto's team. When the matter of the bounty for Zabuza came up, Haku insisted quietly that the money should be sent to the people of the Wave Country because she could not accept it. Naruto placed a hand on Haku's shoulder. Kakashi observed that Haku looked feverish, and the third village leader arranged for Kakashi to provide elemental training for Haku while Naruto's teammates served their punishments. He explained that housing for Haku had not yet been secured and so she would have to stay with Naruto for the time being, and Haku fainted from the shock and exhaustion. Naruto shook the unconscious girl and then, at the urging of the smiling elders, took her with him out of the office. The third village leader turned back to Kakashi and said that, having read the written report, he had an idea about the strange attack recorded there. He described an ancient sealing technique that could transfer bloodline traits. He explained that such bloodline traits had originated as genetic mutations or advanced chakra techniques, appearing in roughly 1 out of 1,000 shinobi. Some abilities could not be passed on, much like Tenzo could not transfer the wood release grafted onto him, or the Sharingan. Those techniques remained bound to their bearers. This particular jutsu, however, altered the recipient at a genetic level, allowing its traits to be inherited. The analyst noted that the description might instead describe an evolved method for transferring multiple Kekkei Genkai, but as to the attacker, there were no leads. Another investigator brought up Hiriko, suggesting rumors that he sought to acquire multiple abilities, but the first analyst dismissed the idea, pointing out that Hiriko had fled the village when the Nine Tails was revealed and would be unlikely to hand such power to Naruto. For now, the identity and motives of the attacker remained unknown. Meanwhile, on a wooded hill in the wave, a stranger stood before a simple tombstone that read Momoichi Zabuza and paid his respects. He sighed, then unfurled a scroll and revealed a thin, transparent veil. The stranger performed a sealing technique called Undisturbed Rest of the Dead, covering the tomb with the veil so subtle it could not be detected by chakra or the eye. The grave glowed as the seal took effect. He then formed a single hand sign and called forth a small red fern beside the grave, invoking a wood release technique named Rise of the Red Fern. He chuckled and admitted to himself that he had been reading that book a little too much as he left the hill. Outside the Hidden Leaf public baths, 2 young shinobi refused to enter the stall assigned to them. Sasuke fumed that such menial cleaning should be handled by others and insisted on reminding anyone who would listen that he was the last of the Uchiha. The ANBU operative wearing a duck mask, silently tasked by the third Hokage to watch them, offered no reply and remained motionless. The two crossed their arms and continued to argue until Chusa Akimichi emerged from the bathhouse with a wide grin and addressed them as genin. Sasuke snapped that he was an Uchiha, and one of the youths blurted that his mother sat on the civilian council. The duck-masked ANBU quickly silenced them by placing a hand over each mouth. The ANBU were the Hokage's covert special operations units, selected personally and charged with maintaining order and carrying out missions that did not appear on official records. The third Hokage had recently begun renovating the fourth Hokage's house on the village edge, a residence accessible through a hidden space-time entry in the Hokage office and originally intended for Naruto once he reached Chunin rank. The Sandaime had hoped the house and heritage would help protect Naruto from assassination attempts and reduce anti-Naruto sentiment. When Naruto's rivalry with Sasuke became public, the Hokage realized that the boy's visibility would invite more than casual harassment. Combined with the sudden appearance of Haku and Naruto's need for more space than the village's single-bedroom apartment could offer, the situation had grown more complicated. Another quiet ANBU directive had been to prevent anyone from insulting an Akimichi, an order born of the unpleasant history of provoking those who could grow to the size of hills. The duck-masked ANBU addressed Chusa politely and, privately, amused himself at the thought that corralling the two troublemakers might win him a favored evening out for his family. As he spoke about a new eatery and a questionable casserole, a thin green mist began seeping from beneath the bathroom door. The two youths tried to wriggle away, but the ANBU shoved them into the stall, sealed the door, and held it fast as they pounded desperately. The escaping mist moved toward a nearby tree and, in a flash of stylized, non-graphic force, the tree's branches and leaves disintegrated into scattered bark and debris. Chusa chuckled at the thought of the buffet he imagined, while the duck-masked ANBU whistled for backup. A snail-masked ANBU dropped down from a nearby rooftop at the call and asked what the problem was. The duck-masked ANBU asked the newcomer to hold the genin inside the stall for a while, explaining he had received word of a potentially dangerous food item at a new eatery. From inside the sealed stall, Sasuke demanded to be let out, railing that the duty was beneath him, and added that the pink-haired girl had suddenly collapsed. At a quiet lake on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi, Haku, and Naruto prepared for a training session away from the others. Kakashi announced that they would practice water release techniques that day. Naruto raised his hand and questioned when he had gained water release. Kakashi explained that the ability had accompanied his storm release and reminded him that Kekkei Genkai such as storm and ice release emerged from the genetic combination of two or more elemental natures. Kakashi explained that storm release combined lightning and water, and ice release combined wind and water. He said he would focus on water release because both Haku and Naruto could use it. Haku and Naruto nodded. Haku reminded Kakashi that Zabuza had taught him how to create a water clone. Kakashi smiled and pointed out that Naruto's shadow clones already filled that niche, so they should learn something different first. Naruto began forming hand signs. Kakashi suggested starting with the water prison and thought Naruto could use his shadow clones effectively. Naruto finished a hand sign and attempted a powerful technique, and Kakashi immediately warned them to stop. A huge tidal wave rose and engulfed the three of them. Haku and Kakashi quickly surfaced and found their balance, while Naruto spluttered and struggled for a moment. Haku gently suggested that Naruto focus on water walking before attempting such large techniques, and Kakashi admitted he felt a mixture of admiration and annoyance at Naruto's improvisation. After 6 days of trials, near drownings, and an angry Mrs. Haruno, the training with the foreign kunoichi ended and the focus shifted to Sasuke and Sakura once they were released from the hospital's poison ward. Naruto stood on the surface of the lake in orange swim trunks, Haku stood in a bluish-white one piece, and Kakashi watched from the shore. Naruto had finally mastered water walking, and it was time to test how far they had come. Haku was officially attached to Team 7 for the time being, and Kakashi needed to make sure both of them were ready for more missions. Kakashi had placed seals on them to block the Sharingan, allowing them to use their techniques freely. Kakashi assessed Naruto's skills and Haku prepared to spar. Naruto formed hand signs and produced a ball of concentrated lightning chakra, which he launched at Haku. Haku dissolved into water and became a water clone, then used a bubbling water release to create an explosion that sent Naruto into the air. Naruto created multiple shadow clones, each forming thunderballs and throwing them at Haku. Haku acted a protective dome of ice and then sent out ice spikes that struck several of the attacking clones, leaving only the original. Naruto followed with a powerful twister that shattered the ice dome, but Haku was gone. She reappeared with an explosive water release that sent Naruto flying and then used a massive waterfall technique to swamp the surface of the lake. Naruto had used an extra shadow clone as a distraction before releasing the destructive jutsu. When the water settled, Haku was panting on the shore with Naruto lounging beside her. Naruto praised Haku on her performance and Kakashi approached them, pleased. Kakashi announced that their sparring for the day was over and that they would begin their first mission together the next day. He reminded them to expect to work with others and hoped it would not require lethal force. They did not realize two things. Hinata Hyuga had been watching from a nearby cliff using her Byakugan, and Team 7 had no idea what mission awaited them next. Hinata watched with a gentle smile and admiration for Naruto's jutsu. She resolved to ask Kurenai-sensei for extra training so she could improve and, one day, match his skill. In a misty hideaway in the land of tea, a large ostrich with 3 pink ribbons around its neck sat in a cage among scattered coal. The bird glared at its captor and demanded to know why it had been locked up, insisting that humans would not keep it captive forever. The captor laughed and teased the bird about its escape plans and its supposed mastery of the shadow clone jutsu, suggesting that things might go wrong and that the bird might become truly free. A figure stepped from the shadows and introduced himself as Taysen. Later, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was buried under a mountain of paperwork and felt overwhelmed by it all. Perhaps the greatest enemy of any Hokage was the mountains of paperwork that resulted. Whenever a major threat struck, there was glory and monuments, but the paperwork from the civilian council was relentless. A proposal to lessen vandalism punishments landed on his desk. The third Hokage tossed the paper aside into the larger pile, wondering if the council was trying to annoy him. In his youth and during the reigns of previous Hokage, he could use shadow clones to handle paperwork and still find time to go out with Jiraiya for research. Age had changed that. His chakra replenished more slowly and his clones did not last as long, so he could no longer rely on that solution. He was not sure whether the other Kei used the same methods, though he knew the young leader of the hidden waterfall village, Shibuki, had come to Konoha to learn shadow clone techniques from Ebisu. The hidden waterfall had been allied with Konoha since the first Great Ninja Wars. It was one of the reasons behind his law concerning Naruto. He had been old friends with Shibuki's father and had heard how they treated their Jinchuriki, a young orphaned girl named Fu. Shibuki had been her only friend and, apparently, her cousin. The third Hokage had hoped his law would make things simpler for Naruto, and since Naruto had not been mugged in the streets, perhaps it had worked, or perhaps it was the vigilance of loyal Anbu, Chunin, and Jonin like Kakashi, Gai, Anko, Shikaku, Irika, and Tenzo. He reflected that the other villages varied widely in how they treated their Jinchuriki. The Sand Village's Jinchuriki had been ostracized and pushed to the edge of sanity. In the Stone Village, some Jinchuriki had left their homes and one had developed a deep resentment of humanity. The Hidden Mist had subjected their Jinchuriki to cruel genjutsu that left lasting psychological scars. The Six Tails had gone missing. The Hokage had tried to track him down at one point in hopes he could teach Naruto, but the mission had ended in failure and injuries to the Anbu had shown the man was not interested. The Cloud Village, by contrast, valued their Jinchuriki thanks to the heroic actions of one named Killer Bee. They even celebrated a Jinchuriki festival once a year. These were the debates that ran through a leader's mind as he reluctantly returned to the pile of forms. A petition to remove teacher Irika Umino for alleged favoritism toward Naruto caught his eye. He signed a revision ordering the removal of teachers and political figures who displayed blatant antagonism toward Naruto because of his condition, then sent the document back through the ANBU, wondering how the council would react. The investigation had turned up some troubling evidence. Irika had inspected Naruto's old textbooks and found key pages missing sections on clone techniques, genjutsu, chakra control, and hand signs. The pages appeared to have been removed with a low-level water technique used like a scalpel, a method taught to medical ninja. Naruto himself had not been trained as a medical ninja, but the principal of the academy had been. The principal was currently held in interrogation. Anko had been conducting the questioning with unorthodox, theatrical methods that made the Hokage grimace. He preferred not to think about it. The Hokage hoped that Naruto would receive justice for the harsh treatment he had endured. Perhaps, by the time Naruto returned from his C-rank mission with Team 7 to recover a stolen ostrich in the land of Tea, things would be clearer. When a request to allow civilians to bear guns in Konoha came through likely another harebrained scheme, a loud shout erupted from a nearby room. Koharu angrily accused the Hokage of threatening teachers and the civilian and elder council, insisting the boy was clouding his judgment. The Hokage chuckled. The exchange, though heated, was invigorating. He noted that even Danzo seemed to be on his side these days, possibly swayed by recent political shifts. He then sent Anbu to escort Koharu from the room. On the road in the land of Tea, Team 7 made steady progress, but tension hung in the air. Sasuke glared at his teammates while Sakura stood behind him, largely ineffectual. Sasuke demanded that Naruto perform a shadow clone. Naruto refused with a defiant glare, and his small companion barked in response. Sakura called Naruto an idiot for disobeying. Sasuke suggested that he learn the technique himself. Naruto approached Kakashi with a smile, and Kakashi noted that Naruto seemed to be maturing. Before the argument could escalate, an unfamiliar figure addressed the team. The person's presence startled them. The newcomer was a missing Nin. Sasuke demanded that this stranger share power the way he claimed to have done before. The figure raised an eyebrow. Kakashi challenged the stranger by asking why he would do such a thing and for his name. The man introduced himself as Taysen. Naruto questioned Taysen's motives, accusing him of attacking Leaf Shinobi while pretending to be aligned with Gato. Haku reacted with surprise and recognition. She told the team that Taysen had spoken with Zabuza and her about Zabuza's past before they had gone to the bridge. Haku said she felt certain that Taysen's words were true and that she needed to know more. Taysen stood unwavering and confirmed that what Haku remembered was indeed correct. Taysen glared at Sasuke and explained that Yagura had been ruined by one of his kind, but that was not why he had come. That was only confirmation of a tidbit. Kakashi demanded to know why they had kidnapped an ostrich. Taysun laughed and said he could explain a complicated plan, but the genin lacked the attention span. He offered a brief rundown that it was all about an experiment to obtain the power he needed to avenge something, then abandoned the explanation and unleashed a beast wave palm, sending a gust of air that struck the group with a large explosion. The smoke shifted in color as the others used shadow clone techniques to shield themselves. Taysun stood unmoved as the haze cleared and Naruto charged. Naruto formed a ball of lightning in his hands and hurled it. Taysun met it by forming a cloud wall of storm chakra that absorbed and neutralized the attack. From that cloud, a dozen shadow clones surged forward. Naruto launched an Uzumaki barrage of punches and kicks. Taysun was driven into a tree and then sprang back up with a smile. He praised Naruto's improved taijutsu before dissolving into water. Kakashi was poked in the shoulder as two water-formed clones of Taysun appeared beside him, each manifesting blades of thickened cloud and slicing at the copy ninja. Sasuke muttered that the cloud-formed blade was a water clone and wondered why he could not copy it. A shadow appeared behind him. Taysun was there again. Sasuke twisted to block a fist, but Taysun simply dissolved into water and reappeared elsewhere. A gust of wind blew Sakura and Sasuke into a tree. Taysun then formed ice bindings at his own feet before ice spikes flew toward him. The spikes were a diversion. Taysun used a substitution technique and avoided harm. Naruto groaned at the slippery opponent. Kakashi, having dispelled the water clones with a swiping bolt of lightning, warned that fighting Taysun would not be easy and urged Naruto and Haku to find the oversized bird so they could complete their mission and leave. Naruto protested that Kakashi might be overwhelmed, but another beast wave palm struck nearby, destroying the last shadow clones. Haku insisted they could not wait, and Naruto sighed before he and Haku leapt into the trees. Taysun watched them go and shrugged at the lost chance for more fun. A massive fireball shot from the trees toward Taysun. He assessed it calmly and formed a larger fireball from his mouth to collide with the incoming blaze. Both fireballs extinguished each other. Taysun remarked that the attack had been impressive. Sasuke angry charged. Taysun blocked the taijutsu attack, tripped Sasuke, and sent him to the ground. A blade of storm chakra lowered toward Sasuke, but a protective fireball from Kakashi intervened and knocked Sasuke away. Taysun dissolved into water once more. Sasuke cursed that this opponent could not be human given his chakra. From the apple tree high above, Taysun unleashed a burst of compressed air like a drill that tore toward the genin and jonin. Kakashi countered with a great fireball that met the air burst and destroyed it. Kakashi cursed inwardly at the restrictions imposed by Sasuke's Sharingan, which limited the use of many techniques, and wondered why Taysun's techniques seemed unaffected. Taysun chuckled and explained that he knew how to cancel the Sharingan's effect on him, then sent the apples from his tree flying. The apples split into many pieces and struck Sasuke in rapid succession, knocking him unconscious. Kakashi observed that Taysun favored large-scale chakra expenditure to wear opponents down before finishing them with low-level tricks like the apple shuriken. Sasuke panted on the edge of exhaustion and decided to take a gamble, forming focused lightning around his hand. He was too tired for his full lightning cutter, but the Chidori would have to suffice. Kakashi charged with the lightning blade prepared and announced his intent to end the fight, while Taysun smiled beneath a shadowed face and formed two blades of storm chakra for a dual strike. The two S-class shinobi leapt toward one another, about to clash, and Sasuke watched Kakashi with his Sharingan activated. They squared off and tensed for the next exchange. The two attacking shinobi Kakashi Hatake and the enigmatic Taysun crossed paths as their jutsu dissipated. For a moment they remained silent. Then Kakashi was struck. He staggered, clutching his side, and dropped to one knee as the force of the hit marked the ground beside him. Taysun smirked from under his hood and noted that the game was nearing its end. He dropped to one knee as spare electric energy from the lightning spear arced across him. Both seemed near exhaustion, but the arrogant, duck-haired Sasuke forced himself up. Sasuke acknowledged Kakashi's help in weakening Taysun and announced that he would finish the job with his new technique, the lightning spear. Sakura glowed with admiration and praised Sasuke enthusiastically. Kakashi seethed inwardly. He resented anyone born with the copying eye, except Obito, who had never shown the eye until it was too late. Taesun stared wide-eyed beneath his cloak, realizing the battle had become more complicated now that the Uchiha had a deadly technique. Sasuke surged forward with the lightning spear, but in an instant the attack slipped away and Sasuke collapsed, drained of energy. Taesun breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi worried about the paperwork this fight would create, and Sakura fumed. A faint, strained breath signaled that Sasuke had forced his head up, the copying eye flickering. Sakura drew a throwing knife and lunged, but Taesun formed quick hand signs and produced a wall of sappy plants, a poison ivy sap wall that surged up from the ground and trapped her. She cried out in surprise, and a nearby rock shattered from the volume. Taesun chuckled. Kakashi was startled and wondered aloud whether Taesun's would style meant Naruto might have it as well. Taesun pushed himself up with a brief spasm from the lightning spear and reactivated his storm blade, moving toward the prone Sasuke with the intent to finish the confrontation. Before he could press the attack, a water technique flew at him and he barely dodged due to his injury. The ground became covered in a sticky fluid as reinforcements arrived. Leaf Village reinforcements Kotisu, Izumo, Heiate Gecko, and a fourth medical ninja appeared and deployed a syrup capture field. Kakashi cursed inwardly. He was too injured to speak, and now 2 mid-rank ninja and a special high-rank ninja were on scene, which risked exposing Sasuke to more techniques. A nearby ally launched a wind-style drilling air bullet in response. Inside the fortress, junior ninjas Naruto and Haku moved through a dark hallway, alert for traps. Naruto muttered that it felt strange with no traps, and Haku warned him not to jinx it. Suddenly Haku's foot triggered a trap and the floor surged upward toward the ceiling. Haku jumped free at the last second, but she and Naruto tumbled together in the ensuing chaos. Both were surprised by the accidental fall, quickly recovered, and apologized to each other. Haku assured Naruto that it had been an accident and she was not upset. Naruto laughed nervously to ease the awkwardness, offering a clumsy compliment that earned a small, embarrassed smile. Haku dismissed the moment in her thoughts and they continued on, searching for Mr. Ostrich. Back in the fight, Taesun unleashed a storm-style dual-blade strike that collided with an opposing sword technique called the Dance of the Crescent Moon. The two attacks met with a dramatic clash, and Taesun was sent rolling back. The coughing special high-rank ninja landed beside his panting mid-rank teammates. Taesun was running low on inner energy. Even someone of his caliber would tire after fighting a high-rank ninja and several capable opponents, including a tailed beast host and other skilled mid-rank shinobi. Despite his arrogance, Sasuke remained dangerous. Taesun smirked and prepared to depart, then used a blink-step technique to vanish. The 2 mid-rank ninja turned toward Kakashi as their medic restored enough energy for him to speak. Kakashi, coughing, observed that the attacker had used storm style and evenwood style, which should not have been possible. He confessed that he had no idea who Taesun was or what his motives might be, though the thought that Orochimaru could be involved made a worrying kind of sense, since Orochimaru had been responsible for grafting wood style into Tenzo. Exhausted, Kakashi fell to the ground despite the medical aid. His immediate concern was Sasuke and whatever new techniques the boy had acquired during the fight. Back inside the fortress, in a room that resembled a twisted laboratory with a whimsical welcome mat reading Lab Sweet Lab and a grinning face on the wall, Naruto and Haku found a cage containing Mr. Ostrich. A voice came from the room, and the voice belonged to Mr. Ostrich, who remarked that humans had come for him and found the situation quaint. Haku demanded to be let out of the cage, and Haku watched Naruto with a confused expression. Haku remarked that they had never heard the prisoner speak before and shrugged. Haku had been scanning the room when she suddenly stopped. Haku pointed out that those were summoning contracts. Half a dozen brown scrolls littered a nearby table, and Naruto pet his head in confusion. Haku explained while they walked to the table and opened the scrolls. Each scroll bore a different animal: a penguin, a raccoon, a beetle, a cat, an ox, and a squid. A fresh-looking one sat beside them with an ostrich drawn on it, and several faded names were visible on each scroll except the ostrich contract. Haku recounted that Zabuza had spent years trying to find a summon he or she had an affinity with without luck. The only one he had found, cockroaches, had been unpleasant. Haku explained that by signing a contract with one's blood, a person could summon an animal from another plane of existence where animals could possess human levels of intelligence. Naruto remembered Kakashi's summoned dogs. Naruto asked if this was like Kakashi's dogs, and Haku confirmed. Haku added that there should not be an ostrich summoning contract. Naruto wondered aloud whether Taysen was making new contracts. Haku speculated about the purpose and noted that summon-capable species were rare and particular. At that moment, Taysen appeared in a shimmer. Haku drew a handful of Senbon while Naruto reached for a shuriken. Taysen announced that he was only a delayed clone without battle abilities and then shouted that the new ostrich would be burned. A great wall of fire suddenly sprang up, forming an impenetrable barrier. Naruto reacted with a water release technique, forming a ball of water in his hands and sending it toward the fire, but the effort had little effect. The ostrich inside the cage cried out for help as the flames crept closer. Naruto's expression hardened, and he turned to Haku to ask for the hand signs for a summoning jutsu. Haku listed the signs she could recall but was interrupted as Naruto quickly wrote his name on the ostrich contract with his thumb and performed the hand signs in a rapid, sloppy sequence. Smoke burst forth, and when it cleared, Haku saw Naruto sitting atop the now-safe ostrich as if riding the giant bird. The ostrich looked confused by the sudden change in circumstances. Naruto announced with his characteristic enthusiasm that he was Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, and the first ostrich summoner. Haku smiled at his bravado and cautioned him not to say that in public. The ostrich did not project much menace, and Haku reflected that at least this one did not live in its own realm. Perhaps that meant he could still sign a regular contract. Naruto attempted to speak familiarly of Haku and the ostrich, but the ostrich objected to the nickname and pecked at Naruto in a flurry of energetic, comical attacks until he managed to scramble free, rubbing his head. Naruto suggested getting the ostrich out of the facility and proposed taking the other contracts with them. Haku reminded him of caution, but Naruto insisted they should keep the scrolls away from Taysen and anyone else who might misuse them. Haku agreed. She noticed a sealing scroll on the floor and quickly sealed the contracts inside it. Naruto asked Haku if she could teach him the sealing technique, and Haku smiled. The ostrich interrupted with a request to be freed and mentioned that it was always good to get away from the farm. Naruto invited the ostrich to be summoned anytime. Back in Konoha, with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi recuperating in the hospital, Sasuke and Kakashi for injuries and chakra exhaustion, Sakura for a severe allergic reaction. Haku and Naruto delivered their report to the third Hokage. The Hokage listened intently, then removed his pipe and commented that the stockpiling of contracts, while not unheard of, was unusual. Having 6 contracts and the ability to craft a 7th of an entirely new type suggested a deliberate, concerning plan. The Hokage explained to Naruto, who already knew of the 9-tailed fox inside him, that the 9-tailed beasts were sealed into various people across different villages. He listed the beasts and noted that theory held it might be possible to summon a tailed beast with a contract of its type, though doing so would be extremely dangerous and rare, and the original fox contract had been destroyed long ago. Naruto worried aloud about the possibility that Taysen sought tailed beast hosts, and the Hokage agreed the concern was valid but also pointed out that since ostriches and penguins did not correspond to tailed beasts, Taysen's purpose might be something else entirely. He advised them not to dwell too much on speculation. The Hokage concluded by saying they had been paid for the B-rank mission and that they could keep the contracts they had found. Someone cautioned against trying to sign all 6 contracts, warning that it would end poorly. He added that Jiraiya would return and confront the Hokage long before the Toads could riot and take Naruto. The meeting's organizer promised to keep the matter from the councils and advised keeping the storage scroll at all times, noting that the bank had a no-scroll policy and that the civilian and elder councils might demand handing the contracts over to Sasuke. He then wrote the law, signed it himself, and explained that he had already called for Tsum and Hayashi to sign the bill to make it official. Without canine summons, Tsum would have no interest in the animal contracts, and the Hyuga did not perform jutsu outside their clan, so Hayashi had no stake in them. Unknown to the group, a young civilian-born ninja had been listening outside the window and slipped away. details of that ninja's abilities remained unknown to the others. Several days later, in a dark chamber of Hamura's estate, Hamura, Koha, and the civilian council were furious. Sasuke and Sakura had finally been discharged from the hospital, only to learn from a civilian shinobi informant that 7 summoning contracts had been recovered on the mission and were now in the hands of the man with the fox and the ice user. Sasuke and Sakura were seething, and the council only added fuel to the fire, furious that the demon and the ice user had taken power that the Uchiha believed belonged to them. The history of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno was complicated, especially for Sasuke. Both had been born into influential families. The Uchiha had long served as the village's police, while the Haruno were respected merchants. When the Shinobi Council had been active, the Uchiha wielded significant influence. As a vocal member of the Civilian Council, Sozoshiai Haruno championed civilian rights and quickly gathered support among civilians and elders. At that time, civilians held less power because of the Uchiha's role. The Uchiha, responsible for village security, understood that certain civilian proposed laws such as restrictions on ninja entry to private property or giving civilians right-of-way in the streets could hinder ninja movement during crises. Many of Sozoshiai Haruno's anti-Naruto proposals, like limiting the boys' access to public facilities and the academy, were blocked by the Uchiha. Despite the tensions, the Uchiha had been unexpectedly protective of Naruto. Sasuke's mother, Mikoto, had encouraged her son to befriend the boy when Sasuke was still well-mannered. Fugaku had arrested attackers and penalized merchants for mistreating Naruto, and Itachi had served in Anbu under the Hokage's trust to look out for him. Naruto had never felt unwelcome in the Uchiha district. They treated him almost like Ichiraka did. The Uchiha understood sealing and knew Naruto was human. They also saw his military potential and wanted his loyalty to the village. That desire, combined with political strife, had led some within the clan to plan a coup to overthrow the civilian council. Itachi, wary of war and loyal to the Hokage and the other clan heads, refused to support a violent uprising. Manipulation by Madara, unknown to most and hidden by Itachi, culminated in a tragic, violent purge within the clan that left deep scars across the village. In the aftermath, the civilian council gained greater authority while the Uchiha fell under puppet control. As a minor and nominal clan head, Sasuke's vote had been placed in the elders' hands, enabling more of their bills to pass and diminishing the influence of the Shinobi Council. Itachi still protected Naruto, however, and he had threatened severe consequences if anything happened to Naruto or Sasuke, including death or banishment, promising to expose Konoha's secrets if they were harmed. The elders backed down. Sasuke's problems began here. The clan's tragic end traumatized him and left him under the guardianship of Hamura and Koharu, who fostered strong anti-Naruto sentiment and encouraged his arrogance. He behaved decently for about a year, following his parents' example, but the adoration he received from civilians and many elders soon corrupted him. Sakura, similarly indulged by her mother, adopted anti-Naruto attitudes as well. She remained fundamentally decent partly because of her friendship with Ino, but Sasuke's presence and the village's shifting values left marks on her character. They had reasons to feel entitled. Sakura was widely regarded as among the most intelligent kunoichi, and Sasuke had quickly risen as a standout rookie. Yet book knowledge only went so far in the field. Sakura could design strategies but lacked the strength to execute them on her own. Sasuke combined skill with a dangerous pride, and his Sharingan made him a volatile force. An elder council member raged that Hiruzen had fallen under the boy's influence and favored him over the council and over the village's supposed hope. The elder declared that the third Hokage could not simply dismiss their concerns with a bill and challenged how those two would handle confrontation. Sasuke declared that the blonde threat and the ice user would be defeated so they could not oppose the Uchiha again. He smirked with his pink-haired follower behind him. Koharu announced that Naruto would be defeated and that the contracts would belong to the Uchiha clan exclusively. Hamura explained that they would invoke the old Clan Restoration Act to force marriages that would repopulate the Uchiha line. She listed several targets they intended to press into alliances, including Haku for his ice release, Anko Mitarashi for her strength, one or both of Hayashi Hyuga's daughters, Ino Yamanaka, and Hana Inazuka, arguing that these unions would create a new Uchiha clan combining intellect, ice bloodline limits, strength, mind techniques, and sensory abilities, and perhaps even both the white eye and the copying eye. Sasuke grinned as he envisioned it. So Zoshii Haruno protested loudly that her daughter would not be offered until Sasuke became a middle-rank ninja, referencing the marriage law they had passed. She feared for her child's future. Koharu assured her that if Naruto reached the finals, they would make him a middle-rank ninja regardless. The third village leader noted that the Hokage's regulation was actually a large technique that would alert him immediately if violated, and that special forces would respond. In seconds, Danzo observed that the demon would be dealt with in the upcoming competition and would suffer at the hands of their champion. Danzo explained his two-part plan to the third village leader. First, place Haruno and Uchiha on a team with his young ward. He introduced a pale boy in a black midriff shirt and tactical pants who bowed politely. Danzo presented him as his ward, Sai. The third village leader studied the boy with curiosity and noted that he had never seen him before. Danzo offered a brief, false explanation that he had dissolved his covert group years ago. Danzo then stepped aside to allow another man to enter. He wore a blue shirt, an armored right shoulder, white pants, and a forehead protector for the water village. He greeted the third village leader as Shibuki. Danzo explained that Shibuki had a recommendation to help with their problem, his cousin Fu, the tailed beast host of the seven-tailed creature. Later, in the village leader's office, the third village leader considered the offer from the leader of the water village. He had learned long ago that offers that seemed too good often had hidden catches, but he listened. Shibuki explained that, compared to Naruto, Fu had lived a terrible life. Aside from Shibuki and his father, no one in the water village had supported her. People knew what she carried within her and treated her poorly. Shibuki said he had privately tutored and cared for her because she had been denied normal training and opportunities. He wanted her to be happy and believed she would not find happiness if she remained in the water village. Danzo remarked that a village leader should control his emotions more carefully. Shibuki suggested that sending Fu could be a show of trust between the villages. The third village leader considered the idea but declined to ask Shibuki to take the Uchiha in exchange. Shibuki accepted the refusal with a resigned smile. Shikaku pointed out that they all agreed the Uchiha should not be promoted to middle-rank ninja. The third village leader considered making the Uchiha's plans public and revoking Itachi's missing ninja status to rebalance influence, but Shikaku warned that the civilian council could twist such a move to their advantage and exploit it politically. Shibuki offered a pragmatic suggestion that they could simply settle the dispute by granting Naruto a home. The Sandaime thought for a minute, then turned to Shikaku, who grinned and suggested taking the entire Uchiha district. The Sandaime began to object, and Naruto laughed, but both Naruto and Haku suddenly froze. Their shadows were connected to Sasuke's, and he stood grinning as he used shadow possession to force them to move. Sasuke taunted that the technique would be entertaining, activated a Chidori, and charged at Naruto. As Sasuke ran and his jutsu built, he felt two interruptions, a sharp strike to his back and the bite of a snake. Sasuke's technique faltered and he collapsed. Haku and Naruto breathed in relief and turned to see their rescuers. The snake had come from the escaped Anko, and beside her a blue-haired, pale-eyed girl glared at Sasuke with a fury that could unsettle even the sternest interrogator. Naruto recognized her as Hinata and stood shocked. She offered a nervous, determined smile. Haku had seen Hinata around before. She often watched Naruto with obvious fondness, but Haku could not help feeling a little irritated at the idea of competition for Naruto's attention. All four of the people still standing now focused on Sasuke. Hinata, normally shy and gentle, was visibly angry. Tsum's presence only compounded the tension. Tsum picked Sasuke up by the scruff of his neck and held him eye level. Sasuke continued to taunt them and further provoked the group. In response, the women delivered a swift, coordinated takedown that left Sasuke battered, humiliated, and unable to continue his attack. Naruto resolved never to provoke those women again. The next day in the Hokage's office, with Sakura out from a concussion and Sasuke still in the civilian hospital, Naruto, Haku, Hinata, Hayashi, Tsum, Shikaku, Anko, and Tsuchi gathered. Some had offered to let Naruto and Haku stay the night at her place after the incident, and they had accepted, nervous about upsetting her. The Sandaime exhaled and explained the consequences. He described a town divided, where everyone now either hated Naruto or idolized him. The conspirators had gone into hiding, the civilian and elder councils were barred from meeting until after the upcoming Chunin exams. While the law protected Naruto from paying for the life taken in self-defense, the Sandaime warned Anko not to repeat reckless actions, noting that dozens of angry letters had demanded her removal for her role in the rescue. The Sandaime then outlined the measures taken against the Uchiha. Their bank funds had been redistributed as damages to the families harmed in the incident, with remaining assets held while investigators determined whether any clan jutsu had been taken. The Uchiha's land and other assets had been liquidated and redirected. The civilian council's proxy control over the Uchiha seats had been removed and replaced with a seat for the head of the Hyuga branch family, giving Hayashi's branch a voice it had not had before. Finally, the Sandaime announced the most surprising decision. The former Uchiha district was now in the possession of Naruto Uzumaki. The room reacted with shock. The Sandaime explained that because of an old law, a shinobi from another village who had not been resident for at least a year could not own property, and the civilian council's hostility made this an effective way to punish Sasuke's clan while provoking the civilians. Naruto asked about Ichiraku's, and the Sandaime regretted that he could not prevent the demolition of that location. Then, with a grin, the Sandaime offered Tsuchi the chance to open Ichiraku's in the new part of town. Tsuchi's eyes widened in delight when the Sandaime said Tsuchi could do so for free, and he embraced Naruto in gratitude. Naruto asked if that meant he would be Sasuke's landlord. The Sandaime clarified that Sasuke had been kicked out of his house and that Naruto's home had also been foreclosed by the civilian council. Haku was relieved that their belongings had been preserved. The Sandaime reassured them that alternate housing was already being prepared. When everyone looked puzzled at the mention of 3 people, the Sandaime revealed that Naruto's new teammate would be living with them as well. They were ordered to escort Shibuki, head of Takigakure, and bring her here as part of a new team with Haku. Naruto stared in surprise while Haku and Hinata registered the prospect of a new rival. Training Ground 3 the next day. Training Ground 3 had once hosted the first test of the original Team 7. Instead of Kakashi, who was currently in therapy, Naruto, who had left with Shibuki and Haku to find Fu, or the scattered members of the old Team Sasuke still in the hospital and Sakura distraught over the Uchiha situation while Sai was nowhere to be found, this ground was occupied by the steadier Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, the tall, mysterious Shino Aburame in his shaded attire, and the wild-looking Kiba Inuzuka with his small white dog Akamaru were waiting for their Jonin teammate, Kurenai Yuhi. Shino noted that strange things were stirring. Kiba answered with a confident grin and dismissed any real problem, pointing out that Sasuke was poor and in the hospital, the village finally had enough money for a pool, and with Team 7 in disarray they probably would not be an obstacle in the Chunin exams. Hinata looked away, embarrassed, and Kiba immediately backtracked, clarifying that he meant Sasuke and Sakura were unlikely to participate in the exams. Kiba's teasing earned a quiet, unimpressed stare from Shino. Kiba had a reputation that suggested a flirt, but the truth was more complicated. His mother had been one of Konoha's most formidable kunoichi, which explained why his father had fled. Kiba had been one of Naruto's oldest friends, present before Akamaru became his constant companion. He had helped keep Naruto grounded and out of the fate that had befallen some Jinchuriki. He was also one of the few people who had survived an enraged Hinata when Akamaru had eaten her last cinnamon bun. The puppy had nearly been in severe trouble before Hinata had calmed, apologized, and cried. Hinata tried to reassure him that everything was fine, and Kiba offered a teasing observation that Hinata seemed to have feelings for Naruto. He added that Haku likely felt something for Naruto as well, and that the new teammate might feel the same if she were female, implying that Hinata would have to be herself and maybe outperform Haku in the Chunin exams. Hinata considered that suggestion. A stir of leaves announced the arrival of Kurenai. Hinata addressed her nervously and asked if Kurenai could teach her some of the water and lightning techniques that Naruto practiced. Kurenai smiled and listened. Hero's water chamber, Taki. The hidden chamber of the hero's water contained one of the world's most powerful substances, drawn from an ancient tree that predated the founding of the ninja villages and harvested only once every 100 years. The water amplified chakra to a tremendous degree, but it shortened the drinker's lifespan proportionally. That was why Shibuki's protection of the water was sacred, and with Shibuki gone the duty had fallen to his cousin Fu. Fu hid in the chamber after a few desperate shinobi tried to break in the minute Shibuki left. No one but Shibuki had known she even knew the water's location. Fu had tan skin, mint green hair, and orange eyes. She wore a short white midriff top-edged with fishnet armor, matching shorts, white armlets, and a taki headband on her arm worn opposite to how others sometimes wore theirs. A red cylindrical container leaned against the wall beside her. She had been resting with closed eyes when loud splashes woke her. 3 figures in rough brown garments and odd mouth masks entered. Their headbands bore the symbol of Amigakure, the village hidden in the rain. Fu stood up and glared at them. Fu demanded to know who they were. The intruders identified themselves as Team Oboro, demanded the hero's water, and threatened her life, claiming their god required it. Fu reacted with disbelief and dismissed their claim as nonsense. The ugly rain genin glared and warned the others that the hero's water belonged to Shibuki and told them to back off before she shoved their respirators at them. One of the rain genin answered with a water-style technique, forming a small water dragon that rose from the port and lunged straight at Fu. Fu grinned. The narrator explained that hosts of tailed beasts often developed abilities linked to the beasts inside them. Rashi, the host of the 4-tailed monkey, had gained lava release. Gaara drew sand and wind from his one tail. Killer Bee could expel ink thanks to his 8 tails. Fu's beast was the 3-tailed horned beetle, and while it did not grant flashy elemental powers, it provided one obvious advantage: massive strength. Fu sprang into the air and collided with the water construct, dispersing it from the impact. The 3 rain genin panicked. One of them compared her to a legendary ninja, but a sudden heavy blow sent him flying into a wall. Fu summoned a massive water release, a tornado of water that circled her and slammed into the remaining genin, hurling them into the walls. In fear, they dove into the water and swam away. Fu stretched her arms and sighed that the whole thing hadn't even been a little entertaining. Fu's seal allowed the 7-tailed beast to speak to her, and the beast urged ruthless action. Fu snapped at it and called it an oversized bug, insisting that if the attackers were the ones to start the fight, it did not make the village her problem. More splashes announced the arrival of dozens of rain ninja into the chamber, led by a black-haired, unsettling man whom the group recognized as Suein. Suein mocked Fu, asking whether she planned to steal the hero's water for herself and taunting her for remaining in such a run-down place. Fu growled that this was Shibuki's home, and although she did not care for the village, she would not abandon him. Suein laughed and continued to bait her, offering a head start if she handed over the water. Fu closed her eyes and then a red, bubbling aura swelled around her, taking the rough shape of a horned beetle. A large red chakra horn appeared on her head and a wing-like protrusion pushed from her back. Her eyes turned golden yellow. Because Shibuki's father had trained her, Fu could control a single tail's power and put it to use. Suein, startled, wondered aloud what she was, and then all hell broke loose as an arm of painful red chakra slammed into him, sending him reeling. The fox inside its seal sniffed the air and picked up the familiar scent of the 3 tails chakra. The oversized vixen smirked at the prospect that the 3 tails had a host who would use her power. The seal that suppressed the beast was also slowly returning some of the fox's in chakra that an earlier generation had sealed within himself, and that restoration was increasing both the fox's and Naruto's power. The seal was also binding certain traits to the boy's genetic structure, traits that could be passed down if he ever formed a family. The fox considered that once it was free, it would need to plan carefully because its release would have far-reaching consequences. The fox suspected that the seal's maker, Tayson, had mastered sealing techniques in a way few could, perhaps remnants of a clan long known for such skill. Meanwhile, the traveling trio of Shibuki, Naruto, and Haku arrived to find the village under attack. Hundreds of rain ninjas swarmed the area, and Shibuki ordered Naruto and Haku to protect the hero's water. Naruto and Haku protested that they were being overwhelmed, But Shibuki explained that the attackers were Rain Ninja and that a clash there could escalate into open war between Rain and Taki. He emphasized that they must avoid drawing Konoha into the conflict and insisted that Fu must have the hero's water hidden beneath a tree. Reluctantly, the two genin ran to follow his orders while Shibuki watched the invading force. On the battlefield, a massive water dragon made of water surged across the field and scattered several Rain Ninja. The Rain forces quickly surrounded their target and revealed their commander, a figure with striking orange hair, ringed purple eyes, and multiple piercings, wearing a familiar-looking necklace. The Rain Ninja bowed before him and declared him their god. Shibuki stared in disbelief. The commander announced that he had come for the host and the hero's water and demanded they hand them over. Before he could continue, a nearby fruit stand had its apples rise and break apart, then collapse as if crushed mid-air. With a sudden, harsh blast of wind from above a wind-release drilling air technique, several Rain Ninja were incapacitated and the rest were scattered. Taesun landed after the attack. Shibuki demanded to know who Taesun was and how he had entered the village. Taesun smirked beneath his hood and answered with sarcasm, suggesting that the village improve its security perhaps by getting a giant squid or sea serpent. A combatant noted that the others wore breathing apparatuses for underwater combat while the Deva Path did not need to breathe. He glared at the Deva Path and suggested they deal with their common enemy. He launched a powerful water attack and the battle began. Meanwhile at the lake, Haku and Naruto dashed toward the shore as a massive explosion erupted from the water. A green-haired, tanned girl was blasted up from beneath the surface and floated there, exhausted. A man with spiky black hair and a blue aura rose beside her, clutching a jug of clear water. The man taunted the girl, praising her power for defeating the Rain Shinobi and boasting that the last one had carried a chakra-canceling seal. He declared that, without the bug's help, she would be crushed, then he lunged at her with lethal intent. The girl forced herself to rise to defend, and Haku immediately used an ice technique to bind the attacker with ice restraints. The girl stared in shock at the strangers who had intervened. Naruto formed a ball of lightning in his hands and launched it at the man, sending him flying as he broke free of the ice. Haku and Naruto rushed to the down-tailed beast host by the water. Naruto checked on her, and the girl tried to stand but collapsed again, her chakra unstable from the seal's disruption. She insisted she was fine, though her tone was colder than Haku's ice technique suggested she truly felt. The man was not finished. He sneered at those helping the tailed beast host and prepared to demonstrate a secret hidden water village technique. A razor-sharp water sword formed in his hand as he propelled himself forward at terrifying speed. Haku summoned a defensive ice dome, then unleashed a sweeping ice assault of needles and a large wave, but the attacker shattered through them and continued pressing forward. Suddenly, an illusion technique paralyzed Haku and Naruto, leaving them unable to move. The attacker aimed for the defenseless girl, but Naruto threw himself in front of the strike, taking the full force. He collapsed to the ground, the blow devastating but not described in graphic detail. The girl cried out in alarm as the stranger had risked everything for her. The man laughed and introduced himself as Suein, certain he had killed the boy. Then Naruto began to glow. Inside the seal, another link brightened and revealed a mark that resonated with aura. Outside, the wound began to close as Naruto's chakra shifted. A blue ball of energy gathered in his hand, a mixture of returning spiritual chakra from the seal and the powerful energy of the nine-tailed fox. The sphere grew until it filled his palm. Naruto unleashed the sphere of blue chakra at Suein. The impact sent Suein skimming across the water's surface like a thrown stone before he found his balance. Fu, Haku, and Naruto forced themselves up to prepare for the next exchange. Suein charged again, proclaiming he was invincible because he held the hero's water. Haku formed a protective ice dome that Suein struck. The impact rattled the shoreline and left the ice cracked, but it had held for a time. Naruto formed another aura sphere and hurled it, but Suein's chakra shroud absorbed much of the blow. With a roar, Suein leapt into the sky, intent on crushing them. A towering water dragon erupted from the lake and barreled toward the three young ninjas. The blast slammed into them, sending them skidding along the shore until they dispersed into smoke. Naruto reappeared among them and, before Suein could take advantage, an enraged Fu struck Suan from behind. He crashed into the lake, and the hero's water jug tumbled into Naruto and Haku's hands. Fu landed beside them, grinning, and the three exchanged smiles at their coordinated effort. Their respite was brief. Suan forced himself up beneath the surface and roared that he was not finished. Naruto performed rapid hand signs and used a summoning technique. In a flash of smoke, Mr. Ostrich appeared, oddly standing on the water. The bird demanded why it had been summoned so far from safety. Fu looked puzzled by the talking ostrich. Naruto entrusted the hero's water to Mr. Ostrich and instructed him to take it to safety. The bird obliged and, with a surprising surge of energy, created multiple copies of itself to scatter and protect the water. The sight unsettled the assembled ninja. Suan considered capturing the bird, the ice girl, and the tailed beast hosts for a price, then launched a massive water tornado. Naruto countered with a storm technique, and the two whirling forces collided. Elsewhere, most of the ranged shinobi had fled as the Deva path continued its fight against Taesun and Shibiki. The various paths functioned most effectively together, and their coordinated assault kept Taesun and Shibiki on the defensive. It appeared that only the Deva path was present, as if their master had not expected much resistance. That assessment, however, was a mistake. Normally the Adatsuki worked in pairs, but oddly the Deva path's partner, Kanon, was not present. Perhaps she had returned to aim, or perhaps Kekkei had been underestimated. Or perhaps it was not Kekkei who had been underestimated at all, but the unexpected arrival of Taesun. Taesun sent a gravity orb that stopped a fire bullet and a water dragon jutsu from striking the Deva path, though the path still showed signs of weakening. Shibuki panted and noted that the attack was unreal, running low on chakra, while Taesun fared better. He observed that it was hard to believe there were 6 of them and that they should be glad only one had appeared. The Deva path demanded to know who they were and how they knew the information. Taesun smirked and introduced himself as Taesun Uzumaki, the Wanderer, the Remnant, the Seal Sage, the Scroll Master. He explained that Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan and a descendant of the same clan, had given him insight into their techniques, and hinted that it was for the Deva path to discover more. The Deva path unleashed a violent wind palm while Taesun countered with a hurricane gust. The two wind techniques collided in a massive explosion that flattened several nearby huts. Using the blast as cover, the Deva path moved behind Shibuki, who turned to face the threat. The Deva path followed with a fire dragon, and Shibuki met it with a water dragon bullet. The fire overwhelmed the water, striking Shibuki and sending him tumbling into a fish stall, where he fell unconscious. Taesun watched with a rueful smile, impressed by the sheer chakra force. Taesun admitted that such power made him wish he had the Rinnegan and wondered aloud at what Naruto could do with it. He then launched a lightning wave palm toward the Deva path. The Deva path answered with a great fireball technique, and the two attacks collided violently. The two combatants exchanged a tense stare afterward. The Deva path complimented Taesun and asked if he wished to join them. Taesun refused, stating that he would not join their organization. He declared that he had serious objections to the concept of murdering Jinchuriki and that he did not trust 2 particular members of the group. The Deva path argued that they would bring peace through pain. Taesun acknowledged the pain but insisted that there was another way to bring peace, and that Naruto would be the one to do it and revive their clan. When the Deva path asked why not him, Taesun explained that there were reasons he could not take that path, including moral ones, and that Naruto needed the power his seal could provide. Taesun then unleashed an aura sphere, which the Deva path blocked with a gravity orb and promptly redirected, destroying a nearby cabbage cart in the blast. Taesun clarified that he could not use certain techniques but believed Naruto, with his seal, could use them to achieve what had to be done. The Deva path declared that Taesun stood in their way and vowed that he would meet his end by the hands of the 6 paths of pain. Then the path teleported away. Taesun reacted with a small, wry expression and turned to observe the battle with Suan. He smiled as he watched. Elsewhere, Taesun urged Naruto, Haku, and Fu to show their power against Suan. Suan countered with a water explosion that launched himself into the air. He refused to relent. Naruto fired a thunderball that Suan used his aura to reflect, and then Suan was forced to reflect a dozen shuriken from Fu. Suan crashed down onto the surface of the water, sending waves streaming toward Fu, Haku, and Naruto. The three genin leapt aside to avoid the impact, and they noted that Suan's aura had begun to fade. Haku exhaled a frigid wind filled with ice crystals toward Suan, while Fu added an aura sphere to the assault and hurled shuriken into the mix. Fu then performed a shadow shuriken technique that multiplied the shuriken into thousands, surrounding Suan. The combined attack struck and sent him spiraling toward the lake. The trio celebrated, but their triumph was short-lived when Suan dissolved into water. It was a water clone. He then trapped them inside a watery sphere, grinning and declaring the fight over. Haku and the others maintained their focus. Haku's remaining chakra allowed her to create 2 demonic ice mirrors that produced reflections of herself. Suan was taken aback by the trick, and Haku followed with an ice senbon shower that struck from the mirrors as she teleported rapidly. The senbon pierced Suan's control of the water prison, allowing Fu and Naruto to break free and regain their breath. Naruto prepared to finish the fight with shadow clones. He created 5 clones and coordinated with Fu. The original Naruto kicked Suan into the air, a clone headbutt him farther, another struck him in the stomach, 2 combined for an extreme punch, and the final clone held onto Suan's limbs. Fu delivered a devastating dropkick that sent Suan hurtling back toward the lake. Haku then cancelled her mirrors and used ice release to freeze the surface of the lake into solid ice. Suan and the shadow clone that held him collided with the ice. The clone dispersed and Suan went limp. Haku collapsed from exhaustion, her chakra nearly spent, and Naruto and Fu were drained as well, but they had succeeded. Naruto supported Haku and together they limped back to shore, where Taesun watched with an approving smile. Later, villagers discovered that the Deva path had come seeking their Jinchuriki. They reacted by voting unanimously for the Jinchuriki's banishment. Shibuki managed to reinterpret the decision as a transfer to Konoha in exchange for funds to help rebuild, using resources from former Uchiha accounts. The transfer was arranged and preparations began. Now that the village's water was safe again, they began planning how to increase its protection. Taesun reminded them that he had saved Shibuki's life, and Fu smiled in response. Taesun acknowledged Shibuki's gratitude and accepted thanks for protecting Shibuki's cousin. Naruto and Haku looked toward Taesun as Shibuki expressed his debt. Shibuki pointed out that this man had been a missing ninja who had attacked them for no reason. Taesun explained that his earlier actions had been intended to grant a bloodline trait, that he had taken an ostrich summoning for testing, that he had been checking their defenses, and that some of his experiments had inadvertently given the team access to techniques learned by the Chunin, including the Chidori. Taesun admitted the mistake and looked embarrassed. He accepted responsibility and asked them not to be too hard on him. When Shibuki demanded to know what Taesun wanted, Taesun laughed and said he wanted the intruder stopped. Taesun reached into his pocket for a storage scroll and began producing more summoning contracts. He explained that he collected ancient and lost summoning contracts and created new ones. He considered the lake and the village's needs as he sifted through contracts, tossing a series of them to Naruto to hold while he considered options. Haku reacted in surprise at the growing pile of scrolls. Taesun explained that he had everything from small, useful summons to oddities. He joked about possibilities as he searched. He asked about the village's fishing habits and then, satisfied, handed a beaver summoning contract to Shibuki. Taesun said the beavers were natural builders and would be useful for the village. Shibuki accepted the scroll with reverence. Taesun laughed and said he had many contracts and could not use them all, so he could afford to share. He announced that he wanted to see the Uzumaki clan rebuilt in strength and believed artifacts like those contracts would help. He handed Naruto several more contracts, including one for a Tuatara, and urged Naruto to use them to strengthen his clan's presence. With that, Taesun chuckled and vanished in a swirl of leaves. The nearby ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Shibuki noted that Taesun was an odd fellow, but at least he seemed to be on their side. He told them it was time to return home, and led Fu to what would be her new home. Fu had tears in her eyes as she bade farewell. Shibuki assured Fu that they would meet again and expressed confidence that Naruto would bring happiness to Fu. Naruto blushed and Haku bristled at the implication. Fu flashed a mischievous grin, took Naruto's arm in a friendly, possessive gesture, and teased that Naruto would bring joy. Naruto seemed surprised and Haku grew more tense. The three of them exchanged playful, possessive claims over Naruto amid laughter, and Shibuki laughed at the mix of rivalry and good fortune in the moment. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a bright light filled a clearing in the forest, colors shifting through green, blue, and red as something arrived. In the land of lightning, the Raikage and his brother discussed the Chunin exams. The Raikage said he could see talent among his students and wanted to see them promoted, but the exams were not being held in his area this year and instead were occurring in Konoha. He asked whether he should send someone to participate. His brother warned that relations with Konoha were strained and that the Hyuga in particular could be formidable. The Raikage insisted he had it handled and suggested sending Yujito, but his brother pointed out the risks with a weary sigh. In the sand village, a boy with red hair and a strange gourd on his back stood on a rooftop under the moon, the dark rings around his eyes giving him a chilling presence. He whispered that he would soon provide for his mother, hinting at a dark devotion and determination. A short neutral beat bridge to the next events. Height 3 feet. Age 14. Weight 87 pounds. Missions completed. 1 official mission, B rank. Favorite food, honey. Wishes, to confront people from her village except for Shibuki. Jutsu, henge, water release, water tornado, tailed beast chakra arms, shadow shuriken jutsu, formation, Fukutu, with Naruto and Haku. Sasuke Uchiha. Height, 5.4 feet. Age 3. Weight, 95 pounds. Missions completed. 8 official missions, 7 D rank, 1 B rank. Favorite food, anything with tomatoes. Wishes, to fight Itachi and Naruto. Jutsu, henge, clone, substitution, fire release, fire snakes, fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix sage fire technique, fire release, dragon flame, water release, syrup capture field, chidori, fong passing fong, shadow possession jutsu. Sakura Haruno. Height, 5.1 feet. Age 3. Weight, 75 pounds. Missions completed. 8 official missions, 7 D rank, 1 B rank. Wishes, to fight Fu, Haku, Ino, and Hinata. Jutsu, clone jutsu, henge, substitution. Story concept, Clan Restoration Act, CRA. The Clan Restoration Act is an emergency law from long ago that allows a dying clan to take extraordinary measures to restore its numbers. Under the act, an eligible clan may arrange for multiple spouses to join the remaining heir in order to revive the clan population. The law sets standards for fair treatment and provision for those involved. A revised version of the act proposed by elders and a civilian council imposes stricter eligibility requirements and was controversial within the village. Team assessments, genin teams, teamwork, skill, stamina, intelligence, chemistry, scores 1 to 5. Team 7, teamwork 1, skill 3, stamina 3, intelligence 3, chemistry 1. Team 8, teamwork 3, skill 3, stamina 3, intelligence 3, chemistry 3. Team 9, teamwork 4, skill 3, stamina 4, intelligence 3, chemistry 3. Team 10, teamwork 5, skill 2, stamina 2, intelligence 5, chemistry 5. Team 11, teamwork 4, skill 4, stamina 5, intelligence 4, chemistry 4. Extra scene takes place after the next chapter. An extra scene at the village hot springs took place afterward but is not included here. Also on her redeeming quality list was that she was slowly moving out of her fangirl phase, though Haku had still seen prisoners with more flesh than this girl had. Ino leaned toward Sakura and taunted her, making disparaging comments about who belonged in the hot spring. Haku and Fu exchanged irritated glances. Sakura erupted in an angry tirade promising to win Sasuke's favor and to outdo those who mocked her, but Hinata stepped in and put an abrupt end to the confrontation. Hinata shoved Sakura out the window. Sakura fell into the tanks below with a terrified scream, the splash and commotion sending ripples through the water and shaking the building. Thanked Hinata for intervening. The newcomers entered the hot spring properly and the tense moment passed. Later, Haku and Fu noted Hinata's quiet confidence with some surprise. A brief truce settled over the group and Sakura, recovering, vowed again to pursue her own ambitions. Hokage's office, a week later. The Sandaime was beginning to feel the strain of his age. He longed to step down, but he had no obvious successor with the necessary qualifications. Shikaku and Kakashi were both reluctant. Hayashi might be able to do it, but neither he nor the Sandaime wanted to leave the Hyuga elders without oversight. The idea of Guy taking over was unthinkable to him. He privately hoped Naruto would stay steady and focused. The civilian and elder councils had managed to orchestrate a political maneuver that threatened stability. The Sandaime scrambled to adapt a law to cover Fu and the Nine-Tails situation and sent a message to Shibuki to coordinate protection. For years the councils had tried to gain influence over the Shinobi Council. With one more vote they could push through measures to benefit their own goals. The Sandaime had weathered many such attempts, and this one was no exception. The Shinobi Council was generally incorruptible, though the Sandaime knew small incentives sometimes swayed opinion. The councils brought up a vote to add a new seat to each of the two council bodies, excluding the elders. The Shinobi Council agreed, thinking it would gain another ally among their ranks. To their surprise, the Haruno family was granted clan status after a newly recognized ability surfaced in their line, and the Haruno secured a seat on the Shinobi Council. To counter the shift, the Sandaime nominated a civilian representative he trusted to replace the late Tuchi, giving his side parity. That move neutralized the immediate threat to Naruto. There was still a consequence. The council used the Haruno ability as justification to require Kakashi to focus on training a reconstituted Team 7 now including Sai, Sakura, and Sasuke, citing the potential danger of the new release. Meanwhile, Naruto's team, now Team 11 with Haku and Fu, continued their work and training together. Naruto received help managing his Kyuubi power from Fu and practiced chakra control with Haku. Fu refined her techniques with support from both Naruto and Haku. Haku trained to increase her chakra reserves with guidance from both teammates. They had recently completed a set of 14 D-rank missions, relying on Naruto's shadow clones for versatility, Haku's precise chakra control, and Fu's strength for tasks like clearing boulders. The earnings helped start Fu's savings and keep Naruto's and Haku's accounts afloat now that they shared a house in the old Yondaime district. Flashback: the day they returned. Naruto complained about being summoned, wondering aloud whether the civilian council accused him of a crime. The Sandaime dismissed the notion and explained instead that he had called Naruto to talk about his heritage. Naruto looked puzzled. The Sandaime said he had originally planned to wait until Naruto was older or more settled before revealing the details. However, with Naruto lacking housing because of the civilian councils and the awkwardness of using shinobi residences, staying another day in the Inuzuka household seemed risky. Naruto's bed had been placed in the room of an old Pomeranian that had lived in the clan since its founding. The clan had affectionately nicknamed the dog Old Puffball, or Puffy-san. The dog disliked Naruto, barked loudly, stole his shoes and nightcap, and even ate his ramen just to aggravate him. The Hokage then said it was time for Naruto to learn the truth about who he was. Naruto asked who he was, confused. Fu and Haku watched with interest. The Hokage explained that Naruto was the son of Uzumaki Kushina, the last Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Yondaime. At that revelation, Naruto fainted. Fu mentioned it was not a dream, which prompted another faint and an amused grin from Haku. Haku warned Naruto to wake up before testing a new ice release technique, and Naruto startled upright. They all chuckled. The Sandaime thought to himself that he should avoid making Haku or Fu angry. He then confirmed again that Naruto's full name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto tried to make sense of the connection. He reasoned that being Minato's son could explain the nine tails inside him and the sense of being born at the wrong time, but he could not understand why the truth had been kept secret or why nobody had remarked on their resemblance. The Hokage said he did not know for certain, though he suspected that some people had guessed, including Kakashi, a few observant ninja, and Mariboshi Kosuka. Naruto asked whether that was the 1,000-year genin. The Hokage agreed and asked for respect. noting that the man had his reasons for remaining at that rank. The Hokage added that Shikaku and even Puffy-san probably knew. Naruto reacted with mock outrage toward the dog. The Hokage laughed and recalled how Puffy-san and Minato had first met. They had not gotten along. Fu then steered the conversation back to Naruto. The Hokage explained why the relationship had been kept secret. First, if IWA had learned the truth, they would have hunted Naruto down out of spite. Inoki had never forgotten vendettas, and Minato had struck hard in past battles. Second, the council would have used Naruto to gain his father's seals and possessions and would have raised him in a way that might have made him far worse. The Hokage suggested that if Naruto had been raised from birth by the councils, the result could have been much darker than what they had now. Naruto accepted that at least he had a remarkable father. The Hokage revealed that Minato's house was hidden with powerful seals because Minato had taken precautions against Iwa's feelings and the council's machinations. The Hokage admitted he had given civilians too much leeway in his attempts to keep peace, which had backfired. He described some of Minato's reversed policies, joking that he had even allowed ninja to eat cheese again after a civilian ban. The younger ninja looked puzzled, and the Hokage explained the ban had stemmed from petty outrage over a festival, then returned to the main point. Minato's home was accessible only by a hidden kunai mechanism tied to his flying thunder god technique. Minato had kept 2 kunai, one at his home and one in the Hokage's office. The key would only work from the Hokage's office and required Minato's blood, or Kakashi's chakra, to operate. The Hokage said he kept the keystone for security until he could safely announce Naruto's heritage to the public. Naruto, Fu, and Haku were asked to be discreet about visiting the home and to refrain from doing anything inappropriate. Naruto fainted again, and Fu and Haku chuckled. 30 minutes later, Naruto opened his eyes to find Haku and Fu watching him with concern and the Sandaime patiently waiting at his desk with an Ika book. The Hokage had stationed Anbu on the roof and swept his tower for intrusions. He reported finding several listening and recording jutsu and even a remote detonation jutsu, which left him wondering if some groups intended harm should their campaign against Naruto escalate. When the flashback ended, the house the Hokage had described turned out to be quite lovely. It was 3 stories tall, with 9 bedrooms and room to expand, and it seemed Minato had hoped to restart the Uzumaki clan there. Sadly, rebuilding a clan is complicated when the surviving members are limited. Anbu had cleaned the place thoroughly, and Naruto finally had his own bed again with no Pomeranian to bother him. Naruto knew that Sasuke, Sakura, and the councils had tried to follow or demand to be shown the new home, but he and his companions had laughed off those attempts. Haku had even once tested the ice release ball implosion on a Chunin under civilian council control. The technique had left the man with memory loss from the shock, and the Hokage had declared the technique forbidden. Naruto discovered a library of seals in the house and quickly understood why the Hokage wanted them protected. There were seals for mundane tasks like speeding up pancake cooking and others with far more significant effects. In theory, the council could have created a system of incentives and punishments that required little chakra or skill to activate, though making them would present challenges. Naruto did not hesitate to explore. He quickly saw the Uzumaki clan's famed skill with seals at work. On his own, Naruto created a new anti-Sharingan seal for Fu and deduced that the 6-pronged web seal on Fu's back that sealed the 9 tails inside her was a lower grade than his own 8-element seal, about the same level as the iron armor seal. They also secured the accumulating summoning scrolls. Fu had signed the beetle contract, and the beetles treated her like a princess for housing their queen, which delighted her. Haku had signed aligned penguin and rabbit contracts and had developed a decent relationship with both. Naruto found a note tucked inside the Tuatara scroll that warned him not to use any of the scrolls until he obtained his father's contract from a certain sage. Naruto resolved to confront that sage until he obtained the contract. He also imagined how useful some of the summons would be for pranks and unusual experiments. The team waited for a mission assignment. The mission leader informed Naruto, Haku, and Fu that they were being given a B-rank mission to the Land of the Sea to investigate rumors of Orochimaru activity. The leader explained that the challenging assignment would prepare them for the middle-rank exams and that sending them away would ease the council's scrutiny of their housing. Naruto grinned at the news. Fu assured the leader that they could be counted on, and she was quietly pleased that she had packed a swimsuit. They discovered a sealed forbidden technique among the records and left it untouched. Wave Bridge. On the coast of the Wave Country at dawn, the Great Naruto Bridge stood with a damaged support. A section the size of a young teenager had fallen away due to a construction mistake and needed replacement, but the recovering country had trouble finding cement or stone. The whole was being held up by a peculiar junior ninja with an appearance stranger than most. Rock Lee had black hair shaped like a bowl, enormous eyebrows, and very wide eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with his forehead protector tied on as a belt and orange leg warmers. Niji asked Lee what he was doing. Niji, a junior ninja with pale eyes and brown hair, asked because the bridge's support was failing. Lee explained that he had chosen to test his endurance by holding the support himself. He said he had been there 12 hours and, despite thirst and odd hallucinations, he would not leave his post until their teacher and Tenten returned with supplies. Lee's manner was exaggerated even by the standards of his teammates and their eccentric teacher. Niji pointed out the bridge's weight and warned Lee that holding his bladder for too long could cause harm and that he should drink water. Lee briefly removed his arm, gave a thumbs up, and promised to hold the support until their teacher returned. He added that, should he fail, he would run across the bay and back while yodeling to atone. Niji felt uneasy. Lee had adopted all of their teacher's dramatic self-discipline and antics. Niji, carrying burdens from his past, felt the weight of old traumas and complicated feelings about his family. He asked politely to borrow a sip from Lee's canteen because his own was empty. Land of the Sea Seaside Village. The village on the coast reminded Naruto, Haku, and Fu of Wave. The settlement consisted of wooden buildings dotting the shore and looked poor, though not as destitute as Wave had been. The atmosphere lacked the deep hopelessness they had once encountered there, and the sea view was pleasant. Fu had been about to call it a dump before Naruto interrupted and pointed out the similarity to Wave. Haku reminded them not to focus on the village's economy. They were there to search for Orochimaru or anything else unusual and agreed to regroup in an hour to compare findings. Secret underground area of Konoha. Danzo questioned a root operative about his tenure as a junior ninja in the root unit. Sai replied in an emotionless tone that Team 7 showed signs of dangerous emotional imbalance. Sai reported that Sakura lacked comparable talent while Sasuke demonstrated significant ability, but that Sasuke's power had fostered arrogance. Sai noted that Kakashi was reluctant to teach them but had been assigned as their instructor by the council. Danzo acknowledged potential in several younger shinobi: Fu, the Hyuga trained by the energetic and eccentric Might Guy, a promising Aburame child, and a few others. He considered some candidates unsuitable for root duty. One Hyuga appeared too weak, the flashy imitator of their teacher was too eccentric, and the Inuzuka required a partner animal to perform effectively, which would attract attention. Domination of root by stealth and deniability explained the absence of Inuzuka operatives. Danzo approved the report and told the operative to continue his duties. He then turned away and sighed. He blamed the decisions of the civilian and elder councils for much of the village's difficulties and held the Sandaime, Hiruzen Sarutobi, partially responsible for policies that had allowed excessive council influence over ninja affairs. They also filled the ranks with unreliable civilian ninja. While he had some skilled people in his root, such as Sai, those outside his system were not trained well enough to be truly effective. Ninja either had to be raised by other ninja or taken from non-ninja parents, or else they showed weakness. Undisciplined women were treated as temporary fixtures, attaching to skilled fighters like parasites, like that Haruno who was with the Uchiha. Others simply lacked the special techniques, like the student of Guy who only threw weapons recklessly. One day, when he became the village leader, he intended to address these inadequacies and correct the flaws of the village's forces. No more fangirls, reckless weapons throwers, or emotionally unstable hosts of tailed beasts. They would all be trained his way. He planned to remove excess emotions and train them to be disciplined warriors. No anger, no jealousy, and none of that sentimental affection. Children should not be born from casual attachments. He believed births should be guided by the right combination of genetics. For example, in his view, Crossbreeding a tailed beast host with a Hyuga could in theory create offspring with both the special chakra and the Hyuga's abilities, allowing the gentle fist to permanently seal a chakra point and make the art even more potent. He would also enforce a strict dress code. Ninja whose attire he judged indecent like Enko's net suit or Guy and his family's jumpsuits would be reformed, and he would even alter their eyebrows because he considered those fashions unnatural. Back in the Wave Country, Naruto was having no luck. No one there had even heard the name Orochimaru. Most ninja who knew the name cringed or only encountered it in cautionary tales, but here in the civilian center there was ignorance instead of fear, and there were no shinobi to consult. A commotion interrupted Naruto's thoughts. A girl about his age, with black hair and a blue dress and wrapped in bandages, was being shoved out of a fruit market. Villagers pushed coins toward the vendor and shouted that she was a monster as she was forced into the street. Naruto, remembering how people in his own village had treated others and hearing how Fu had described similar mistreatment back in Kekkei, felt compelled to help. He moved toward her to assist and asked if she was all right. The girl stared at him with dark eyes and pushed herself to her feet, saying she was fine with no visible emotion. Naruto offered to carry her groceries, but she declined with obvious distrust and hurried away. Fu and Haku appeared behind Naruto, and Fu asked whether he had any luck. A brief exchange followed. None of them had found what they were looking for. Fu demanded to know who the girl was. Naruto admitted he did not know, only that the villagers had treated her like a demon and kicked her out despite her having money, which sounded familiar to him. Fu and Haku exchanged looks and agreed it was similar to home, and Fu wondered why a tailed beast host would be in the area. Haku suggested following the girl, noting that if Orochimaru might be nearby and the girl was being unusually hated, the two matters could be connected. Fu and Naruto hesitated, and Fu playfully argued about who would have first chance to spend time with the girl, prompting an awkward but light-hearted dispute before they remembered they were on a mission. A short pursuit led them along the coast to a deserted beach where the girl's tracks abruptly ended. Haku wondered whether she had gone into the water to lose them. Naruto pointed out that the girl had not known she was being followed, so she would have had no reason to hide her tracks. The mention of the villagers' treatment made Naruto angry. Fu admitted she felt tempted to use shadow clones and a few twisters to teach the place a lesson, and Haku joked about joining in on the plan. They were interrupted before anyone could act. From out of nowhere, an earth-style technique called three-limb bind rose from the sand and restrained the feet of Naruto, Fu, and Haku. They struggled, but the earthen binds held. A voice mocked them, and a large throwing star flew toward Naruto. Haku quickly used a summoning technique to call a white rabbit guardian. The rabbit spun its long ears like a shield and knocked the star off course into the surf, then vanished. The voice taunted them again. Naruto recognized the speaker and cursed the name in his mind when Mizuki appeared, laughing and jeering. A blue-haired man with a hint of madness in his eyes stepped forward and mocked them further. Haku accused him of trying to kill Naruto earlier. Mizuki reveled in the scene and boasted about having prevented Haku from using illusion techniques. Mizuki launched an earth-style attack, creating a large crack in the sand that linked to the ocean and caused the three to tumble toward the surf. Haku formed an ice-style dome to protect them from sinking and to give them a chance to recover. Mizuki shouted that they would not get away that easily and pressed his advantage. Elsewhere, on Demon Island, someone asked whether the newcomer Orochimaru had sent to inspect operations had arrived. Amachi, the short, graying man in charge of the facility, welcomed them, but his greeting was cut short by a sharp interruption from Tayuya. Tayuya, a fiery red-headed kunoichi in pale brown and white attire with a strange purple tube-like belt, spoke with clear irritation and a disdainful look in her brown eyes. She presented Amachi with an official-looking letter from Orochimaru. Amachi examined it with a curious grin and commented on its contents in a tone of dark amusement. Tayuya responded with impatience and anger, making it clear she had no desire to follow the order. She shoved the letter toward him and left the matter unresolved. Demon Island. Tayuya was many things: the swearing queen of the sound and the demonic flutist, but she was in an unusually poor mood. She had never wanted to be anywhere near Orochimaru and resented being ordered around. Among the Sound Four, she had been the only one who had not come to him on her own. She had not sought power or fame. Her clan, the Mafew, a group of demon summoners from the land of demons and the keepers of a rare summoning contract, had been attacked 6 years earlier when she was a child. Orochimaru and an associate, both wearing the black cloaks with red clouds, had arrived seeking the clan's secrets. The clan fought bravely, but they were overwhelmed and wiped out. She had escaped because her mother had told her to run, and she had lived on the streets of a swamp land for 3 years until Orochimaru found her and took her into his service. She recognized him and attempted to flee, but Orochimaru subdued her and placed a cursed seal on her neck. The cursed seal caused her intense pain for days and left her unable to rest or think properly for a time. While the new power it offered was intoxicating, it also became the instrument of her enslavement. Her cursed seal differed from the others among the Sound Four. Each seal had been adapted to its host's abilities. Jirobo's amplified his physical strength, Kidamaru's enhanced his control of a unique ability, and Sakan and Yukon's were tied to their fusion technique. Taiyuya's seal functioned as a form of compelled obedience, activating when Orochimaru issued commands. She resented the control it gave him. Orochimaru had his sights set on a young Uchiha whose Sharingan he coveted, hoping to gain access to that power for his own ends. He planned to use the cursed seal's influence to lure the boy within reach, showing him paths to greater power in order to manipulate him. Orochimaru intended to secure that power for his experiments and future plans by any means necessary. Taiyuya and several other genin had been assigned to support a long-term project in Otogekure intended to produce a line the leader could exploit for his purposes. The operation involved careful genetic and laboratory procedures rather than anything crude, and it required specific reagents held by Amachi. With a resigned sigh, Taiyuya followed Amachi into the main laboratory. On the shore of Demon Island, Naruto collapsed onto the beach, relieved to finally be on solid ground, and Fu and Haku showed clear relief as well. Because of Mizuki's interference, the three of them had been knocked into the sea inside an ice dome and set adrift by the current. It had been a grueling 6 hours, cold and confined, with no way to escape their cramped enclosure. After a few much-needed breaks, Naruto, Fu, and Haku decided to move inland and look for shelter. Haku suggested they search the island for a village or any signs of habitation. Naruto and Fu agreed. Naruto wondered aloud whether this might be the island the mysterious girl had come from, and Haku admitted to feeling uneasy. Fu remained on edge and made it clear she would protect Naruto if the situation turned dangerous. She squeezed a rock in her hand as a silent warning to any potential threat. Naruto nodded and scanned the horizon as the sun began to sink, then noticed something green rising from the water near a cluster of rocks. The green figure glanced at them and then moved through the rock as if passing through a doorway. Naruto, Fu, and Haku exchanged surprised looks and agreed they should investigate. Inside the lab, Taiyuya scowled at the rows of specimens suspended in green liquid and demanded to know what was happening in the laboratory. Amachi responded proudly, describing the work as the site where progress and research were conducted. A tense exchange followed as she made clear she was only there under orders and felt little loyalty to the project that had taken so much from her. Amachi indicated that the materials he held were essential to the leader's plans, and Taiyuya, still resentful, moved on under duress to complete the task she had been commanded to perform. Taiyuya raised an eyebrow and observed that with the facility's resources he could create anything: a spider that breathed fire, a rat capable of chewing through steel, or even an entirely new bloodline limit. Amachi confirmed that this was indeed a new bloodline limit and then explained his progress in developing the ultimate water bloodline limit. He said it allowed the user to breathe underwater, withstand extreme pressure, and increase overall strength and resilience tenfold. He added that his prototype had already been a success, having destroyed 5 ships and brought him supplies, food, and even a PlayStation. Taiyuya looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and contempt. Amachi joked that even an evil scientist enjoyed a bit of Guitar Hero now and then added that he had tested his creation's mental faculties and found no decrease. A running noise interrupted them, and they turned as the girl who had been injured earlier entered, her bandages gone and the areas they had covered now coated in green scales. Taiyuya felt sickened by the cruelty and looked away. Amachi asked the girl how the swim had gone and whether there had been any unusual occurrences or defects. The girl looked down and replied that the swim had been fine and there had been no problems. Amachi then warned that if she did not obey, he would not make her human again when the experiment was completed. Tayuya glared, remembering that such changes were often irreversible from her past experiences, and knew the scientist was treating them as expendable. Tayuya thought that if Orochimaru had not sent her to fetch the FRTLY drags from this man, she might have pushed him off a cliff. She reminded herself that once she had the drags she could still do that, since nothing in her orders forbade it. Amachi then mentioned that when he arrived on the island he had encountered 3 others. He reached for an earpiece and ordered Mizuki to deal with the intruders, reminding Mizuki that Amachi had released him. In the cave, Naruto, Fu, and Haku moved through dimly lit corridors of the unknown facility. Haku nervously took Naruto's hand, and Fu gripped his other hand in a show of solidarity. Fu tried to lighten the mood by complimenting the place's evil atmosphere, and Naruto muttered a casual retort. Suddenly a dark shape whirled down the passage, an incoming Fuma shuriken. The team dropped to the ground as the shuriken sailed over them and embedded itself in the floor. An ominous series of laughs echoed through the cave. Mizuki became visible from the shadows and taunted them, calling them the fox and his companions and saying he preferred to prolong their suffering rather than have them crushed quickly. Naruto remembered having surprised Mizuki once before and vowed that things would be different now, confident that he had grown stronger since their last encounter. Mizuki responded by throwing another Fuma shuriken, initiating an attack that launched a swarm of 30 of the deadly weapons toward the group. Haku reacted by summoning a gust of wind, using a wind technique called Frosty Wind to alter the shuriken's trajectories and blow most of them away so they struck the ground harmlessly and vanished in small puffs of smoke. Mizuki cursed under his breath and formed hand signs to unleash an earth technique, Sinkhole. Spiraling earth opened beneath the trio's feet and began to pull them down. The team prepared to escape, then grinned and vanished into smoke shadow clones. Fu lunged forward and struck Mizuki with a fierce kick, sending him into the wall and creating a breach. Mizuki pulled himself up and, still defiant, hurled another insult and used Earth Style. 3-limb bind to trap Naruto, Haku, and Fu with rolling earth. Naruto demanded to be released, but Mizuki explained that he had prepared delayed explosive tags on the cave walls so he could escape while the trio was incapacitated. The trio responded by forming more shadow clones and reinforcing the damaged wall with an earth release wall technique decorated with beetle-like markings. As smoke filled the room, their clones multiplied, and the explosive tags detonated in a wave of fire that surged through the chamber. After the blast subsided and the smoke cleared, Fu concluded that Mizuki had probably been caught in the explosion and could not have survived. The 3 took a moment to recover and then agreed to continue searching for the green-scaled girl. Back in the laboratory, the explosions had shaken the facility and startled Isarabi, Tayuya, and Amachi. The scientist smiled and suggested that Mizuki had handled the intruders. Amachi speculated that Mizuki might have blown himself up by accident. Tayuya shouted that she had warned him not to take certain actions, but she was cut off as streams of water rose from the nearby ocean and restrained her while a massive shape emerged from the sea. Tayuya demanded to know what he was doing as she writhed in pain. The scientist laughed and called the creature his Yumebozu, his ultimate creation, an indestructible construct now absorbing data about her curse mark. He told her to offer any last words because he had not yet fixed its voice module. Tayuya growled in response. The scientist accused the man who formerly funded his work of foolishly cutting off resources and declared his intent to take that man's work and use it to destroy him. Amachi proclaimed that with Yumebozu and his future creations he would take over the sea and rule as the first marine emperor. Tayuya reacted with fury and refused to be coerced. Amachi dismissed her, insisting that the sea held everything: gold, silver, iron, and endless opportunity for those who could control it. He explained in cold detail that from the sea he would raise an army, plunder its riches, and strike the lands without warning, beginning with sound, then fire, then lightning, until his power spread everywhere. He added that, for now, Yumebozu needed 2 full meals to reach its true power and turned his attention toward Isaribi. Isaribi protested that he had promised otherwise, but Amachi admitted he had lied. A column of water from Yumibozu seized Isaribi and drew her in. She struggled and began to transform. Green scales spread across her skin and fins formed on her hands. Tayuya recoiled and accused Amachi of cruelty. Amachi laughed and watched as his own form changed, his clothes tearing as he took on a bluish-green shape similar to Isaribi's. Amachi declared his intention to perfect his ultimate form and be the first Marine Emperor. Before he could finish, a blue sphere of energy struck him from the shadows and sent him crashing into a wall. Naruto, Fu, and Haku burst into the corridor, breathing hard. Haku noted the confusing hallways as they tried to catch their breath. Naruto steadied himself and looked at Isaribi, who was struggling with her feelings about being labeled a monster. She confessed that she felt like a freak. Naruto responded that he had seen much worse and would not let anyone be consumed by Yumibozu. Isaribi blushed at the concern, and Fu and Haku reacted with guarded annoyance at Naruto's lack of familiarity with her name. Amachi, rising again, observed Naruto and identified him as a Jinchuriki. He commanded Yumibozu to devour them and steal their strength. The water behemoth sent tendrils to seize Fu, Haku, and Naruto, but Naruto summoned a storm technique that formed a twister to disrupt and draw in the tendrils. He redirected that energy into a water spout that struck Yumibozu and knocked it down. Isaribi and Tayuya collapsed to the floor, panting for air. Before they could recover, Haku formed an ice dome to shield Isaribi, Tayuya, and Naruto as Yumibozu reformed and slammed down on them. Amachi charged into the fray, proclaiming that Yumibozu was immortal and that his dynasty would be eternal. The confrontation continued in fast, non-graphic, anime-style combat as each side unleashed techniques and defenses in a desperate struggle for control. Later, in a town known for its hot springs, Taesun sat in a coffee shop sipping decaf across from a tall, red-headed woman who wore a black tank top and shorts with fishnet armor on her arms and legs. She smirked and teased that Naruto had attracted attention, but Taesun sighed and insisted that Naruto had not been acting to attract anyone intentionally. The woman objected loudly to a nickname he used, and Taesun explained that the young heir's nature naturally drew others to him. She admitted she had tried to influence events to ensure certain outcomes, and Taesun expressed discomfort with some of her methods. He reminded her that she lacked skill with seals and that her suggestions could have unintended consequences. She argued that arranging alliances and connections was necessary to revive their clan and that one of the girls, Tayuya, would serve a strategic purpose despite her ties to Orochimaru. Taesun warned that treating people like pieces in a game was wrong. She conceded the point and their conversation ended with both of them acknowledging the complexity of their plans and the responsibility they bore for the decisions they made. Fluffy glared and told him that they had a hermit to catch. He corrected her, insisting that he had a hermit to catch. Taunting voice added that a lady of her caliber would trap old Jiraiya easily, which made Fluffy snap that she must never be called that again. Demon Island. Amachi lashed out with his webbed hand, raking the ice and scoring the surface. He growled and jumped back. He declared that the ice dome could not protect forever and formed a water technique, firing a concentrated water bullet from his mouth. The projectile struck the ice at a crack and widened it. Naruto, who had never been strong in science, asked how that had worked. Amachi grinned and explained that water above 0 degrees melted the ice in the crack, making it expand until the structure failed. He smashed his fins into the widened fracture and the ice dome shattered. Yumibozu lowered a tentacle to strike. Fu unleashed an earth technique, raising a wall that blocked the tentacle's blow. Tayuya looked serious and pointed out that they had to handle both the massive fish-like man and the giant living blob of water. She instructed their long-range specialists to deal with the water mass while the rest focused on the fish. Fu reacted with irritation when someone challenged her authority. Tayuya bristled at a jab about her figure, and Naruto stepped between them to insist they fight only after the monsters were handled. The two women blushed and fell silent, Tayuya attempting to hide her annoyance. Amachi laughed and pressed a remote. Trapdoors opened and released giant, mutated animals: cats, dogs, bears, rats, and a 5-headed spider. Tayuya scowled and snapped that they had no time for all of them, then prepared a summoning technique. Fu, Haku, and Naruto followed, and each performed a summoning technique. 3 large humanoid figures with covered eyes and sealed mouths, a giant green and black beetle, a dark-furred rabbit, and an ostrich appeared. The ostrich glared and demanded to know who had called him. Tayuya drew a flute and explained that she needed to focus to control her creatures and would leave the rest to the others. She played, and the 3 summoned beasts leapt into the fray. Naruto urged the ostrich forward, and the bird sighed at the implied lack of payment before charging in. The dark rabbit, Shirobito, attacked a mutant cat with a sinister grin. Jubito, the beetle, launched into the sky to confront foes. The remaining 4 prepared to fight Amachi and his creation. Fu addressed Isaribi and Haku, asking them to handle Amachi while she confronted the water blob. After dodging another blow from the blob, the battle began in earnest. Against Yumebozu, Fu turned a tendril strike into an explosion with her water technique, but the creature reconstituted and swiped again. Naruto formed an aura technique, shaping an energy sphere in his hands and hurling it at the beast to sever one of its arms. The creature reformed and slammed down, forcing Naruto and Haku to leap away. They lamented how hard it was to finish the thing. Fu suggested aiming for the glowing yellow core at the center of the creature. Naruto tried a lightning technique, forming a thunderball of static electricity and launching it at the core, but the attack dissipated as if hitting something solid. When ice spikes formed from the creature itself, they melted almost at once, so freezing it would not be effective either. Naruto muttered that they might need fire-based techniques, but none of them had the right element available. Naruto formed multiple duplicates with a duplication technique. Each duplicate outfitted a kunai with an explosive tag and sent them all at once. He then used a kunai duplication technique to multiply the projectiles into a storm of knives, which struck and caused the creature to dissolve into water. The explosions occurred behind it, and the team sighed at the setback. Against Amachi, Fu had better success against Amachi and managed to slam him into a wall. Isaribi moved more like someone trained in rigging and demolition than a ninja, using explosive traps rather than elegant battlefield techniques. She could slash a foe but lacked the agility for complex maneuvers. Amachi proclaimed himself the future Ocean Lord and the successor of a figure he called Neptune. Fu produced a water tornado and collided with him, but Amachi laughed, shrugged off the attack, and fired a concentrated water bullet that sent her flying. Isaribi charged in to distract him and struck hard. Amachi caught her and applied a choking hold. He taunted them and boasted that he would benefit more if he had used a trained fighter for his experiments. As he tightened his grip, Fu suddenly struck from nowhere and slammed him into the wall. Her eyes had glowed a pale gold. She had entered her initial host state. Fu checked on Isaribi, who nodded that she was all right. Amachi rose and, taken aback by the power of a tailed beast host, admitted it was more than he expected. He declared that he would use them to further his plans to rule the ocean. Fu snapped back at him, furious at the talks of conquest. All around, the battle had become desperate. The summoned animals Shirobito and the ostrich had returned to their summoning realms, exhausted. The Doki bore fresh battle marks, and Jubitoru panted from exertion. Tayuya was running low on chakra, and strange line patterns spread across her from the curse mark. Isaribi lay on the ground, too exhausted to continue, while Fu and Amachi kept trading punches and the occasional water technique from Amachi. Haku was nearly out of chakra and collapsed to the ground, and Naruto panted alongside her. Yumebozu, hardly worse for wear, roared and sent a water tendril flying toward Naruto. Naruto slammed his hand into the ground and unleashed a surge of lightning. Tendrils of electricity struck the incoming limb and forced it to explode. He then followed with a spinning spiral of water that pierced the glowing center of Yumebozu. The creature screamed and began to crumple. Naruto smiled and moved to help Haku to her feet, asking if she was all right. She nodded, then her eyes widened as she warned Tayuya to watch out. Tayuya spun around and found her legs bound by the reformed Yumebozu. Tayuya played her flute to send her summon creatures to attack the tendril while Jubitor battled the last mutant animal. The summons swung at the monstrosity but were struck by a new tentacle and disappeared. The remaining tendril lunged straight at Taiyuya like a spear. Taiyuya activated a substitution technique and vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing next to Haku in the spot Naruto had just occupied. Naruto had taken the hit. Haku and Taiyuya cried out in alarm as Naruto began to glow red. The water spear evaporated and his wounds started to heal. Haku breathed a grateful sigh and credited the fox spirit for the recovery. Taiyuya regarded Naruto with new interest, noting that the Nine-Tails host had a striking presence. Inside the seal on Naruto's body, a new mark appeared, Scorch. Naruto activated the Scorch ability and sent out rolling waves of heat. Steam rose from Yumibozu as the creature desperately tried to draw seawater to replenish itself. The resulting heat drenched everyone nearby. Fu observed that it was perfectly timed. Taiyuya complained that she would end up smelling awful from the heat. Haku panted from the exertion and adjusted her clothing briefly for comfort because of the rising temperature. One of the men cried out that he could not breathe as his scales began to vanish. Isaribi looked at her own hands and saw her scales fading as well. Naruto, curious about the change, wondered if he could now use the fire techniques as effectively as his water and lightning techniques. He formed a ball of flame and, using the same motion as before, launched it like a pitcher. The fire struck Yumibozu's core. The overheated sea creature flared and collapsed into the ocean, destroyed for good. Amachi protested that his creature had been destroyed, now that he was returned to normal by the scorch effect. Isaribi, restored, grabbed the man by his shirt and, in retaliation, threw him into the sea. His shirt tore as he skidded across the harsh stone, and he fought desperately to reach the surface while calling out for help and admitting he had no chakra and could not swim. The others exchanged incredulous looks. Fu found it laughable that someone who wanted to rule the ocean could not swim. Taiyuya giggled at the man's foolishness. Someone moved to finish the job and used a large water technique that summoned a powerful surge, sweeping the doctor away out to sea. Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village, Koharu and Hamura confronted the village leader, Hiruzen, vehemently urging him not to allow the boy and his team into the intermediate ninja exams. They argued that the presence of the two-tailed beast hosts should bar the team from promotion. Hiruzen responded that Naruto was not the Nine-Tails itself, that Fu was not the Seven-Tails, and that Haku was not a spy. He maintained that they were skilled young shinobi worthy of the promotion. Koharu and Hamura insisted that keeping the two hosts at the junior rank allowed the village to control them, but Hiruzen warned that if they tried to block Team 11, then Team 7 would be barred as well. The two women fell silent at his stern warning. Hiruzen made it clear they should not test his authority. Back on the island, Isaribi, now normal again, hugged Naruto with tears of joy, drawing scowls from the other girls. Isaribi thanked Naruto warmly. He smiled and demurred that it had been no problem. Naruto noticed a small green mark on Isaribi's arm and examined it briefly. He explained that the Scorch ability had likely burned out the imperfections in the other's powers, making them controllable now. The girls exchanged puzzled looks. Naruto attributed the effect to a sealing trait that ran in his clan, which made seals respond differently around him. Isaribi closed her eyes and briefly allowed scales to reappear over her body before retracting them. She smiled at the change. Naruto said that while she might not be cured, at least she would no longer need extensive bandaging. Taiyuya considered this and then asked Naruto, noting the curse mark on her own neck, whether he thought it could be removed. Naruto admitted he had no special expertise with seals beyond what came naturally to him but examined the mark. When Taiyuya asked where he'd gotten his own seal, she looked away and said it had come from Orochimaru. Her expression changed at the revelation. The others looked at her in confusion when she asked how she could say that. Taiyuya's hands were shaking as she asked what they meant. She explained that the curse mark usually kept her from revealing things like that, but around them she could speak freely and she wished she could stay. Naruto, curious, asked why and said they had plenty of room. Fu raised an eyebrow. She knew Naruto was only being kind, but she still felt a little possessive. Taiyuya warned that bringing in two people of strategic importance, one an insider for Orochimaru and one someone with a new Kekkei Genkai, would give the enemy legal standing to expose the location of their hideout. The Sand Daimyo would be unable to stop them if they claimed such a major restriction. Naruto groaned at how true that was. She added that, while she could pretend to have died, Orochimaru had at least 3 spies in Konoha whose names she did not know, and that he planned to infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exams and later invade. Everyone's eyes went wide. Naruto urged that they had to get this to Aji immediately and promised they would be discreet and not use her name. Tayuya smiled and said she would tell them the cave had flooded and the old man was nowhere to be found. That would be true enough, and after the invasion she would try to catch up with them. Naruto smiled. Tayuya giggled that this was probably the longest he had gone without cursing. She teased him playfully and then vanished in a body flicker. Naruto fainted. Fu grabbed him by the ankle and dragged him out amid the irritated noises from Fu, Haku, and Isaribi. She grumbled that he had won that round, then went out to look for Amachi's boat. Isaribi told Haku that she would be going her own way for now. With her problem under control, she wanted to travel and see the sights, but she promised they would see each other again. She reverted to her scaled form and dove into the deep. Haku sighed at the thought that there were now 2 more people interested in Naruto. Scorch release, heat wave. Kekkei Genkai B. Description: evaporates nearby water, causing the air to become extremely hot. Fire release, fireball. Description: compresses fire into a ball to be thrown at an opponent. In a meat locker, Tayson grinned and mocked the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Toad summoner and writer of the infamous romance novels, saying it was almost laughable that his associate had captured him so easily. Jiraiya hung from above with his hands bound and a Senjutsu chakra-suppressing seal on his upper leg. The large man shivered from something that was not the cold. Taesun's associate argued that the woman who had captured Jiraiya was not normal and even worse than Tsunade, insisting that at least Tsunade had never tried to manipulate him. Fluffy countered that Tsunade had morals and added that he knew Jiraiya's weaknesses, evident in his writing, which made Jiraiya grin. Taesun chuckled at the idea that anyone could be a fan of his literary genius. Fluffy mocked the claim and the 2 traded barbs about the usefulness of Jiraiya's books to their plans. Jiraiya looked astonished at an earlier comment about the necessity of certain measures. The others laughed and bantered about his work. In a sudden move, Fluffy produced a taser and briefly shocked Jiraiya, who yelped until the shock stopped and he coughed. Fluffy explained that they needed Jiraiya coherent and sane. When asked who he was, Tayson announced himself as Tayson Uzumaki, a seal master of Whirlpool. Jiraiya's expression registered shock at that name. Tayson's mention of the Uzumaki family prompted a stunned exchange about Naruto's place among them. Tayson remarked that Naruto was the last known Uzumaki and the hope of the clan's eventual rebirth as well as a member of the Namikaze line, which alarmed Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked how Tayson knew such things. Tayson replied that he kept informed. He also questioned Jiraiya about why he had been spending his time with distracting company instead of watching over his godson, a matter Jiraiya tried to defend. Tayson scolded him for trusting the council's misinformation. Hearing that the council had misled Jiraiya, Tayson vowed to punish those responsible, and Jiraiya bowed his head and muttered apologies to Minato and Kushina for his perceived failures. Tayson at least appeared sympathetic and reminded Jiraiya that, while he had not completely failed, he had provided the boys' trust fund and academy tuition, he could still do more. The group warned Jiraiya that he needed to return to Konoha quickly because the Chunin exams were about to start and Naruto would need training. They explained that members of the council and a recent addition from the Haruno family had managed to draw his sensei Kakashi's attention away by creating a political spectacle, leaving Naruto and his new teammates without proper guidance. Kakashi had been forced to focus on those political issues, and the idiots on the council were dangerously focused on undermining Naruto's future. Jiraiya noted there were 2 new teammates involved and the others joked lightly about the situation and about Jiraiya's interest in his godson's prospects. Fluffy insisted that he planned to keep the boy safe and not allow him to be exploited for anyone's ends. Jiraiya expressed his desire to see his godson, but Tayson refused to release him at that moment. Fluffy admitted he remained bound by his clan's duty and intended to serve that duty as long as he lived, though he did not expect that to last forever. Once the young friend obtained all 9 of the Kekkei Genkai, an elder explained that he and Fluffy would cease to exist. The elder revealed that he had once had a wife until an Uchiha destroyed his village and killed her. He turned his hidden face dark as he looked at the moon and said he had hoped the final heir would redeem that Uchiha's crimes. But if the rumors were true and Orochimaru tempted him with power, he feared he would have to stop him. Fluffy laughed in glee and said that with the Sharingan gone, it would be like a dream come true. Another companion remarked that he could not go help his godson if he were tied up. Hyuga compound. Hinata woke in the middle of a stormy night from a vivid dream about Naruto. Rain lashed at her window and thunder rolled across the sky. She felt shaken and unsettled. The dream had left her distracted. She reached under her bed and pulled out a small storage container. Inside were several light romance novels, a few manga, and a record book where she had quietly kept notes and small harmless photos of Naruto taken when he had been smiling. Hinata turned to a page in her record book and added a small mark. She had kept a tally of the recurring dreams she had been having lately, ordinary dreams with Naruto, tender ones that felt more personal, and a few that involved shadow clone tricks or unusual combinations with other friends. She wondered what it meant that her imagination had grown so vivid. She also found a small cleaning cloth she used for keeping her bedding tidy. Namikaze's house. A younger Fu played on a swing in the village park, soaring higher than the other children thanks to her strength. The other children watched from a distance, frightened by what they did not understand, and the parents exchanged worried looks. One panicked parent hurled a kunai toward her. The weapon missed, but the scene left the children and adults shaken. A young Haku huddled in a corner of her home, trembling as intruders burst in and shouted hateful accusations, calling her monstrous and demanding that she be removed. Her mother urged her to hide, and Haku listened from the shadows as the shouting continued. When she called for her mother, the men in the other room reacted violently. Haku could only hold her breath. An older Fu later encountered a cloaked figure with a red-clouded robe and another who carried a massive, wrapped sword. The man asked if she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his manner eerily familiar, and Fu saw a flash of the red eyes she had sometimes glimpsed in nightmares. The scene blurred into another memory of confrontation and fear. Haku found herself on a bridge, facing someone with blood-red eyes and sunban at the ready. A stranger argued that people were not tools, and the confrontation escalated until lightning danced in the air. Haku moved instinctively to defend her master, and a fierce lightning technique struck her chest with a force that threw her back. Both Fu and Haku began to share the same dream, a dark, empty space filled with strange noises, slithering, distant laughter, and eerie cries. Their bodies felt distant and unreal, as if they were watching from afar. Voices spoke of names and events: Madara, Revival, the fourth shinobi, and their bodies were driven to move as if by someone else's will. The dark space opened, and they saw others stepping through similar rifts. A red-eyed man with a slashed Konoha headband, a woman in a purple suit with long blonde hair from the cloud, Zabuza, and several warriors with swords. Compelled, they found themselves attacking a figure in orange and black against their will. The figure had blonde hair and the mark of whisker-like scars. The sudden, overwhelming violence of the dream jolted them awake, both of them breaking into night sweats and gasping for breath. Thunder rolled outside and the rain made sleep feel impossible. Two of them slipped from their rooms to check on the others, and to reach theirs they had to pass Naruto's door. There, Haku in a simple sleep shirt and Fu in an oversized green shirt met in the hallway. Fu asked why Haku was awake, and Haku shivered, explaining she had had a bad dream. Fu gave a sympathetic look and said she had trouble sleeping too. Haku mentioned finding a nest of rats under her bed and that she had summoned beetles to deal with them, offering the quieter option of spending the night elsewhere since heating her room would take too long. Fu nodded, and they moved toward Naruto's door. They knocked lightly. Naruto, given the former master bedroom at the girl's request because of his frequent nighttime trips to the bathroom, opened the door in pajamas and a sleepy yawn. He shrugged when Haku and Fu asked if they could stay. He agreed without fuss, and they settled in. About half an hour later, Naruto was asleep in the master's bed, his usual snoring softened by a silencing jutsu Haku had learned from Zabuza's technique. Fu and Haku sat on either side of the sleeping boy and spoke in hushed tones. Fu remarked that the moment felt nice and that the closeness was comforting in a way she had not often experienced. Haku agreed and said the situation reminded her of being allowed into her parents' room when she had been frightened as a child. They both briefly considered whether they could make this peaceful arrangement more permanent, then brushed the idea aside because of practical concerns like Naruto's nighttime routines. Haku turned the conversation toward the wider implications of Naruto's lineage. She noted that Naruto was the last of the Namikes and the Uzumaki, that he possessed 3 Kekkei Genkai, and that Haku had ice release. She worried that the Clan Restoration Act would not consider solo females useful, and that once Naruto's family connections were known and storm release recognized as a Kekkei Genkai, officials would try to curry favor or manipulate him with flattering offers. Haku asked Fu if she would help defend Naruto in that event. Fu confirmed she would help and added that they would look out for Naruto together. They shared a light, nervous laugh, and then Haku mentioned something Zabuza had told her about proctoring exams in Kirigakure. He had practical experience and could offer pointers. The two girls reassured each other about exam nerves and eventually drifted into sleep while resolved to support Naruto. Namikaze's estate. Later, Naruto opened his eyes to a sense of unusual warmth. He found Haku and Fu sleeping nearby on either side of him. He smiled at the sight. They seemed kind, capable, and very different from Sakura, who had been his earlier crush. He wished he could make them both happy. If only he had known the conversation they had had the night before. Akatsuki headquarters, elsewhere, Itachi, with the Sharingan in his eyes, stared at the moon. He felt anger at himself. Reports from Sasori's informant about Orochimaru's surveillance of Konoha had reached him, and the boy's situation had stirred complicated feelings. When he had taken the drastic step of ending his clan, he had done so believing it would prevent the coup its leaders planned and avoid a civil war that would devastate the village. He had accepted that tragic outcome as a way to protect Konoha from far worse conflict. He had expected the elders to leave Sasuke to grow on his own as they had treated another boy, but instead they had intervened, taken custody, and manipulated the circumstances in ways that frustrated and pained him. He reflected on the consequences of those choices, troubled by what they had created. Itachi plotted a way to get back at those who had mocked his brother. He wanted to be defeated by a true champion, not by a cocky kid. Planning his future after reading a violent manga had not been his best idea, but it had given him direction. He decided to research methods for transferring bloodline abilities. He planned to relocate the remaining Uchiha somewhere fresh, away from Madara's influence and the corrupt pair of Hamura and Koha. The Hidden Cloud Village seemed a viable option. They had never truly served that place and were therefore less likely to be under Madara's sway. The Uchiha had completed missions for several villages over the years, and occasional contracts for the paranoid Stone Village leadership had kept them in business. As he considered these plans, a voice called his name. Itachi turned to see a man in the same cloak, with strange plant-like growths on his shoulders, a face split into light and shadow, and unusual yellow eyes. Zetsu approached and told Itachi that the leader known as Pain had requested a meeting with him and Kisame. Zetsu added that they had intelligence on a date when the Hidden Leaf Village would be vulnerable, providing an opportunity to capture the tailed beast host. Itachi listened without enthusiasm. He did not truly want to capture Naruto, but he had to keep up appearances. He also hoped that if he encountered his brother, a carefully placed illusion from his advanced Sharingan might bring Sasuke back to himself. He thought coldly that if bats appeared, he could burn them with his dark fire technique. Perhaps the leaf would even pay for it. Training Ground 3 was the old practice field used by Team 7. With less than 2 weeks before the Chunin exams, Haku, Naruto, and Fu pushed through drills to refine their skills. Haku worked on close combat techniques alongside Naruto. Fu focused her training on powerful physical strikes and some ninja techniques. Haku concentrated on chakra control and long-range techniques with limited close combat, and Naruto occupied the middle ground. They were determined to balance their abilities before the exams. Their practice was interrupted by a loud shout. Sakura, Sasuke, and the new, emotionless ninja Sai stormed into the training ground, demanding to know what was happening there. Fu answered that the training grounds were available to any shinobi of the Hidden Leaf and that no one owned them outright. Sakura and Sasuke bristled while Sai greeted them with an artificial smile and suggested they all let bygones be bygones for the sake of unity. The others responded with cold glares. Sasuke then boasted that once he became a Chunin and sat on the council, he would reclaim what he considered rightfully his and impose his will. He even threatened to ban ramen as an example. Naruto shouted in protest at the idea of ramen being banned, and the two immediately began to argue. Sasuke, frustrated by resistance, lashed out with a fire technique that sent hundreds of sparks toward the trio. Fu reacted instantly and raised an earth barrier to block the attack. Sai refused to intervene on Sasuke's side, reminding them they had started the confrontation and walking away. Sakura attempted a powerful sonic technique that produced a devastating wave of sound. The blast caught Naruto and knocked him into a tree, but he vanished in a puff of smoke, as had become his habit. Sasuke, determined to finish the fight, attempted an illusion meant to bind Fu to a tree and approached with a kunai. As he closed in, his illusion suddenly collapsed. Sasuke tumbled as Fu broke free and Naruto revealed that he had attached an anti-illusion tag to Sasuke, which would prevent Sasuke from using illusion techniques for the next day. Naruto encouraged Fu to take advantage of the opening. Fu struck with all her strength and landed a heavy blow that seemed to send Sasuke flying, but he used a substitution technique and in his place Sakura was suddenly hurled into the air, rendered unconscious and drifting like a small, distant star. Naruto was horrified by how far Sasuke had sunk. Sasuke coldly indicated that Sakura would obey him and intended to make the others submit under his authority. His tone was hard and uncompromising. Sasuke then spat twin streams of fire that curled like snakes toward them. Fu moved to create an earth rampart that rose to block the flames, which simply disintegrated against it. Naruto formed a shadow clone to assist and called on a powerful water technique, drawing a great surge from the nearby river that swept across the battlefield. Sasuke avoided the wave, landing safely as the field became soaked. Naruto wondered how Sasuke had managed to act so quickly and resolved that their teacher Kakashi would have to teach him the necessary techniques. Sasuke used Earth Style, rapid rock scaling technique. He smashed into the earth wall and his chakra pushed up several stone steps, allowing him to climb the rampart quickly. Kakashi had taught him the jutsu thinking it harmless, but Sasuke's arrogance and skill proved otherwise. He followed by unleashing Earth Release, Rock Shuriken, transforming the old platforms into giant projectiles and sending them at the group. Haku used Ice Release, Ice Spikes, drawing on the water from a waterfall to form towering ice spears to block the incoming rocks. The earth technique countered the water component and shattered the ice. Sasuke taunted them, and Naruto responded by performing a rapid series of hand seals to form Lightning Release, Lightning Dome. A dome of electricity rose around them and deflected the rocks. Sasuke reached the top of the rampart and prepared a fierce attack. He charged Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A dragon of fire streamed from his mouth toward the team. Fu moved quickly and called Water Release, Water Wyvern Bullet, summoning a water dragon from below that met the fire and filled the area with mist. Haku nodded and seized the moment. From the mist, he formed Ice Release, Senbon Shower. Hundreds of Senbon appeared and rained down on Sasuke. He screamed in pain. Sasuke raged at the assault, but Haku and his allies knew they could not kill him without catastrophic consequences. Haku blended insulted bravado with restraint and stepped back with a brief apology to the one they mocked, and the trio turned away. Sasuke snapped an ignited Chidori in his hand, charging forward with murderous intent, a fierce light in his eyes. Naruto had planned to test a new technique, but he did not get to speak it aloud before the Chidori struck. Smoke erupted, and Naruto, Fu and Haku briefly vanished as shadow clones had taken the blows. Sasuke cursed at the deception. In the aftermath, Naruto's clones revealed themselves and counterattacked with Fire Release, 1,000 Years of Death, a blazing trick that struck Sasuke and sent him screaming down to the flooded battlefield below. He felt a sudden burning sensation and was flung from the rampart, stunned and bewildered. He wondered aloud how Naruto could use Fire Release. The trio rose from the ground after using Fu's double decapitation technique as a theatrical ruse. They hid briefly underground while Sasuke writhed from the sunburn wound effects, then laughed hysterically at their success. Deciding not to let Sasuke or Sakura report the events to the council first, they agreed to see the old man to manage any fallout and prevent civilians from misunderstanding the training exercise. From a nearby tree, Sai titled one of his paintings The Idiot Hedgehog and watched the battle with a small, fake smile. He thought Lord Danzo would be interested in Naruto's growth. With Naruto beyond Root's reach, other children could still be prospects. From another tree, Rock Lee, Niji and Tenten observed the clash. Tenten criticized the behavior as improper and expressed relief that Niji was more restrained than Uchiha Sasuke. Niji replied that he had earned his place through effort while Sasuke had not. Lee, exuberant and determined, declared that with more work he would surpass them both. Niji and Tenten exchanged amused groans at Lee's grand proclamations, agreeing that Konoha might have rivals of its own. Nearby, an IWA Kunoichi watched with a measured frown. She had short black hair, a red shirt and shorts with mesh armor on her legs, and an IWA headband. The boy in the fight looked familiar to her. She wondered if he had family and resolved to meet him during the exams to seek justice for the harm done to her grandfather's village. A buzzing noise drew her eyes skyward to see Sakura falling. The IW Kunoichi used lava release, lava rock, hurling a rapidly cooling ball of lava that struck Sakura and sent her into the water below. Later, on the road outside the hot springs near Kanehigakure, stories and tall tales circulated about a legendary roadrunner, an incredibly fast bird that stirred great clouds of dust wherever it ran. People joked about the bird with playful Latinized names, and in the present moment a far larger dust cloud trailed something even faster. The figure behind it earned equally ridiculous nicknames, but it was clear who had stirred that whirlwind. Jiraiya of the Sannin rode within the dust cloud, and he was extremely angry. Stopping for a breath next to the oddly planted tree near the hot springs, Jiraiya seethed. He vowed that when he caught those two troublemakers they would regret how quickly he had arrived. He turned instinctively toward the hot springs and chided himself that this was research and he must resist, but he still planned to get rid of the bats. He noticed an advertisement for a senior discount plastered on the wall and grinned, thinking the elderly patrons would be there and that it would be a perfect place to confront them. He suspected Kohar might be inside. Focusing, Jiraiya formed a blue sphere of rippling chakra in his hand and used it to blast through the wall. He had miscalculated. The advertisement had not been removed, and behind the wall several kunoichi were using the women's hot springs. Realizing his mistake, he tried to flee but was grabbed at the leg and knocked unconscious. The furious kunoichi quickly dressed and hauled him away to teach him a lesson. A short time later he was recovering in the hospital from poisoning, severe injuries including broken limbs, and psychological shock. At the Hokage's office, the Hokage told Naruto that he understood the friction between Naruto and Sasuke but asked them to avoid fighting whenever possible, since the village's divisions hung on how those conflicts were handled. Naruto shrugged and said putting Sasuke and Sakura in the emergency room was not a big deal and that they would be out by the exams. Fu sighed and remarked that a good punch rarely kept a person down for long. The Hokage reminded them that Konoha was divided and that opinions of their actions ranged from admiration to calls for exile, and that only a few places in town would openly welcome them. The Hokage explained that landlords were hesitant to rent to shinobi and that existing tenants faced rising rates controlled by the civilian council. He warned that pushing to change that could destabilize supplies and municipal decisions. Naruto asked what he was supposed to do about it. Fu and Haku laughed at his joke, and Fu commented that hoping for a peaceful solution would probably be too much to ask. The Hokage laid out a practical request instead. The former Uchiha district, recently renovated by ANBU and now under village control, would be used for temporary housing for the influx of visitors arriving for the Chunin exams. The Hokage said that participants from other villages would require housing, that their villages would pay the expenses, and that funds would be deposited to Naruto's account. Haku recognized this as the plan for the Chunin exams, and the Hokage confirmed that the participants arriving over the next 2 weeks would come from many nations and had been briefed on local laws and consequences. The Sandaime smiled and said the proctors had been warned of any possible civilian schemes, and he encouraged them to return to training. After the trio left, the Hokage set his face back to the stack of proposals on his desk. He considered banning mention of the flames of youth and set it aside. He reviewed a bill limiting the number of courses a restaurant could serve and another proposing a ban on orange clothing, both rejected for practical reasons. He approved a proposal to require history projects at the academy and another request that made sense for the Aburame, and he signed a voice ordinance for the Haruno household with a sigh at the unintended consequences. He approved repair work for the damaged hot springs wall and asked ANBU for more details about what had happened. ANBU reported that Jiraiya had returned to the village, had destroyed the wall at the hot springs, and was now hospitalized after a chaotic confrontation that left him poisoned, severely injured, and suffering from psychological shock. The Hokage stood immediately, canceled his appointments for the day, and prepared to attend to the matter. On the road toward Konoha in the Fire Country, Killer B, the famed hero of Kumogakure, walked along a well-trodden path with several others. Two companions had the darker skin tones common to the north of their land. One had long red hair and a reserved demeanor, and the other had pale hair and a lollipop in his mouth. Two fair-skinned women accompanied them, one with short-cropped blonde hair and a bold style, and the other keeping herself more covered in a purple jumpsuit, quieter than the rest. Killer B joked about being the Kumo rap king and about his reputation, and the group bantered back and forth. One companion teased that someone had to keep him from doing something foolish and that his rapping could use improvement. The comment left Killer B momentarily stunned, and one of the dark-skinned companions imagined exaggerated catastrophes at the slightest change in his teacher's confidence. The redhead scolded the panicking companion for overreacting, and the quiet student simply sighed. The redhead then smiled at the quiet student and said that whoever had ever claimed blondes were dumb had clearly never met them. Yujito rubbed her shoulders as Killer B finally warmed up and caught up with them. Killer B told Aunt Yujito that he heard her but thought some things were cool. Yujito laughed and mused about who would make the grade, noting that Chunin seemed to have it made. Killer B replied that Chunin life had all the fun and no teaching, and after a joking aside he insisted that only his niece would pass the cut. The two dark-skinned genin bristled at the remark. Yujito sighed and asked if Killer B was being unfair. Killer B said people were quick to jump to conclusions these days, that the two genin were not mature enough and even teased their sensei, wondering how he had become Chunin. Yujito conceded with a wry comment about defeating enemies in dramatic fashion, which made Killer B grin and Omoi give a thumbs up. Konoha streets later found Naruto, Fu, and Haku walking through the village while ignoring hostile glares from some civilians. Naruto said he could not wait until he passed the genin exams and joked that the first thing he would do was make Sasuke clean the roads in his district. Fu and Haku smiled but reminded him he had not passed yet and that reaching Chunin required more than brute strength. They still had the survival and written test to get through. Fu shivered at the thought of the written test, and Haku agreed that it sounded nasty. Haku added that the written exam was meant to test intelligence but that it was not only about book smarts. She mentioned that even those who seemed unlikely had passed. Naruto brightened and said, "He might be okay," then tripped on what looked like a square rock. The rock flipped open and revealed 3 kids with goggles, led by a boy with brown hair and a large blue scarf. Konohamaru and his companions had been the source of the prank, and they darted away down a nearby lane. Naruto recognized them and greeted them warmly. Konohamaru and his friends teased Naruto about his reputation, and one of the older villagers had described him as the embodiment of mischief. A commotion drew their attention as Tora the cat was chased by Puffy the scruffy dog, and the group laughed at the chaos. A new pair stood watching nearby. A boy in a dark, cat-like outfit with purple face paint and a pale, blonde girl with striking teal eyes and a large metal apparatus on her back. Both wore the Sand Village mark. The girl, Temari, dismissed the Konoha kids as not worth her time, but the boy Kankuro blocked her path and declared that they needed a lesson and that Crow would teach them. Temari called Kankuro an embarrassment to their village, and then a boy with red hair and a large gourd on his back fell into view from a branch above. He spoke in a flat, emotionless tone and stated that he would be forced to take extreme measures if necessary. Fu, Naruto, and Haku stared at the raccoon-eyed boy, unsettled by his demeanor. Naruto wondered if this was the Sans version of Sasuke. Kankuro stammered the boy's name, Gaara. Gaara glared at the children and said they were not worth proving his existence with, then directed his attention toward Konohamaru's group and indicated they were worth something after all. His gourd vibrated ominously. A quiet, internal voice seemed to forbid killing for now, and Gaara muttered that his mother had said he could not harm them yet. When the time came, they would prove his existence. He added that he would act later, alone. Kankuro admitted his hatred of the boy, and Temari looked uneasy as she told the Konoha kids they would see each other at the exams. Later, in a distant hillside in the land of Earth, a panting man collapsed to the ground. His hair remained dark red and ungray, though he was older, his chakra felt drained, an unusual state for someone known as a Jinchuriki. The hill he had been battling on was scorched, with cracked earth and smoking trees, but his two opponents had managed to avoid being consumed by the fires. One opponent bore a scratched Takigakure headband and had striking green eyes, wearing a full-body suit that concealed his hair. The other was silver-haired and wore a Yugakure headband crossed in a familiar way. The man tried to steady himself as the battle's exhaustion settled over the hillside. An emblem hung from the man's neck. It marked him as a Jahanist. Kakuzu had met members of that fanatical group before. They worshipped pain and slaughter. This one, however, seemed especially unhinged. He had once lost an arm to lava and laughed as someone repaired it, and that did not fit any sensible pattern. Haydn taunted that the man was more of a challenge than expected and that the boss would be pleased to have him, insulting him as a four-tailed brute. Rashi, the Jinchuriki, growled and announced his identity as the host of the Yanbi, the four-tailed monkey, and the brother of Inoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage. He formed rapid hand signs and unleashed a lava release, lava geyser that erupted beneath Haydn, covering him in flame. Kakuzu sighed and used water release, mist clinger to condense the moisture in the air and clamp down on the fire. Haydn laughed as if the heat did not bother him and proclaimed that Jahan would have Rashi's soul. Kakuzu only shook his head. Kakuzu urged Haydn to grab Rashi and leave, but Haydn insisted that Rashi would suffer. Haydn drew a three-bladed scythe and leapt toward the downed Jinchuriki. Kakuzu tried to intervene, thinking they needed Rashi alive. People rarely survived fatal wounds, Jinchuriki or not. Before Kakuzu could stop him, a figure appeared by body flicker. Taisen took in Rashi's exhausted form and remarked that attacking an elder was inconsiderate, Jinchuriki or not. Kakuzu studied Taisen and consulted a recent file, noting Taisen's unknown village origin and high rank. Kakuzu observed that many powerful parties had eyes on Taisen and that capturing him would be rewarding. Taisen shook his head and performed a rapid sequence of hand signs. He then slammed his hands into the ground and activated a sacred sealing art. 9 massive stone cups rose from the earth in a pattern, and a shimmering barrier formed around Taisen, Rashi, and Haydn, sealing them inside. Kakuzu sighed at the delay. Haydn raged that the seal would not hold him and broke free of the sap binding. He lunged at Taisen, but Taisen remained still until the last moment and then produced a wind release, hurricane gust that blasted Haydn into the air. Haydn threw his scythe, and Taisen acted an aura wall that blocked the weapon. Haydn's scythe began to glow as he drove it forward, and it cleaved through the chakra barrier. The blade grazed Taisen, who reacted to the strike. Taisen countered by creating a scorch clone that detonated in an immense burst of heat, a concentrated explosion of energy. Taisen and the weary Rashi were protected by a water release, bubble barrier that shielded them from the blast. As the dust settled, Haydn fumed at being still alive after such forceful exchanges. Taisen observed that Haydn's survival made him especially dangerous among the non-pain members of Akatsuki, and Kozu scowled at his teammate's nickname for Taisen. Haydn tried to finish his ritual and struck again, but Taisen produced a heat clone that moved into position and then released a storm release, beast wave palm, an attack of lightning and wind that slammed into Haydn and sent him crashing into a charred tree. Kakuzu wondered how Taisen could wield so many advanced techniques. Haydn staggered to his feet, cloak in tatters, insisting he could not die. Taisen replied that perhaps he could not be killed by blasts alone, but he could be restrained. Would release manifested as apple trees bursting from the ground, their branches quickly binding Haydn's arms. Tayson then produced the illusion of a many-armed figure that overwhelmed Haydn with a storm of blows, leaving him screaming and cursing. From the apple trees, apples rose and launched like shuriken, hitting Haydn and packing into his mouth to muffle him. Tayson wondered whether depriving him of air might be effective. Haydn struggled and tried to break free, muffled and furious. Tayson, exhausted, sat down to catch his breath. A dark aura began to gather around Haydn. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, sensing the situation was about to become more serious. Haydn invoked the Jahanist ultimate move, Humanity Slaughter Rage God, and shifted into a dark transformed state despite lacking the blood normally required. His scythe fused with his left arm while a second scythe grew and fused to his right. Two bat-like wings extended from his back and fangs appeared in his mouth. Tayson found the sight disturbing. Haydn announced his intent to kill and charged at Tayson as the blades on his arms extended. Tayson performed a series of hand signs and launched a pair of storm blades, Katrina and Andrew, then lunged inward. The two forces collided in a massive, explosive clash. When the smoke cleared, only Haydn remained, laughing with a cruel edge. Haydn turned toward Rashi, who was weakened, and moved in with violent intent. Kakuzu reacted with alarm and insisted they needed Rashi alive. Haydn hesitated. A purple crystal formed at Haydn's foot and rose quickly, catching him off guard. Tayson smirked and explained that the crystal trap was a combination of substitution, a water clone, and the enemy's mistake. The crystal continued to rise, trapping Haydn. Though Haydn tried to protest, he found himself restrained. Rashi admitted he was low on chakra but decided to act. He summoned an earth-coated fist and struck the crystal. The crystal cracked and shattered in a burst of bright light, and Haydn's presence vanished without any graphic detail. Tayson allowed himself a satisfied smile and immediately teleported both Rashi and the shattered remnants away with a body flicker technique. Kakuzu sighed, resigned to the long report this would demand. Back in Konoha, in an apartment in the Uzumaki district, Baki, whose face was partially covered, considered the news with concern. He reflected that the team in question had managed to unsettle Gaara, a feat even Gaara's father had not accomplished. Temari confirmed that all 3 members of that team were expected to participate in the Chunin exams. Baki found the development troubling and suggested to Temari that one or more members of the team might resemble her brother in temperament. He asked her to make sure Kankuro did not cause any mishaps and to keep Gaara from going on a rampage. Lord Kazekage needed to hear what had happened. After issuing that warning, Baki departed in a blur. Temari stood frozen, memories of a gentler Gaara surfacing and colliding with the monster she now feared. That night she cried herself to sleep, her dreams haunted by the cries of a young Gaara demanding to know what had been done to him. Original techniques and special abilities. Water Release Mist Clinger, Rank C, a rare technique that gathers moisture from the air to extinguish flames and obscure the battlefield. Sacred Sealing Art 9 Sacred Flavors, Battle Arena Sealing, Rank S, an ancient Uzumaki sealing formation using ceremonial bowls to create a defensive battlefield barrier. Aura Release Aura Wall, Kekkei Genkai, a chakra wall formed to block incoming attacks. Scorch Release Heat Clone, Kekkei Genkai, a clone made of concentrated heat that mirrors its creator. Scorch Release Heat Clone Implosion, Kekkei Genkai, the heat clone collapses, releasing a controlled burst of heat to disorient foes. Storm Release Beast Wave Palm, Kekkei Genkai, a storm-energized version of the classic wave palm technique. Would release Binding Apple Branches, Kekkei Genkai, see miniature apple trees sprout to bind and restrain opponents. Jahanist Ultimate Move Humanity Slaughter Rage God, Rank as a technique that pushes the user to extreme power at severe personal cost. Character Profiles. Naruto Uzumaki, age 13, height 4.9 feet, weight 88 pounds. Naruto has completed 30 official missions, 26 D rank, 3 B rank, 1 A rank. His favorite food is ramen. He hopes to face Tayson and Sasuke Uchiha in combat. His techniques include Shadow Clone, Substitute, Transformation, Water Release techniques such as Great Waterfall and Water Ball, Storm Release techniques including Great Twister and Water Spout, Lightning Release techniques like Thunderball and Lightning Surge, summoning jutsu, ostrich, aura techniques, and various formation and storm-based attacks. Haku Momoichi, age 15, height 5.1 feet, weight 90 pounds. Haku has completed 23 official missions, 19 D rank, 3 B rank, 1 A rank. His favorite food is peaches. He tends to support Naruto in combat and often joins him in formations. His techniques include multiple ice release abilities such as Demonic Ice Mirror, Ice Spike, Protective Dome, Ice Manacless, and Sunban Shower, Water Clone and Water Explosion techniques, Frosty Wind, several summoning partners, and Silencing Jutsu. Hinata Hyuga, age 13, height 4.8 feet, weight 83 pounds. Hinata has completed 14 official missions, 13 D rank, 1 C rank. Her favorite food is cinnamon buns. She is determined to defend her village and resolve personal conflicts with calm determination. Her known techniques include transformation, clone, substitution, and the gentle fist taijutsu style. End of text. Age, 14. Height 3 feet. Weight, 87 pounds. No XPLCT physical details provided. Fu has completed 17 official missions, 15 D rank, 2 B rank. Fu's favorite food is honey. Fu wishes to fight people from her village except Shibuki. Jutsu, Henge, Water Release, Water Tornado, Tailed Beast Chakra Arms, Shadow Shuriken Technique, Formation Fukutu, with Naruto and Haku, Summoning Jutsu, Beetle, Earth Release, Earth Wall, Water Release, Water Wyvern Bullet. Sasuke Uchiha, age 3. Height, 5.4 feet. Weight, 95 pounds. No XPLCT physical details provided. Sasuke has completed 13 official missions, 12 D rank, 1 B rank. Sasuke's favorite food is anything with tomatoes. Sasuke wishes to fight Itachi and Naruto. Jutsu, Henge, Clone, Substitution, Fire Release, Fire Snakes, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Water Release, Syrup Capture Field, Chidori, Fong Passing Fong, Shadow Possession Jutsu, Genjutsu, Tree Binding Death, Earth Release, Rapid Rock Scaling Technique, Earth Release, Rock Shuriken. Sakura Haruno. Age 3. Height, 5.1 feet. Weight, 75 pounds. No XPLCT physical details provided. Sakura has completed 13 official missions, 12 D rank, 1 B rank. Sakura's favorite food is anything Sasuke eats. Sakura wishes to fight Fu, Haku, Ino, and Hinata. Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Henge, Substitution, Screech Release. Deafening Sound Wave. Taiya Mafu. Age, 14. Weight, 81 pounds. No XPLCT physical details provided. Taiya has completed 41 official missions, 20 D rank, 11 C rank, 9 B rank, 1 A rank. Taiya's favorite food is jalapeno peppers. Taiya wishes to fight Orochimaru and the Sound 4. Jutsu, Henge, Summoning Jutsu, Doki, Demon Flute Controlling Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Isuribi Tsukumi. Age 3. Weight, 79 pounds. No XPLCT physical details provided. Isuribi is not a ninja and has not done missions. Isuribi's favorite food is crab. Isuribi does not want to fight anyone in particular. In the dark bowels beneath Konoha, a great complex of tunnels hid the Root Legions, commanded by Danzo, the one elder whom many considered effective. Sai stood before him to give his report and lay out emergency contingencies. Sai reported an emergency plan. Should a certain Uchiha act against Konoha's interests, Sai's orders were to neutralize that threat after collecting genetic material needed to develop enhanced Uchiha root operatives. Danzo listened coldly as Sai explained that he had secured test tube-grown subjects from one of Orochimaru's former lairs to support those experiments. Danzo glared down at Sai and demanded to know the point of his questioning. Sai, looking up blankly, asked about an observation he had made while watching Naruto and his team. He had noticed that their emotions seemed to strengthen their abilities, and he could not reconcile that with Root Doctrine, which treated emotion as a flaw. Danzo reflected that Root taught strict control over emotion because anger led to recklessness and fear led to failure. However, Danzo admitted there was one emotion that could be exceptional in combat: love. Danzo explained that love could fuel immense determination and sacrifice, driving a person to extraordinary feats in defense of what they cherished. Yet he warned that attempting to harness love was dangerous. It was difficult to capture without falling prey to imitations or other volatile feelings. Sai, still puzzled, noted that Naruto was a special case. Despite being a Jinchuriki and shunned by many, Naruto showed an emotional openness that translated into strength rather than hatred. Sai reported that his intelligence work had found Naruto attracting strong emotional bonds from several allies, and that those bonds seemed to amplify Naruto's resolve. Danzo considered the strategic implications. Sai explained that Naruto's lineage Uzumaki and Namikaze combined with the unusual chakra signature he carried could make him a significant asset. If the council recognized the scope of Naruto's heritage and the potential inheritance of unique abilities, the village leadership would likely place him under close oversight to guide and monitor his development. Sai added that classified files he had obtained from another village indicated that Jinchuriki offspring often exhibited unusually high chakra reserves and inherited marks or traits linked to their parent beasts. Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had been a former Jinchuriki herself, and Naruto's characteristic whisker marks and formidable chakra were signs of that legacy. Danzo absorbed the report and contemplated how the village might manage such a living resource without losing control over the unpredictable influence of emotion. A high-ranking officer briefed Root on a concerning possibility. As Naruto's chakra control had increased, the officer explained, a child born with a particular set of genetic traits could inherit both a large chakra reserve and unusually refined control. If such a lineage combined with another tailed beast host, it might result in an unforeseen fusion of powers, an outcome few villages had ever examined. Root was instructed to investigate and monitor Naruto's interactions with 5 specified women to assess any potential genetic or chakra risks. Sai lingered by the door of Ichiraku, considering how best to approach the assignment. Inside the noodle shop, Naruto, Haku, Fu and Hinata were enjoying their ramen. Temari had insisted that Gaara accompany her as part of an attempt to make amends, and several junior ninjas from AIM, Kusa, Konoha and Suno were present with their teacher. Kankuro had laughed at Temari's plan but warned his comrades in a dry voice. Temari asked Gaara about the ramen. Gaara, showing his usual reserve, replied that it was better than anything in Suna and that it made him want to prove his existence against those who had kept such a delicacy from his home. A conservative official in Suna's health department reacted to the news with a private shiver and thought uneasily about retirement. Suddenly everyone except the Suna Nin began to sweat heavily. The desert Nin were used to the heat and bore it without much trouble. Hinata grew flushed and began to pant with the strain of the sudden temperature change. Haku formed a small puck of ice on his palm and pressed it to her forehead to cool her down. Fu suggested they head somewhere cooler. Naruto noticed Hinata's discomfort and felt a surge of protectiveness. A group of men in the area took the opportunity to crowd the group in a threatening manner. One junior ninja moved too close to Temari and made a crude remark. The aggressive behavior escalated, and Gaara's gourd began to rattle as sand slipped free. The attackers froze when the sand visibly reacted. Shikaku, the tailed beast within Gaara, roared and demanded the assailants be driven off. Sand slipped under the door and a brief scuffle followed. Sai responded by unleashing a technique that animated painted warrior swordsmen, archers and cavalry formed from ink and color to intercept the encroaching sand. Gaara stood and performed a series of hand signs. The sand coalesced into a formation of sandborn warriors that engaged the attackers in a fierce but non-graphic skirmish. The defensive clash damaged parts of the civilian district, but Ichiraku itself was spared by Gaara's careful control. Naruto and the others fought to repel the troublemakers and succeeded in driving them away. Afterwards, the group went to a nearby pool to cool down and clean off the sweat. Hinata remained quietly flushed, comforted by the calm presence of her friends. Temari realized that her brother's presence alone deterred troublemakers. Kankuro later told Gaara to be protective of his sister, a warning delivered in his usual blunt tone. Gaara discovered that his war paint had been smeared with blueberries during the commotion, which provoked an allergic reaction he found irritating. Sai's technique had been an advanced ninjutsu that created animated paint warriors to fight. Gaara's sand formations were a tailed beast art that summoned sandborn barbarians to defend their master. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, sat in his office reading a letter from his younger brother Rashi. He had been appointed Tsuchikage at a young age by his mentor Mu, who hoped to set him on a path that would counter the rival Mizukage. During their youth, a crisis had occurred when the Four Tails, a monkey-tailed beast, attacked the village and a seal had been necessary. Rashi, the youngest of his siblings, had been chosen as the vessel for that beast. Despite Anoki's efforts to protect his brother and Rashi's skill, many in the village could not look past what was sealed inside him. Rashi had left the village to learn to control that power and was not listed as missing. He still came to Iwa's aid when needed. He had gained the lava release ability and later helped instruct his granddaughter in its use. Though mistrusted by many, Rashi remained available to serve the village when duty required. The man had assisted Iwagakure in their war with Konoha and was the only IWA shinobi ever to face the Yellow Flash and survive. Even so, the former civilian council had treated him with fear and suspicion. While he had been away visiting his brother, they had forced one of his other grandchildren, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Gobi, out of the village. After a decisive dust release, the council was dissolved. Iwagakure rose in the shinobi rankings and became the second of the 5 great shinobi villages to remove civilian councils. Kumogakure had been the first when their council had opposed a training program, and Kirigakure would soon see its own political shift once the shinobi asserted control, something Anoki had long expected. 2 figures appeared in Anoki's office in a swirl of wind. One was cloaked in brown, face obscured. The other was the exhausted form of Rashi, Anoki's brother. Anoki reacted with outrage and launched a fire release technique that took the form of a roaring dragon of flame aimed at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure countered with a water release bubble barrier that absorbed the blast. Anoki demanded an explanation and asked why the cloaked man had brought Rashi back instead of eliminating him if that had been his intention. Rashi intervened briefly to affirm the explanation Anoki was about to hear. The cloaked man revealed, as he lowered his hood, that he was an Uzumaki and one of the greatest sealers of the nations. Anoki and Rashi stared in disbelief at the man they had assumed dead. The man confirmed that even well-known figures could still be alive and warned that someone powerful was seeking special people, looking intently at Rashi as he spoke. He named the Jinchuriki as the targets and urged Anoki to protect Rashi. The enemy's plans required all 9-tailed beasts. Before leaving, he made clear that if anyone revealed he lived, he would hold Iwagakure accountable, then vanished with a warp seal. Anoki sank into his chair, troubled by the possibility that the threat was as dire as the Uzumaki had said. He welcomed Rashi back and told him to regain his strength. Anoki reinstated Rashi's Jonin rank and tasked him with trying to reason with Han, believing Rashi had a better chance than he did. Later, on the Hokage monument as the sun sank, Taysun stood looking out over the village. A small companion shook her head at him in frustration, complaining that she could have been more useful in a recent encounter. Taysun remained calm and reminded her that he made his own choices and would accept help when he needed it. The companion confirmed that she had completed the task he asked and that the scroll had been delivered to the intended child. The next morning at the Namikaze residence, Naruto woke to find Fu and Haku asleep nearby in the shared quarters. Naruto accepted the unusual sleeping arrangements and remained respectful. A heavy sealing scroll lay on his chest. He unrolled it carefully and found that it contained multiple seals holding dozens of other scrolls. Only a few seals were accessible immediately. Those contained techniques labeled lightning, water, fire, aura, storm, scorch, and senjutsu, and there was also a scroll titled Chunin Exams for Dummies. The scroll bore the name Taysun Uzumaki as the sender. Naruto frowned at the gift. While useful, the sender's manner was grating. Several weeks later, the Chunin exams began after a flurry of arrivals and last-minute training. Taysun's scrolls had helped Fu, Naruto, and Haku prepare, but not all their teachers had been available. Kakashi had kept his distance, avoiding responsibility for teaching certain lethal techniques while political pressure rose to have the secret arts passed on. A high-ranking official had arranged a long-term mission that conveniently kept Kakashi away while the council debated. Jiraiya continued his slow recovery from a poisoning that had disrupted his chakra flow and left him prone to embarrassing impulses. Enko had been involved in countermeasures to neutralize the poison's lingering effects, and the village medics were monitoring him closely. The situation left Jiraiya convalescing rather than training at full strength. There had been a small prank in his room that caused a mild commotion. The perverted man had been restrained and kept unconscious while they searched for an antidote and guarded against anyone who might interfere with the nurses. His stunt had outraged many of the Leaf Village's women, and the team had to be careful. Confident that the scroll they possessed gave them an edge, the team arrived early in the assembly hall for the exam candidates, wanting to avoid any chance the council could delay them. As they waited, they discussed strategy, with Naruto and Haku especially intent on concealing their bloodline abilities if possible. Storm still existed as a bloodline ability from the Cloud Village, and Scorch had recently gone extinct in the Sand Village. Having those abilities discovered would raise questions they could not answer. They watched the first teams enter. A solo team from the Rock Village had a black-haired female who watched Naruto intently. He wondered if she had noticed something familiar in him. A solo team from the Cloud Village arrived next, two dark-skinned genin whose appearance Haku explained was common there. A pale-skinned blonde on another team attracted attention with her confident posture, which annoyed Fu and Haku. Then a team from the Waterfall Village came in and Fu cringed. At their leader, a greasy-haired man flanked by two others who oozed arrogance. He sneered at the Leaf group and hurled insults. Naruto glared in response while Haku prepared ice sunbon just in case. Haku warned that the area was not the Waterfall Village and there were things one should not say aloud in front of covert operatives. The leader spat another crude epithet before turning his attention elsewhere. The blonde on his team listened to the exchange. Fu noted that she might be the only one with restraint and decided to keep an eye on her. More teams entered. A group from the Rain Village in odd straitjacket-like clothing who blanched at Fu and fled, which made Fu smile. A team with a raccoon-like boy and a Konoha team with a peculiar young man in a green bodysuit and clashing orange leg warmers arrived and immediately exchanged hostile stares with the Cloud Village pair. Samui and the others looked on in confusion. Karui and Omoi glared at the green-suited boy and his teammates asked what was happening. The dark-skinned woman from the Cloud team felt a surge of competitive fury toward the green-suited boy and portrayed it in a dramatic aura of rumbling clouds and booming musical motifs. The green-suited boy responded with his own flamboyant aura of sunset light and crashing waves, and the surrounding genin began to tremble at the escalating display. Several students whispered that the presence felt like a powerful, unsettling force. The Rock Village female shivered and compared the sensation to a famed prodigy. Panic rippled through the hall as exaggerated reactions spread, shouts of alarm, people covering their eyes, and others pleading for calm. The overall disruption threatened to derail the exam, and candidates from Rain and Waterfall fled the scene. For a few frantic moments, many assumed the first exam would be ruined. The disturbance faded as more teams gathered. 3 genin with musical symbols on their headbands entered, and Naruto noted they were sound ninjas, as another teammate had once said. Haku dismissed the comment and reminded him that the village leader was prepared for possible threats, so there was no need to worry further. Among the last to arrive were Naruto's fellow graduates, Hinata and her team, Shino and his associates, and Kiba with his companion. There was also the familiar lazy combination of Shikamaru, Ino, and the round-cheeked Choji. Finally, Team 7 assembled, and Naruto and his teammates watched the room for entertainment. Sasuke smirked and pointed out that Naruto and his friends were nowhere to be seen, implying cowardice. Sakura agreed, suggesting they might be too embarrassed to appear, while Ino made a teasing remark. Shino's quiet observation ended the banter. Hinata then called for Naruto to show himself. Kiba laughed and teased in response, prompting Sasuke to glare. A silver-haired genin with large glasses then stepped forward and commented on the scene, drawing a curious look from the group. He told them to stop making such a commotion, and only then did they notice everyone staring at them. The group began to shiver nervously, except for Sai, Sasuke, and Shino. Hinata asked nervously who he was, and he smiled. The silver-haired young man introduced himself as Yakushi Kabuto and said he had heard about the rookie genin. Ino demanded how he knew, and Kabuto smirked, explaining that his sensei worked in intelligence and that he heard a few things. Naruto recognized the lecture about the exams from the books he had read. Kabuto then produced a set of orange cards and prepared to share information. Sasuke answered when Kabuto asked whose details they wanted. Kabuto replied that he had information on many of them and began to lay the cards out. Kabuto presented Rock Lee as a student of Might Guy and teammate of Tenten and Niji Hyuga, noting that Lee's skill in taijutsu was remarkable and listing his ranks. He next described Gaara of the Desert, son of the Kazekage, noting Gaara's teammates Temari and Kankuro and their mentor Baki. Gaara's high rank without visible injury surprised several people. Shikamaru commented that Gaara would be troublesome. Kabuto moved on to Sasuke Uchiha and mispronounced Sakura Haruno's name, which made Ino laugh. Kabuto then described Sai as a former teammate of Naruto and Haku, mentored by Hatake Kakashi, and mentioned his ranks and the fact that he had nearly been killed during one mission. Sakura and Sasuke reacted with annoyance to the remark. Kabuto listed Naruto Uzumaki as a former teammate of others now replaced, noting that Naruto had largely taught himself due to a lack of a stable sensei. He read Naruto's ranks and skills, including taijutsu and ninjutsu, specialization in stealth, some skill with seals, a reputation for pranks, and exceptionally large chakra reserves. The praise drew mixed reactions. Hinata looked pleased and nervous, while some others bristled. Kabuto continued with Fu Momoichi, former student of Momoichi Zabuza, describing ranks and strong ninjutsu and chakra control. Then Fu Takeboshi with her emphasis on taijutsu and ninjutsu, both appeared likely to make Chunin. Sasuke and Sakura looked increasingly impatient as Kabuto went on. Kabuto identified Samui as a student of Killer Bee and sister of the Raikage, named her teammates Karui and Omoi, and listed her ranks, mentioning that she was not badly injured and that her skills included ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Finally, he noted Kuratsuchi, granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, her ranks, and her combination of ninjutsu and some taijutsu. Kabuto observed that the competition would be fierce, and a huge burst of smoke filled the room. A loud voice announced that the exam had begun. From the mist emerged a tall man dressed in black accompanied by a cadre of Chunin exam proctors. The hulking man introduced himself as Marino Ibiki, the first exam proctor, and instructed them to follow him and prepare for the written exam. Sakura muttered that he was creepy. Ibiki appeared behind her in a blink, looked down with a grim smile, and made it clear that any further comments would result in immediate consequences. The group fell in line, unsure whether termination meant disqualification from the exam or something worse. Ibiki led them into a classroom, assigned numbers, and designated seats. Naruto ended up sitting next to Hinata, which made her both delighted and nervous. Haku took a back corner, and Fu sat in another corner. The tall proctor began a stern lecture about test rules that several of them ignored. Zabuza had previously explained that these tests were not about grades and generally did not affect a candidate's future unless someone was expelled. Because of that, Fu, Haku, and Naruto planned to avoid appearing to cheat, answer at least one question to seem legitimate, and otherwise focus on the parts of the exam that would most help them advance. Having a teammate trained in harsh methods proved useful in knowing how to act under scrutiny without drawing trouble. One of the questions mentioned how to form shadow clones and how to determine elemental affinity, so the trio felt prepared enough to maintain the illusion of seriously taking the test while conserving their energy for what came next. Fu had discreetly summoned small beetles with her summoning technique and planned to use them with the Taki boys, Duck Boy, and a persistent itch that could not be scratched. Haku used the time to observe the teams most likely to be rivals, the Kyumo, IWA and Oto Solo teams, the team with the green-clad eccentric, and Kabuto's group. Something about Kabuto made Haku uneasy, and memories of training with Zabuza flared up every time she saw him. Naruto coordinated his shadow clones to carry out both his and the Sandy Aim's plan. The Sandy Aim decided that putting the village on edge before the invasion would be the best option, so Naruto sent his clones to impersonate different genders and builds while carrying out acts of sabotage. Earlier incidents had included causing a disturbance in the library among books on the history of the village's clans, setting off minor explosions at weapon shops but leaving a few devices intact to avoid obvious connections, and pretending to map the village walls. Today the clones were to discreetly dig a tunnel beneath the village to reach the sewers. A unit of Chunin would discover the dig, and the clones would fake enemy suicides with explosive tags to conceal their identities. Hopefully this would help the Sandiame prepare for the invasion without Odo spies detecting their involvement. Woods outside the stronghold of the Tsujimito clan. Hitaru called out to Utakata as a man in blue robes who had been slammed into a tree by a white, skeletal tail struggled to push himself up. Utakata muttered that she should not call him that as he forced himself upright, then faltered and collapsed back down. Two figures in black cloaks marked with red clouds blocked their path, one hunched and one with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. The blonde said that they needed the tailed beast host for their purposes and that he did not like to keep people waiting. Utakata noted under his breath that they could not poison the host because he would not survive long enough to serve his role, and he eyed Hitaru, commenting on her in a remark about art. The two cloak-wearers immediately began to argue about art and explosions in their usual bickering way. Hitaru bristled and moved between them. Hitaru unleashed a violent water wave technique from her mouth to push the duo back. They dodged and the non-pointed end of Sasori's tail struck Hitaru, knocking her to the ground. Sasori ordered them to grab the pair, but the fallen pair responded with a wave of wind energy from Utakata's palm. Taysen, perched on a branch above, watched and mused that it was odd for the attackers to move so soon. Daidara received new orders from their boss and suddenly recognized Taysen as the one who had fought and killed Haiden. Sasori launched the tip of his tail toward Taysen, the tip glinting with poison. Taysen was struck, then produced a heat clone implosion technique and burst into flames, the explosion blasting Daidara and Sasori with heat and sending flames toward Hitaru and Utakata. The real Taysen remained watching from the branch and raised a blue aura shield composed of energy to protect the two water users. Daidara grinned despite a bit of his hair smoking, and Sasori's cloak bore scorch marks that revealed an inhuman, puppet-like face beneath. Daidara commented that the stranger might make a fine artist. Sasori groaned that they should finish the matter. Sasori sent his tail flying at Taysen, who rolled to avoid the attack and found a clay squirrel standing in his path. The clay construct detonated in a burst that sent Taysen flying through the air, his cloak briefly ignited. Sasori smirked and aimed his tail again at Taysen's center, eyes closed and confident. At the last second Taysen opened his eyes and released a great twister technique. The swirling storm clutched at the flames on his cloak and blocked the tail, then carried him forward as it dissipated. Taysen smashed the ground with a tempest burst of wind that knocked Daidara and Sasori into trees. He prepared to finish the fight with a storm-infused strike and leapt toward Daidara. Daidara cried out his trademark belief that art was an explosion, and the area erupted in a non-graphic, over-the-top blast that engulfed the clearing in a burst of animated flame and smoke. From above, perched on a clay bird, Daidara and Sasori observed the aftermath while Hitaru and Utakata were bound by the bird's tail feathers and several clutching millipede-like constructs. Daidara assumed the situation was resolved and remarked that no one could escape his masterpieces, while Sasori cautioned not to be too sure. Daidara laughed and declared the target finished, but Sasori pointed out a glowing blue chain of energy coiled around the clay bird's leg and wrapped around Taysen's arm. Sasori identified the chain as an Uzumaki hidden technique, energy chains, and Taysen acknowledged the trick as an impressive move. He followed by unleashing a water bullet technique from his mouth. Daidara countered with several clay dragonflies. The dragonflies struck the water attack and dissolved while negating its force. Taysen used the distraction to spin his chains like a swinging vine around the bird and pushed a rider onto its back. Taysen grinned. Sasori demanded that they hand over the girl and the Jinchuriki, and he jabbed with his poison-tipped tail. Taysen avoided the strike and answered with a left hook aimed at Daidara. Daidara managed to dodge the punch but was struck by the elbow, knocking him from the bird. He quickly formed another bird and flew upward to rejoin it, while Taysen dodged a swarm of poison needles from Sasori. Taysen activated Storm Release, Blade of Katrina, shaping a blade of storms in his hand and using it to slice the bird's tail. Sasori groaned and leapt free as Taesun secured Utakata and Hataru. The bird burst apart in a flash above them. Sasori landed on Daidara's replacement bird and glared at their falling forms. Taesun pulled a kunai from his bag, wrapped a sealing tag around it, and tossed it toward the duo. Their bird easily avoided the projectile, but the seal activated and warped Sasori and Daidara away. Sasori and Daidara blinked and found themselves suddenly in a crowded hot spring meant for the opposite gender, which prompted an immediate, embarrassed reaction from the locals and a hasty exit that left Sasori with repairs to make on his puppet. Back with the others, the group still faced the danger of falling, but Utakata intervened by forming a water-release floating bubble to carry the trio safely down. Taesun sighed. Taesun then asked whether the others wanted to know who the clowns had been. A warning conversation similar to the previous exchange with Inoki and Rashi followed. Back in Konoha, Ibiki announced the 10th and final question and warned that it carried extra rules that could leave someone a genin forever. The weaker candidates were quickly weeded out, and after 5 minutes Ibiki congratulated those who had passed the first part of the exam. Sakura complained about the extra work, Sasuke claimed he had known about it all along, and Lee declared that the flames of youth had carried him through the challenges. Their friendly rivalry with another team that followed the Song of Thunder flared into an argument, and the assembled Genin, Chunin, and Jonin watched tensely. Ibiki considered pairing 2 candidates as apprentices, thinking they might make a good team. Sasuke prepared to stop the opposing team and charged forward while forming his Chidori. In seconds a spinning purple blur burst through the window, a banner was tossed up, and a snake restrained Sasuke with a quick coil. The banner announced the arrival of the second proctor, Mitrashur Enko. Enko grinned and stepped forward, asking who was ready for the second stage. In the testing room the Genins stared at the hyperactive proctor. Some students noticed her unusual outfit and were curious, while Sakura glared, feeling insecure and resentful at the attention Enko drew. Enko observed their reactions with private amusement. Enko teased the team about what they had been thinking and prodded them for a response. Sakura refused to answer and the team faltered. When a flustered comment was finally offered, Enko used it as reason to impose a penalty. She decided to let them continue but announced that their team would start the next challenge with a handicap. Enko directed them to Training Ground 44 at 8 o'clock, warned them not to be late, and ordered them to bring long-term rations, ninja tools, anti-venom, first aid gear, and a rubber duck. She vanished in a flash, leaving Nervous chuckling behind. Sai muttered an insult about Sakura under his breath. Naruto wondered whether Enko had singled them out. Fu and Haku shrugged. One student was ushered out of the room by his teammates. Lee reiterated that the flames of youth would triumph, and his teammates dared him to prove it. His boast that he would eat an absurd number of Gai-sensei's special packets earned only bewildered looks and a reminder that such stunts had consequences. The next day at Training Ground 44 the gathered teams stared nervously into a cordoned-off forest that echoed with eerie screeches and howls, the rustle of giant insects and snakes, and, for some inexplicable reason, the occasional upbeat mariachi tune. Enko grinned as she began to announce the details of her arena. She introduced her stretch of the Leaf Village as Training Ground 44, which she liked to call the Forest of Death. Thunder rolled from somewhere nearby. Shikamaru asked if anyone else had heard the thunder. Enko grinned and pretended not to hear. Shikamaru shivered as the rumbling grew louder. Ino muttered that Enko seemed like a troublesome witch. Shikamaru waved his hands frantically, and Ino and Choji echoed his nervous gestures, wondering if another team expected a handicap. Enko chuckled and told them they were not being given the chance to back out now. She explained that from each entrance to her little patch of wilderness, the teams would burst out and seek one another in a 5-day battle for survival. By the end, each team had to reach the giant tower at the center while holding both a Heaven Scroll, which was white, and an Earth Scroll, which was black. Enko also warned that if any member of a team died, the entire team would lose. She added that she was hosting 34 teams but only 16 pairs of scrolls were in play. Hinata raised her hand and asked what had happened to the other pair. Enko grinned and said that Team Pink and Duck, as well as Team Lazy, were starting out without any scrolls. Sasuke and the others went pale and asked if she was serious. Anko frowned and offered them a choice. Accept that handicap or start the journey into the woods at a disadvantage. She then drew a stack of consent forms from her jacket and held them out for signatures. Mitrashur Tower. Fluffy commented from one of the spare bedrooms that Taffy had made a good point. Anko could be family to Naruto for all they knew. Taesun stared into the forest and frowned as she answered that Anko might have been able to adopt him if circumstances had been different, and that she was probably more unfairly disliked than Naruto was. Taesun observed that Anko did not help her image with the association to Orochimaru and the snakes, likening it to a glaring banner that invited suspicion. Fluffy added that if people could look past the fox and treat Naruto with decency, they might extend the same courtesy to Anko. Fluffy grinned and mentioned an alternate plan. Taesun frowned and objected that Fluffy's ideas often crossed lines. She reminded Fluffy that she had spent a year crafting the complicated seal she had placed on Naruto and refused to have it tampered with. Fluffy sighed, and Taesun dismissed the notion. Taesun then turned serious and said that if Orochimaru succeeded here and the cursed seal appeared, the Uchiha would have to be neutralized. She noted that because they were both Uzumaki and bound by the Clan Compensation Act, any lethal action would carry legal complications. A quiet pause followed as they considered the implications. Fluffy grinned and said that he could kill the brat. Taesun sighed and replied that he had someone else in mind, someone with the most pathetic seal he had ever seen, blaming Yondaime Kazekage for what had happened to his son. Thunder rolled in the forest of death as Naruto, Fu, and Haku dashed through the trees, a heaven scroll stowed in Fu's carrying bag. They ran into a crude trap of ninja wire and a badly disguised snare. Haku sighed at the poor craftsmanship and called upon a wind technique, blasting the wire away and stripping the disguise to reveal 3 male Konoha genin. They wore expensive gear and carried an air of arrogance. One had armlets made of rare coins, another had silver earrings shaped like sickles, and the leader wore a leather jacket bearing the insignia of Kanehagakure Civilian Affairs. The Civilian Affairs jacket man smirked and dismissed Naruto and his companions with a sneer. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion, and the three responded by asserting their superiority, each boasting about his influential parent. Fu noted their protests with a calm observation that the others did not care which families the boys served. The leader responded with outrage, declaring them unworthy and demanding that they surrender their weapons to avoid a formal write-up. Naruto scoffed and produced a ball of static using a lightning technique, firing it toward the trio. The boys dodged clumsily, and Naruto criticized their lack of agility compared to academy students. Back in a nearby classroom, Konohamaru and his team reacted to the commotion. The coin armlet boy angrily unleashed a coinbase technique. The coins flew like spinning blades toward Naruto and his friends. The trio moved aside with little trouble and tried to flank them. Fu used a quick, precise poke on the coin armlet boy, catching him off balance and sending him tumbling from a tree. He crashed to the ground. The Civilian Affairs jacket boy resorted to a flashy fire technique that briefly set his own clothing alight, causing him to fall and scramble as his outfit smoked. The sickle-eared boy attempted a surprise strike against Haku, but Haku caught his arm and answered with a quick disabling blow that sent the attacker sprawling. Haku then retrieved the scroll. Fu examined the find and shook her head with disappointment, noting that the heaven scroll they had recovered was not worth the trouble. A short neutral pause bridged the moment as the group gathered themselves and prepared to move on. Haku pocketed the scroll. He said that it was better than leaving it for someone to take or burning it and giving away their position, and suggested they look for an actual team. Mitrashur Tower. Fluffy shivered as she stared into the woods, sensing something ominous and serpentine. Taesun met her gaze and acknowledged that he had felt it too. He observed that it was too late now because the Uchiha bore a curse mark, and that they would have to stop him. Taesun added that they might have Gaara handle it. Back in the woods, Team 11 continued through the trees when they heard a desperate, female-sounding scream. Haku noted that someone else seemed to be in danger. The sound was punctuated by an unsettling laugh. The group moved from tree to tree, closing on the source. They reached a clearing and found the Kumo team in disarray, with some members unconscious and one member restrained by a large figure. The hulking figure wore a black cloak decorated with red clouds and had orange hair and many ringed purple eyes. He identified the restrained ninja as the apprentice of the Eight Tails and the niece of the Two Tails, calling her a valuable bargaining tool. Before he could continue, a fireball struck his chest and knocked him into a nearby tree. Samui turned to see the Konoha team. Fu evaluated their opponent and doubted his rank, prompting him to ask why the man was there. The man recognized the presence of the Nine Tails and Two Tails and declared that he, the Naraka Path, would defeat them. He charged at the trio. Fu met him, gripping his hands and putting all her strength into the clash, but he began to push her palms back as if to crush them. Fu found him formidable. Seeing that the situation required more, she tapped into a partial transformation that produced a brief red aura. Her strength forced him off. He responded by igniting his fists with flames in a taijutsu technique and attacked her. A water ball knocked the flames away and sent Fu into Haku's arms, where they regrouped. Haku confirmed that he would hold the rescued teammate while Naruto dealt with their heavy opponent. Naruto answered and unleashed a fire technique that produced a lesser dragon of flame. The behemoth used brute force to break it and smashed down on Naruto, who escaped into smoke. Samui praised the teamwork. Even as a tailed beast host, Naruto's use of shadow clones and tactics impressed her. The Naraka Path struck with a lightning-charged palm, briefly covering the attacker in static before breaking him apart. Naruto dispersed into smoke as a substitution. The Naraka Path declared himself a divine manifestation and prepared to press the attack. Naruto multiplied himself with the multi-shadow clone technique, thousands of copies surrounding the Naraka Path and relentlessly striking him. Each clone that was destroyed was replaced until the path was overwhelmed and flung into the air by a combined assault. The clones formed above and slammed the path into the ground with a dramatic finishing blow, creating a deep hole. Water then poured into the crater from an underground spring. Water released as drilling bullets rose from the spring and struck the path. Naruto landed panting as his shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and a log was used in a substitution. The Naraka Path leapt from above, intent on crushing Naruto. Naruto created a dome of lightning to protect himself, but the path broke through and pummeled him. Naruto collapsed, visibly injured and struggling. Samui and Haku reacted with alarm. Samui and Haku counterattacked with water and lightning techniques. The path simply blocked the attacks with his hands and reflected the energy back, striking both of them. He taunted them and then coated his fists with earth before lunging toward Haku, declaring a harsh judgment. At that moment, an ice wall rose between Haku and the path. Both were taken aback. Naruto, panting and glowing faintly with chakra, had formed the barrier and declared that he would not allow his friends to be harmed. Samui was stunned and wondered how he had accessed that element, since it was not associated with the Nine Tails chakra. The path thought that the ability was unusual, like Taison's. The scouting mission had unexpectedly escalated. Original techniques and descriptions. Ninja technique, coins of death. Description: coins used like shuriken for non-lethal attacks. Fire technique: fire fists of the warring god. Description: ignites the user's fists for taijutsu. Flames persist against ordinary healing. Fire technique: wyvern flame. Description: a lesser dragon-shaped fire attack. Lightning technique: shock palm. Description: a flat palm charged with electricity used to strike an opponent. Lightning technique: surge of lightning. Description: a blast of lightning sent toward a foe. Amigakure. In the rain-soaked industrial village, the Deva Path, the most prominent of Nagato's 6 paths and his representative to Akatsuki meetings under the alias Pain, brooded as he watched the downpour. Another of the paths approached, sharing similar eyes, hair, wardrobe, and piercings, but with longer hair tied back in a ponytail, the Animal Path. The Deva Path instructed the Animal Path to summon Konan for counsel. The Animal Path complied and performed the required hand seals. A summoning technique brought forth Konan, the sole female member of Akatsuki, a blue-haired kunoichi with a cool expression and paper flowers in her hair. She acknowledged Nagato with reserved formality. Once the others had left, Konan allowed a hint of concern to show and indicated that something had happened again. The Deva Path confirmed that it had. The Naraka path explained that it had been hijacked in the same way as the path that had participated in the invasion of Kekkei, and that it had been used to authorize the disastrous missions to capture the Four Tails and Six Tails Jinchuriki. It had taken weeks to sort the matter out diplomatically, and they had been forced to keep Madara, who had been posing as Tobi, within Akatsuki until a suitable replacement could be found. To make matters worse, the situation had allowed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki to end up in Konoha, along with the Nine Tails. Recovering both from that village would be difficult, the path said. Nagato asked who could have the power to take control of the technique like that, noting that only Zetsu and Madara knew the method and that they had no reason to run amok with the bodies. Taesun stepped forward and identified the likely culprits as students of Jiraiya. Konan and the path reacted with alarm when he added that he had placed a warp seal on Yahiko's body. Taesun then explained that he had information about the path problem. Nagato demanded to know whether Taesun meant what they feared. Taesun sighed and said that he would not gain anything by sabotaging their bodies, because the Naraka path was currently threatening the last Uzumaki in Konoha and his plans to revive their clan were in danger. He confessed that he believed he knew who was controlling the paths. Taesun named an Uchiha as the one who had killed his wife, slaughtered his village, and betrayed his former best friend. He clarified that he was not certain it was Madara or Itachi specifically, and that whoever it was would not be able to restore the Uchiha to power easily, especially given the consequences of attaining the kind of near-immortality associated with Tobi. He offered anti-Sharingan seals for the paths in exchange for a 3-year delay in Akatsuki's attempts to capture the Jinchuriki. Nagato considered the proposal and agreed that peace would be postponed for longer. Taesun then asked for something else. As an Uzumaki, Nagato had a natural talent for seals, and Taesun hoped for a genetic transfer seal as a backup plan to restore the Uzumaki in Amigakure should Konoha go awry. Konan flushed at the mention and Taesun quickly retreated to avoid her paper shuriken, smiling at the awkward moment. Forest of Death. The Naraka path glared at Naruto and launched itself forward with powerful blows. Naruto evaded and countered with rapid hand seals to create a shadow clone and prepared a fire technique called Wyvern Flame. The path forced the flames away and crashed into Naruto, who was only the clone. The path roared in fury and called Naruto an Uzumaki. Naruto followed with an ice technique that formed restraints around the path's legs. The path struggled and demanded to be released. Naruto called for assistance from his allies. Samui and another shinobi unleashed a coordinated assault. Lightning surged, ice spikes struck, and a concentrated aura sphere combined elemental energy to pummel the path. The path staggered as if malfunctioning and stumbled from the smoke, disoriented. The path shouted that it would destroy Naruto in the name of the Uchiha, then shaped rock around its fists and charged. Naruto countered with a scorching technique, striking the path with a series of powerful blows that produced steam where they met. The path screamed and continued to falter. Samui intervened with a precise strike that incapacitated the path. It collapsed, stopped moving, and lay still on the training ground. Samui looked at the others and asked for an explanation about all the unusual bloodline abilities they had displayed. Hokage's office. The third Hokage paced in fury as he reviewed the security footage from the Forest of Death. A hulking shadow had smashed a hole into the dangerous training area, and the footage showed someone moving through the gate. Repairs and potential animal incursions would be added to his workload, and he could not trace the intruder. He was livid and running through worst-case scenarios. Izumo and Kotetsu burst into the office, breathless and apologetic for the abrupt entrance. The third Hokage demanded to know what was so urgent. They told him they had reason to believe that the civilian and elder councils, except for Tucci and Danzo, were working against him and that others had likely been compromised. The third Hokage remarked that it was hardly surprising, but pressed for details. Izumo and Kotetsu relayed what they had seen. They recalled the southern gate at night. They had been bored on a quiet post and had traded with the guards there, improvising to keep themselves occupied. Then they had witnessed the civilian council, alongside Hamura and Koharu, greeting a hulking man in black robes patterned with red clouds and unusual eyes. The council had handed him a large sum of Ryo and whispered in order to eliminate the so-called demon brat and his team. The third Hokage was incandescent with anger at the betrayal. They were now facing treason charges. Several ANBU appeared wearing masks of a feral cat, a snail, a duck, a domestic cat, a tanuki, a tuna, an octopus, and a leech. Koharu ordered the ANBU to bring the council members immediately, excluding Asuma and Kakashi. The cat and snail-masked ANBU nodded while the others drew their blades. Koharu grinned as she and the conspirators closed in on the loyal ANBU, Kotisu, Izumo, and the Hokage, backed by dozens of civilian-born Chunin and even Tobetsu and Jonin-level ninja. Izumo accused them of being traitors. Hamura spat and denounced them as demon lovers. In the Forest of Death, Samui and the recovered Team 11 were discussing the Kekkei Genkai. Samui noted that Taisen seemed to be restoring his clan through someone and had met with several leaders, suggesting a wider plan. Naruto suggested a rumored jutsu that could absorb Kekkei Genkai, but Samui explained that even a tailed beast host could not safely absorb 9 abilities and that aura release had been extinct for 50 years. Naruto then recalled that Taisen had once been near death, and Samui agreed that seals could be involved to prolong life and transfer powers without harm. A voice from the trees interrupted. Fluffy revealed herself and explained that Taisen had not asked for those powers. She tossed an earth scroll to Naruto and then vanished with a quick laugh. Samui remarked that confronting an S-class shinobi merited recognition, and the group accepted the gift of the scroll as thanks for their help. Fu retrieved the spare heaven scroll and handed it to the others. Fluffy promised to meet them at the finish, and Naruto's group departed as the sun rose on the second day. Samui watched them go and thought that Naruto was impressive. Naruto, Fu, and Haku moved through the trees with the scrolls. They spotted something red ahead and approached cautiously, exchanging concerned looks about what it might be. As they drew nearer, they recognized the red-haired Tayuya. Tayuya crossed her arms and announced that she had tracked them down, clearly annoyed. The three prepared for whatever she planned to say. Back at the Hokage's office, the loyal ninja assumed defensive positions as the rebellious forces surged in. The rebels initiated a paralysis genjutsu, layering it so the loyal shinobi found themselves trapped in a complex illusion meant to immobilize them. Only Hiruzen and one of the cat-masked ANBU managed to resist and move quickly. Hamura accused the leadership of endangering the village and claimed they were obstructing the training of those they called heroes. Koharu lashed out at Hiruzen's leadership and suggested that the Uchiha posed the true danger. The bound ANBU and Chunin lifted kunai to throats and warned that any aggressive move would cost lives, forcing everyone to hesitate. Hiruzen then unexpectedly laughed and unleashed a wood-release technique that produced binding branches covered with red leaves, which sprang from his body and restrained the rebelling ninja. He called for Enma, and the former teammate rose a large, imposing monkey who moved in to subdue the rebels in a decisive, non-lethal display of force until the wooden restraints held them. Hiruzen concentrated his chakra and released a field of genjutsu dispersing energy that lifted the layered illusions from his loyal ninja. Izumo thanked the Hokage for freeing them. Hiruzen observed the now-restrained conspirators, but a dark presence then moved into the room. Back in the Forest of Death, Tayuya intensified the confrontation and drew attention to her own condition. She stated that she had something important to reveal regarding her curse seal. Naruto smiled. Tayuya told him that she had nearly figured out a way to neutralize the seal's controlling effects and asked for about a month. Her eyes filled with joyful tears. She nervously asked if he was joking, and Naruto shook his head. Tayuya hugged him tightly and thanked him over and over, drawing angry glares from his teammates and others nearby. Land of the Moon. Isaribi, surveying the bustling seaside beaches of the Land of the Moon, found herself irritated for no clear reason. She spotted a man with silver hair reading an adult novel and, on impulse, snatched the book and tossed it into a nearby barbecue, where it quickly caught fire. The man wailed and collapsed, clutching his chest in shock, and Isaribi shoved him aside with an annoyed kick. Mitrashur Tower. When Team 8 arrived at the tower as the second team behind the Suna group, Hinata suddenly seemed unaccountably tense. Kiba commented that she sounded angry and asked if she was all right. Hinata assured him that she was fine, though distracted. Akamaru made a worried noise, and Kiba flinched. Kiba hesitated to press further, and Shino called him an idiot for making a fuss. Hinata turned and shot Kiba a sharp look. Kiba bolted away in embarrassment. Shino muttered something dismissive about the awkwardness of the moment. Forest of Death. Samui felt a sudden, inexplicable anger while standing guard. Her teammates were still unconscious from the earlier path attack. From above, a civilian-born team watched and decided this was their chance to strike. They targeted one of the girls on Samui's team and made crude remarks to each other. Samui overheard them and moved to intercept. In the brief skirmish that followed, Samui quickly subdued the would-be attackers, leaving them bound and incapacitated without any graphic harm. Back to Naruto. Naruto flushed as Fu stepped forward and embraced him, which annoyed Haku and Taiyuya. Fu claimed Naruto as her own in a jealous, half-playful way, and the others reacted with a mix of irritation and protectiveness. Before anyone could escalate the situation, Taiyuya warned that the team had been active recently and that an Uchiha had been marked by a curse. She feared the mark might be lethal and urged caution. Naruto panicked at the thought of losing Sasuke, and Taiyuya scolded him for overreacting and reported that the Uchiha had smashed the genin sent at him with ease. The bigger concern, she said, was that someone else had attacked Sasuke. That attacker had the Sharingan. Taiyuya urged them to head to the tower immediately because the Uchiha had threatened to tear Naruto apart, and if the curse mark had any control, the threat was grave. Hokage's office. The loyalist forces of the Hokage faced a mysterious figure in a black cloak, his presence shimmering like an illusion rather than solid flesh. Izumo demanded to know the intruder's identity. The figure's eyes flashed with the Sharingan and then briefly changed to a mangled, more intense form before returning. An ANBU member, recognizing something familiar, murmured the name Itachi, but the figure shook his head and spoke in a chilling, unbalanced tone about destroying Konoha. Emna and the other defenders attacked immediately. A water technique was unleashed toward the intruder, but it failed to restrain him. With a flash of his eyes, black flames swept away the would-release restraints meant to hold the rebels, and the freed conspirators began to retreat at his command. Emna leapt forward and passed through the figure, but the man countered with a surge of dark energy that flared, then faded, and announced that he was not fully revived yet. He unleashed a devastating technique at the Senju's defenses and vanished, leaving the defenders stunned. The Hokage ordered the ANBU to gather and root out traitors in their ranks. Izumo and Kotisu were instructed to assemble all ninjas not involved in the exam and sweep the town. When a shuriken thrown at the doorway was deflected, it became clear that a barrier had been set up. Kotisu examined it and reported that it appeared to be temporary, likely to last only an hour, just enough time for the traitors to flee Konoha. From the window, the Hokage watched conspirators, many civilians, and the village elders streaming away from the town. The Hokage grimly noted that sending the ANBU after them now would risk creating a power vacuum that Orochimaru could exploit, and he counted the numbers of shinobi that might leave with the conspirators. He then realized that one of the earlier decisions had indeed prevented the barrier's dissolution and wondered privately whether to punish or reward the person responsible. Down below. The fleeing group was approaching the north gate when Danzo appeared to block their path. They ordered him to move aside, calling the village tainted, but Danzo refused. He accused them of letting their emotions run wild and warned that their actions risked destroying Konoha for selfish reasons, standing firm between them and the escape route. A tense standoff followed as the fugitives hesitated. A tense voice declared that he must be stopped. The conspirators laughed. One of them taunted the older man, insulting his age and claiming that a single crippled man could not handle them all. Danzo, unexpectedly stern, revealed that he was not alone and ordered Root into position. 28 black-clothed ANBU operatives materialized around them, masked and armed. Kotisu and Hamura stood with their mouths open. The conspirators accused Danzo of treason and failure to disband, denouncing him and declaring that they would execute him for their cause. They laughed at the idea that the outnumbered defenders could resist. In a swift, non-graphic flurry of coordinated action, Danzo and Root quickly neutralized the plotters without unnecessary bloodshed. In the Root underground, Taysun moved through the secret archives and examined classified documents. As a seal master, he found the security measures easy to dismantle. The seals had been designed for mid-level ninja chakra, not for someone of his skill. Fluffy sighed and told him that they did not have the woman he suspected. Taisen admitted that his hunch that Danzo might be holding Kushina Uzumaki captive had been unfounded, but he had to be certain. Danzo favored covert operations, and a remote suspicion was often worth checking. They discussed the implications of keeping Root active. Taisen wondered aloud whether the Root operatives, with their ruthless methods, had done things in the name of the village that would be unsettling if revealed, bringing up the death of a relative of the Fire Lord who had once been considered a threat to succession. Fluffy agreed that Danzo had reasons to survive and that, behind his flaws, he was a man fiercely loyal to the Hidden Leaf Village. They both felt a chill when Taisen realized someone else had arrived beneath the surface of the archives, and Fluffy clenched her fists. If that presence was near, his ally could not be far behind. The two feared that if those two forces united, the consequences would be severe: death, destruction, and upheaval. For now, they had at least located the source of the unexpected interference in their plans. Mitrashur Tower. Team 11 entered the tower without incident, the third team to arrive that day. Hinata's team and the Sand team had already gathered. The competitors faced 3 days of waiting and preparation. At a table around noon, Naruto, Kiba, Haku, Fu, Hinata, and Shino passed the hours with a card game. Naruto wondered aloud who would advance and whether their team or the Sand team would make the cut. Fu suggested the team from the cloud, since they had already secured a second scroll. Hinata swallowed nervously at the thought. Shino, in his usual monotone, explained that the Aburame clan always had a sense of what was happening nearby because of their insects. He adjusted his glasses and said that he could tell when teams arrived in the tower. The others looked at him with mixed curiosity and suspicion. Kiba teased Hinata about Niji's abilities and doubted whether his team would pose a real threat, while Hinata defended Niji quietly, insisting he was very skilled. Shino reflected that Niji might be a worthy rival. Naruto smirked and said he preferred fewer competitors. The less competition, the better for their chances. Hokage's office. The Hokage addressed Danzo and the gathered council. He acknowledged that Danzo had broken direct orders and refused to disband Root, but he also credited Danzo with preventing a crisis of unprecedented scale. Because of those events and the attempted coup, the Hokage announced sweeping changes. The elder and civilian councils were dissolved effective immediately, and after the mid-level promotion exams they would conduct a full review of the civilian population to uncover any hidden agents. Danzo would lead the investigation with his Root operatives, who would then be integrated into regular ANBU under the Hokage's ultimate authority. Danzo was permitted to assign them to approved missions, but there would be no new recruits for the time being. The Hokage noted that the village was short dozens of ninja and that skill could not fully make up for such losses. The invasion warning brought back by Naruto and his team from the Land of Waves made the situation more urgent. Shikaku and the others agreed that they would need an outstanding performance from their genin this year. The Hokage asked Danzo to assess the genin taking part in the exams. Danzo had a talent for recognizing the traits of promising ninja and was less likely to be swayed by personal affection. Danzo reported that his operative Sai was already placed within Sasuke's team and had been instructed to downplay his abilities to conceal his identity. Now that the situation had shifted, Danzo could allow Sai to show more of his true skill if he advanced. Hiruzen sighed and acknowledged where many of the village's capable shinobi had been assigned. The council discussed specific prospects. Shikaku expressed confidence in Nara Shikamaru, Shibi spoke approvingly of Aburame Shino, Hayashi endorsed Hyuga Niji, and others named Fu and Naruto as likely to reach the Chunin rank if they performed well. The Hokage had mixed opinions about Tenten. Danzo admitted awkwardly that he was not accustomed to interacting with women, and the remark passed quickly as everyone moved on. Finally, the Hokage stated his belief that some candidates Inuzuka Kiba, Rock Lee, Akamichi Choji, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke still lacked the consistency or maturity to earn promotion at this time. The council accepted the assessment and prepared for the exams, knowing that much rested on the coming performances of their youngest ninja. Some sighed that their young Inuzuka lacked maturity. Chusa remarked that Choji still seemed too weak. Danzo dismissed Choji as merely a nice boy. Danzo then questioned whether Rock Lee really wanted the flames of youth to spread. The group shivered and then shook their heads in unison. Inoichi asked whether the hospital had an antidote for any new victims, and Hiruzen confirmed that they had supplies on standby. Hiruzen observed that Haruno Sakura showed neither skill nor true motivation, and that although the village's lone Uchiha had the raw power to fill a council seat, granting him that status would only encourage his arrogance. Danzo's disdain for the pink-haired Kunoichi was clear. When Shibi asked who should receive the vacant council seat, Hiruzen smiled and said he was working on it. He thought about the consequences once Naruto's family background became known and considered his own plans to retire again, wondering if Jiraiya might be willing to take his place. Konoha Hospital. Taysen kept watch over Jiraiya's body while Fluffy fussed with a poster of Tsunade. They discussed Anko's skill at placing seals and confirmed that she had done an effective job. Fluffy compared Tsunade to Naruto at a glance, but Taysen pointed out the clear differences in appearance and lineage, noting that Naruto's bloodline traced unmistakably to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. On impulse, Fluffy attempted an Uzumaki sealing art to read the marks on Jiraiya. The seal responded. A seal revealing technique spread a soft light through the room, highlighting the patterns on Jiraiya, Taysen, and Fluffy. Taysen examined the glow and realized the seal was a sophisticated memory-repressing seal. Removing it would risk destroying the sealed person's psyche. To learn more without endangering anyone, Fluffy initiated an Uzumaki seal art, memory seal flashback. The flashback brought images into their minds that left the observers shocked and embarrassed. They halted the technique immediately. Afterward, Taysen confirmed that the evidence fit a surprising conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki appeared to be descended from the Sannin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Fluffy and Taysen exchanged stunned looks and discussed who might have placed such a seal. Taysen proposed a theory that pointed toward someone whose name began with M and ended with A, and who also used the alias Toby. Mitrashur Tower. Later that night, Hinata woke from a vivid romantic dream about Naruto, feeling both shy and lighthearted. She packed a small comfort item in her bag and, making a quiet note in her personal journal about her feelings, prepared to rest. Using her gentle eye technique to observe quietly from a distance, she passed Kiba's room, where he slept peacefully, and other rooms where villagers rested, until she reached Naruto's. There she found Naruto asleep and those close to him sleeping nearby. Everyone was clothed and at ease. Hinata felt a tender mix of longing and compassion. She reflected on how they, like her, had known loneliness. That shared experience drew people together. Determined to become stronger and more confident so she could support Naruto and be close to him in the future, she reminded herself that her training with Kurenai had already shown results and resolved to continue improving. She allowed herself a small, embarrassed laugh at her own intense feelings, then drifted back towards sleep, only to slip into another strange and surreal dream. The room had a huge black bed with a canopy and blinds, overlooking a wasteland covered in flames. Hinata dreamed she stood in that room with two others, each dressed in variations of her own clothing, and that they confronted Sakura in a harsh, humiliating tableau. The dream emphasized Hinata's long-held resentment towards Sakura for the way Sakura had treated Naruto. The scene shifted and dissolved before anything more could play out. Hinata woke with the memory of the dream lingering and decided it held no real meaning for the story. She simply noted it as a strange, unsettling image and moved on. Mitrashur Tower. A lot of things could happen in a few days in the Mitrashur Tower, and not all of them would send someone to the infirmary or to the edge of panic. Incident 1. Team 11's room. Naruto woke in the morning to find his teammates close at his side. The warmth and familiarity of the embrace felt comforting. He could have stayed like that forever. He was also hungry and mildly embarrassed by the awkwardness of waking up in that close, sleepy cluster. He took a moment to calm himself and told himself to stay composed. If he managed to get through the day with his team intact, it would be a miracle. Incident 2. Laundry room. Naruto, in his pajamas, waited patiently for his orange outfit to finish its cycle in the laundry machine. A basket of finished laundry sat on top of another machine, ready to be collected. Downstairs the cafeteria was noisy as teams arrived and tensions rose over trivial things. A sudden commotion from the lower level shook the tower and knocked the laundry basket from its perch, sending a cascade of clothing down onto Naruto. By chance, many of the last items in that basket had belonged to teammates Samui, Hinata, Fu, and Haku, and Naruto found himself covered in a jumble of clean clothes. He could barely see and muffled pleas for help came from him. Hinata heard him and, concerned and kind, offered to help him clear the mess and spare him any awkward consequences from the others. A short, neutral moment of embarrassment passed, and everyone moved on. Incident 3, Team 11 Room. The morning before the final exams, Naruto woke to the soft sound of a giggle. He opened his eyes to find Haku smiling in her nightwear and realized he had spent the night with his teammates nearby, each of them asleep close together. He felt a flush of embarrassment over having been that comfortable with them, but the mood was innocent and warm. He reminded himself to keep things appropriate and focus on the exams ahead. The end of the exams. To his great surprise, Naruto and his teammates later found themselves in an arena-like room with a giant statue of a hand and viewing platforms above. They gathered their composure, ready to face whatever trial the exam would bring. An oddly tired-looking Hokage stood with their senseis. Present were Kakashi and the IWA Team Jonin, a tan, bearded man from Konoha, a man whose face was partially covered from Suna, a pale, unsettling man from Oto, a woman in red and white armor with black hair from Konoha, a large, muscled man from Kumo, a tightly dressed blonde woman from Kumo who did not appear to be a sensei, and, to their surprise, a man who resembled the green-suited child's father, sharing the same distinctive eyebrows and eccentric fashion sense. Of the last 5 teams to arrive, only Kabuto's team did not look worse for wear. Both male IW genin moved on crutches with injured legs, the non-leader Kekkei genin had broken noses and arms in slings, one Oto genin had a broken arm, and Sasuke looked beaten and exhausted, weaker than anyone expected. The Hokage greeted the group with a measured explanation of the true purpose of the exams, but the speech felt monotonous to secret viewers who remained hidden. Taesun and Fluffy had set up an illusion-sealed hole in the wall with 2 beach chairs, a cooler of sodas, and several bowls of popcorn. Taesun sighed that it was almost time and muttered that he had heard a similar spiel at his own Chunin exams. Fluffy laughed and noted that Taesun might have been promoted if more people had truly seen him then. Taesun only acknowledged it quietly. The Hokage then asked if anyone did not believe they could continue. The injured IWA genin and the Kekkei genin raised their hands and left. Kabuto declined as well, explaining in a subdued voice that a nasty encounter during the competition had damaged his hearing, and he could not continue. As those who quit departed, another ninja with dark rings under his eyes and a persistent cough stepped forward. Height Gecko announced that he would be the proctor for the assignment and the preliminaries that would begin immediately. He coughed frequently as he explained that 28 genin were too many for the finals and that they needed to reduce the number to 14. Enko called for the scoreboard, and an electronic board materialized on the side of the wall. Height explained that when a name appeared on the board it would be paired with another and that those paired would fight until one could no longer continue. The rest would go up into the stands. The first match was Sabaku no Gaara against Haruno Sakura. A loud rushing sound marked Sakura's sudden departure from the field, leaving only displaced dust where she had stood. Gaara stared at the empty space with a dark expression while Sai let out a resigned sigh. Naruto commented with a chuckle that it was a cowardly move but probably the smartest choice. Height, still coughing, called Gaara the winner. Temari forced a smile and said she wanted a decisive result. Gaara glared toward the door, contemplating what the outcome meant for his existence. Taesun shook his head, puzzled. He had expected Sasuke to fight first. The next bout paired Rock Lee against Akimichi Choji. Rock Lee erupted with boundless enthusiasm, Guy flashing an encouraging thumbs up. Lee's energy was infectious and obvious to everyone. Choji groaned at the prospect of facing such intensity, but a bearded man from Konoha promised Choji a ribs dinner if he won, which lit a spark of determination in him. Ten cheered for Lee and Niji smirked, confident in Lee's abilities. Ino urged Choji on while Shikamaru warned that it would be troublesome if he lost. Then the match began. In a blur of motion, Choji charged with an expansion technique that made him swell into the shape of a massive rolling boulder. Lee reacted with remarkable agility, escaping the first impact but being slammed into the wall by the redirected assault. Choji landed back to normal while Lee sprang from the impact zone, still moving. Guy shouted his enthusiastic approval and declared Lee a worthy rival for taijutsu mastery. The crowd felt the shift in the arena's energy. Kakashi's own unease eased for the moment, while some sensed Choji was in a precarious position. Choji used expansion again, hurtling at Lee like a giant rolling boulder. Lee leapt and ran along the moving mass, invoking old training memories and the promise that had driven him since youth. With a series of aerial maneuvers, Lee delivered a spinning aerial kick that struck Choji and sent him careening into the walls like a pinball. He followed with a powerful downward strike that landed squarely, accompanied by an elaborate, stylized taijutsu display that projected waves and a sunset-like backdrop in the crowd's imagination. Guy raised his fist and celebrated Lee's youthful vigor. The Kumo Jonin watched with stunned disbelief at the intensity Lee displayed. From within the arena, a quiet, unexpected voice addressed one of the Jonin, hinting at an inner presence and adding an uneasy undercurrent to the already electric atmosphere. The other Cloud-High ninja made a sound like a startled cat. The illusion faded, revealing a defeated Choji. The announcer coughed and declared Rock Lee the winner. Choji muttered that he felt youthful, and his teacher yelped in fear. Someone shouted that he was infected and called for a medic and an antidote. Rock Lee sprang back up onto the rafters and beamed at his teacher, proud of his victory. He told his teacher that he had done it. The two exchanged loud, enthusiastic calls to each other that echoed through the hall as the illusion returned, alternating between their names. One voice begged to be allowed to destroy it, but another warned that causing an incident would anger the higher-ups. The illusion urged violence, and the echoes even suggested the behavior of a wild rival, but the group froze until the illusion finally stopped. The village leader leaned close to Anko and whispered a question about how such illusions could be performed. She shivered and said she would rather be stuck with Orochimaru again than deal with that. From a hidden viewing post, Taesun smiled to himself. Fluffy, watching from the stands, commented on the youthful energy of the match and then joked about the idea of infection. Taesun noted that he was immune, though something still troubled him. The announcer cleared his throat and announced the next match. The match pairing was Yamanaka Ino against Sabaka Temari. Temari grinned as she faced Ino. Ino had hoped for a challenge but was determined that a win was a win, and she wondered aloud if her teammate would get a real fight. Temari fired back with a cutting comment about Ino's sweater and prepared to fight. The match began. Temari drew the metallic weapon from her back and unfolded a giant fan. She unleashed a wind scythe technique that sent a harsh gust straight toward Ino. Ino rolled away from the blast, drew a pair of shuriken, and sent them flying at Temari. Temari folded her fan to block the projectiles and then sent another huge gust of wind at Ino. For several minutes the exchange continued. Ino managed to dodge Temari's powerful wind attacks while Temari used her fan to deflect the recovering opponent's shuriken and kunai. Then Temari managed a closer strike and cut off some of Ino's hair, which flew into the air. Ino's expression darkened for a second before she smiled with renewed resolve. Before Temari could finish an insult, Ino's hair moved with a shimmering energy and wrapped around Temari's arms and legs, binding her. Ino had used her energy hair binding technique. She smirked at the success and mimicked her teammates' tactical manner. Shikamaru smiled in appreciation. Observers noted that Ino had turned an opponent's attack against her, and some acknowledged that she was unexpectedly capable. Temari tried a mind-body switch technique and suddenly went rigid while Ino's body collapsed. Temari then appeared to be controlled by Ino and slowly raised her hand. Gaara issued a grave warning to Temari in a monotone voice, and his unusual show of concern seemed to break through. Temari began twitching and then let out a yell. Ino's collapsed body stirred back to life as Temari regained control. Ino stumbled to her feet in shock, asking how it had happened. Temari, furious, reacted quickly. Using her rolled-up fan with raw force, she struck Ino and sent her crashing into the wall. Ino collapsed, defeated. Shikamaru reacted in dismay at being the last remaining member of his team in the preliminary rounds. The announcer declared Sabaku Temari the winner. Ino was taken to the medical area for treatment, while Temari returned to the stands and performed an audacious display that had drawn gasps from the crowd. Gaara's eyes widened in gratitude at her attention. Taesun smiled at Temari's obvious care for her brother, the tailed beast host, but he still felt that something was off. A companion told him to relax and have a drink. The next fight followed, in which Shino used his insect techniques to neutralize the injured Sound Genin without graphic detail. The following match was set to be Hyuga Hinata vs. Karui. Later, in the corridors of Mitrashire Tower, Sakura ran in a panic, thinking only of getting away from the preliminaries. She had no desire to face that monstrous fighter. Her mother's ambitions rang in her ears. By the end of the exams they would control the Leaf Village, she would be promoted along with Sasuke, and their rivals would be stripped of rank and forced into servitude. The civilians and those without special lineage, her mother insisted, would rule. As she fled from the matches, Sakura collided with a dark cloaked figure. The form looked hazy and insubstantial, and it had a broad, imposing silhouette. Sakura froze in fear as the figure raised a hand. Her breath hitched and then she collapsed to the floor, motionless except for shallow, frightened breathing that showed she was still alive. Back at the fighting halls, Fluffy sniffed the air and growled. Taesun gave her a look. She observed that someone else had arrived in the crowd. She smashed an empty bottle in her hand with the kind of force that would have impressed the village leader. She muttered that an adversary and a certain Uchiha had returned and wondered darkly why they could not stay gone. Taesun told her to take the comment up with their mutual foe, Tobi. Down below, Hinata and the dark-skinned female fighter from the cloud were about to face off. The cloud competitor taunted Hinata, reminding everyone of past rivalries and calling attention to Hinata's family background. Hinata flinched and Niji glared down at her. Niji smirked and predicted that the match would be entertaining to watch, but some in the crowd told him to stop and be supportive of family. Lee yelled that it would be most unyouthful to fight among themselves, and Niji chuckled at the tension. Naruto, watching nearby, tried to reason about Hinata's prospects. He noted that Hinata was a teammate of Samui's and guessed that, since Samui had already been knocked out, Hinata might be at a disadvantage. Haku shook her head and explained that even if that were true, the opponent had a sword that kept Hinata easily out of range, and Haku suspected she also had some kind of long-range technique. Haku added that clan-style fighting tended to follow the same patterns, which made them vulnerable to predictable counters. She pointed out that, for example, the Akamichi relied on hand-to-hand combat while the Yamanaka specialized in mental techniques, and that made them easy to read. Fu shrugged and suggested that being born outside one of the exclusive clans allowed more versatility, naming the Sarutobi and Hataki as examples and teasingly including the duck-headed ones. Naruto smiled down at the sparring scene and reassured them that quiet fighters often pulled unexpected wins, mentioning Shino as an example. Fu and Haku responded with a look. Ten admonished Naruto that such a saying belonged to thieves, killers, and perverts, which made Naruto blush and correct himself, insisting Hinata was none of those things. No one noticed Hinata sneeze. The referee cleared his throat and the two girls began their match. Hinata started by activating her all-seeing visual technique. She launched herself at Karui and attempted a gentle palm strike, which Karui easily avoided before delivering a forceful elbow to Hinata's back. Hinata stumbled backward, disheveled from the blow, and Karui followed with a sweeping kick that sent Hinata skidding into the wall in a dramatic burst of dust. When the dust settled, only some rubble from earlier skirmishes remained where Hinata had been. Niji noted loudly that Hinata had used a substitution technique, calling it cowardly. Tenten shot him a look and reminded him that substitution was a technique permitted by the rules. Niji countered that they seldom relied on such academy-style tricks, and Karui began searching around in anger. Karui demanded to know where Hinata had gone, then heard a rustling and turned to see what looked like Hinata charging at her. Karui drew a long sword from her back and swung at the figure, the blade passing harmlessly through a hastily created body clone. Karui was surprised by the illusion, but then felt a precise strike to her arm as the real Hinata landed a gentle palm hit and forced Karui to drop her sword. Hinata followed with 2 more quick, accurate strikes before moving out of reach. Lee praised Hinata's clever tactic, noting how she had used a replica as a distraction and then struck with her precise palm technique, and urged Niji to consider trying similar ideas. Niji dismissed Hinata as weak and scoffed that she relied on civilian tricks. Karui's anger flared. Karui shouted that Hinata would pay for injuring her arm and gathered herself. A thunder song illusion formed around Karui, a rumbling, storm-like effect that carried disturbing, music-like harmonics. Hinata stared in alarm as Guy and Lee exchanged tense looks. Lee recognized the technique as the rival power he had been warned about, and Niji paled at the display. Karui's teacher grinned and bragged that the technique involved static and declared the students should prepare for it. Karui unleashed a lightning-based technique called thunder notes. Musical, electrically charged motifs formed in the air and shot toward Hinata. Hinata, with her all-seeing vision active, braced herself and tried to deflect them with her precise palm strikes, but the energetic motifs flowed through her defenses and struck her with jolts of energy. Hinata cried out and stumbled back, a faint singe at the edges of her hair. Kiba, Fu, Haku, and Naruto reacted in alarm, and Kurenai and Shino watched with concern. Karui taunted Hinata cruelly, implying she was a burden to her family. Naruto, angered by the bullying, demanded that Karui stop insulting Hinata and told her not to let Karui hurt her with words. Fu and Haku looked on sadly. Niji scoffed that nothing Naruto could say would change Hinata's supposed destiny as a failure. Hinata, however, looked up at Naruto with a small, determined smile, then met her sensei's curt nod. She forced herself to stand and deliberately deactivated her all-seeing vision. Karui sneered and prepared to repeat her attack. Dozens of electrified motifs flew straight at Hinata, but Hinata's body began to glow with a multicolored aura of inner energy. Observers reacted in disbelief. The village leader murmured that what they were seeing had not been witnessed in generations, and others exchanged shocked looks. Someone absent-mindedly compared it to a scene from a new movie, while Niji's face went ashen. Hinata made a series of focused hand motions and activated a rare aurora technique called Boreal Light Show. Streams of red, green, and blue energy streamed from her glowing arms, intersected the approaching motifs, and neutralized them in a brilliant display of light. The neutralized energy then struck Karui, hurling her backward. She slammed against the wall and lay unconscious. After a moment, the referee declared Hinata the winner. Hinata panted as the glow around her faded. Lee, baffled by the display, asked Niji what the strange light had been. Niji stammered as he tried to explain. He said the aurora trait was extremely rare among their clan, a roughly 1 in 1,000 occurrence. The trait weakened the all-seeing vision while granting expanded ranged power. It was a 3-element genetic trait that combined wind, water, and lightning, a curiosity that made Hinata's performance all the more remarkable. Gaara, watching thoughtfully, suggested Hinata's ability could help him prove his own strength. Kankuro, who had expected Hyuga members to specialize only in certain techniques, was stunned by the versatility Hinata had just displayed. A team member thought that this would make the plan more difficult. The next match was Kinyuta Dosu versus Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi noted that her request to omit her name had been honored and that her opponent would be tough. Both genin jumped down to the battlefield. Dosu looked wrapped like a mummy, wearing a straw cape and a metal arm. Taesun sighed in relief at the arrangement and remarked that it was probably for the best that Kuratsuchi had not faced Naruto, since Dosu was one of the tougher genin. Taesun signaled for the match to begin. Dosu stood still, which infuriated Kuratsuchi. She rapidly formed hand signs and unleashed fire release, dragon flame jutsu as a dragon of flame shot from her mouth toward Dosu. Dosu evaded with unexpected speed and reappeared behind her, striking with a vibrating sound drill. The impact produced disorienting sound waves that affected Kuratsuchi's hearing and balance. Kuratsuchi assessed Dosu as a long-range fighter but decided to press on despite the damage. She began to dissolve into mud, revealing a mud clone and performing a substitution. The clone appeared behind Dosu with a dangerous look. Dosu countered with his own fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu and Vibrating Sound Drill. The two attacks collided and cancelled. Dosu stepped back and admitted that the fire had heated his metal arm and altered the vents specified for his sound jutsu, weakening his technique. Dosu explained that the holes in his arm were calibrated for his sound techniques and that heat had expanded them, reducing his effectiveness. He chose to forfeit to preserve his arm and explained that he wanted to be able to repair the damage so he could fight a different target. He glanced toward the Uchiha before leaving the battle room. Heiei looked confused. Taesun declared Kuratsuchi the winner. The examiners decided to send Dosu to Kumo for custody, concluding that the information he carried would be valuable and must be secured. They created shadow clones to transport him safely. The next match began, with Shikamaru securing his team's only win against the last Oto Genin and eliminating the rest of his team. The following match was Tsurugi Misumi vs Momoichi Haku. Tenten noted Haku's reputation and remembered the association with the Seven Swordsmen, but she kept her thoughts to herself. One of Kabuo's teammates, a glass-wearing, covered-mouth ninja, faced Haku. He made an unnerving comment about Haku's appearance and then extended his arm unnaturally toward her. Haku responded with wind release, great breakthrough, sending a blast of wind from her mouth. He altered his body to avoid the attack and then wrapped around Haku, attempting to restrain her. Haku struggled as one of her arms remained trapped. She used a small nick to draw blood and performed hand seals with her free hand. With a quiet motion, she summoned a dark-furred rabbit called Shirobito, which appeared in a puff of smoke. The assembled genin reacted with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. Haku ordered the rabbit to attack. The creature lunged at the assailant with fierce, relentless force, forcing the crowd to recoil. The violence was abrupt and alarming but non-graphic. Panic rippled through the stands, and several competitors urged someone to stop the creature. Haku quickly desummoned Shirobito, and the examiners declared her the winner. The rabbit vanished. The next match was announced, and Fu braced herself as the Tiki-born taijutsu user smiled confidently. Takiboshi Fu vs Bagujirai Jo was up next. The exam descriptions introduced two original techniques, lightning release, thunder notes, which formed electrical notes that were hurled at opponents without hand signs and could not be stopped by physical means, and aurora release, boreal light show, a high-level fused nature technique that sent large bands of light at a target. At the Maitrishire Tower exam chambers, the 9th match of 14 began. Jo and Fu stared each other down, each radiating determination and intent. Jo taunted Fu, implying she relied on her tailed beast-enhanced power, while Fu tightened her fist and resolved to prove herself without relying on that advantage. Fu vowed to rely on her own taijutsu skill rather than the beast within. Naruto and Haku watched with nervous anticipation, commenting that her hand-to-hand ability could decide the match quickly. The examiners signaled the start. The two Taki-born ninja leaped into action. Jo opened with earth release, rising stone spears, summoning spears of earth from the ground toward Fu. He grinned despite being struck, as if the attack meant nothing. Fu reacted in shock when a clone appeared behind her with an evil grin. She identified it as a clone. The clone used a Takigakure water release to form a sword of water and sliced toward Fu. Another water sword collided with it, sparks and spray filling the air. Jo growled that she had used their jutsu, and Fu glared back. Fu retorted defiantly and unleashed a water release, water tornado. The two water tornadoes collided in a massive burst, sending Fu and Jo into the air above the rising smoke. Omnoi observed that such power colliding at once showed they were both skilled genin, and he lamented that one had to lose. Jo formed a spear of water with another water release and struck Fu's arm. The weapon hit her arm, and she fell to the ground in a plume of smoke. Naruto reacted with fear as Jo landed and grinned, confident the fight was over. When the smoke cleared, Fu remained on the ground holding her arm, groaning but not finished. She pushed herself up and charged again. Jo taunted her and launched another water release, water tornado that slammed into Fu and drove her back into the arena wall amid a cloud of spray. Yujito exclaimed in surprise at the presence of a shadow clone at genin level. Naruto cheered Fu on, and Haku nodded in approval. From behind him, Fu's still injured rose with a kunai clenched in her mouth. She spat it out and sent the kunai clattering toward Joe with poor aim. Fu glared and muttered an insult under her breath. The single kunai multiplied with a shadow technique into a shower of kunai that rained down across the battlefield, striking Joe and knocking him to the ground, pinned but not grievously harmed. Heiei surveyed the scene briefly and then announced Fu Takebushi as the winner. Taesun praised her performance, and Fu celebrated her victory exuberantly. Joe cursed as medics led him away. The 10th battle appeared on the screen and the next competitors entered the arena, Hyuga Niji vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba, confident and brash, taunted Niji about being ready for a punishment, while Niji remained composed and offered a dry retort about dog food. The match began, and Akamaru leapt from Kiba's jacket as Kiba activated beast mimicry, blue chakra flared and Kiba looked more feral. Niji kept a calm expression. Kiba rushed at Niji with a passing fong, spinning like a razor, but Niji sidestepped without even activating his Byakugan, letting Kiba slide harmlessly past. Kiba demanded that the match be more entertaining and grew impatient. He tossed a soldier pill to Akamaru, who transformed into a fiercer-looking companion with red fur and roared. Akamaru jumped onto Kiba's back and then used a beast-human clone technique to create another Kiba to fight alongside him. Naruto watched and sighed at the increasing chaos, while others commented that Kiba had unleashed his beast but questioned why the Hyuga seemed certain to win. Kiba then tossed a smoke bomb that filled the arena with a dense cloud. Shino noted that Kiba knew the Byakugan could not see through the gas and gambled that Niji was affected as well. Tenten, smiling, prepared a plan. Two fighters who resembled Kiba charged at the smoke from opposite sides and attacked together, exploding into the cloud with a coordinated Fong passing technique. The explosion blasted Kiba and his dog out of the smoke, knocking them unconscious. When the smoke cleared, Niji stood in a shallow crater, looking bored but satisfied that his hidden defense had worked. Observers marveled at his skill, some questioned branch house dynamics, and others simply called him a genius. The announcer declared Hyuga Niji the winner. Kiba and Akamaru were carried away, and Niji returned calmly to his seat. The 11th match was Ni Samui vs Sai. The two pale genin faced each other in silence. Sai addressed Samui in his characteristically odd tone and referred to her as a Kumo shinobi. Samui met his stare without reacting, a display of the patience she had developed on her missions. When the match began, Sai produced a paintbrush and scroll from his pack and began drawing quickly. He used a ninja art, Super Beast Scroll to release dozens of ink creatures that charged across the arena. Samui formed a lightning release dome that surrounded her and caused the ink beasts to dissolve. Sai continued to draw and sent more painted creatures forward as Samui's dome faded. Drawn to defend herself, Samui drew her tanto and channeled lightning release into it, forming a lightning-charged blade that she used to cut through the remaining painted creatures and then charged at Sai. Sai smiled and reinforced his own blade with his ninja art, hardening the paint into a real weapon as he also advanced. Both blades collided as the two sword technique users clashed again and again. Tenten watched in awe and wished aloud that she could wield swords like that. Guy struck his heroic pose and promised to teach her, vowing to juggle Chusa Akimichi for an hour with one hand if he failed. Niji and Tenten stepped away from their eccentric teacher. Sai created a second painted blade and pressed his advantage against Samui, who barely managed to hold him off. Samui closed her eyes for a moment, then leapt out of range. A blast of lightning flew toward Sai as Samui unleashed an attack, and Sai used his blades to block it. That distraction gave Samui what she needed. She tied an explosive tag to one of the 3 kunai she had drawn and launched them. 2 struck the ground harmlessly, the third detonated, rocking the area with a small explosion. Enko complained that if Samui destroyed her tower she would be disqualified. Sai evaded the blast with only his regular tanto. Samui gathered her chakra around herself like a shroud and then electrified it. Yujito watched Killer Bee in surprise. Bee smiled and joked about not believing what Samui had done. The shroud took on a faint cat-like motif, with ear-like protrusions and clawed shapes. Using the ears as horns, Samui rushed forward and slammed Sai into the wall with a powerful lariat. Sai slid across the floor, and Yujito smiled with gentle pride. Yujito praised his niece's impressive display. Samui was declared the winner, and Sasuke scoffed at the display. B and his companion bantered nervously about the next match. The board displayed the upcoming battle, Tenten vs Shinpai Omoi. Omoi fretted about the awkwardness of fighting a girl and about ruining his dating prospects if word got out. B reassured him, and the two fighters appeared on the battlefield. They drew weapons and charged, their blades ringing as metal met metal across the field. Omoi mocked her and attempted a hidden technique, striking at a single point to knock Tenten's blade from her hand. Tenten responded by drawing more scrolls and sending kunai, shuriken, and an array of sharp metal weapons at him. Then she unsealed the large hammer she had once used on Niji and slammed it toward Omoi, smashing his blade with the destructive force. Omoi spat the hammer out of his mouth and praised her, then produced his ace, a sealed lollipop with magnetic seals engraved on it. He explained that the seals activated when he removed it, and the air shimmered as all the fallen weapons began to move toward him, forming a metallic maelstrom. Observers noted the quality of the magnetic sealing and wondered about its origins. Omoi returned the other weapons to his hand and resumed hurling metal at Tenten, who responded desperately by opening 2 emergency scrolls. She unleashed a spiraling ring of paper, then began rapidly producing and throwing more weapons into the metallic storm. Hundreds of metal objects collided in chaotic showers. As the storm cleared, Omoi stood alone, but Tenten suddenly struck him with a dynamic kick that sent him crashing into a wall. He was out, and Tenten was declared the winner. Lee and Guy celebrated exuberantly and rushed to embrace her. Tenten stood frozen amid their enthusiasm until she was freed from the moment and collected her scattered weapons during an intermission. Tenten admitted that Omoi had a point about magnetic seals and thought she might need one. The next match proved unfortunate. Sasuke faced Yoroi, one of Kabuto's teammates, and in seconds Sasuke struck him down with a concentrated lightning-imbued strike. The Hokage was not pleased. The announcer declared Uchiha Sasuke the winner, and the Hokage scolded that the outcome had been excessive. Sasuke reminded the Hokage that the rules had presented a choice, and the Hokage tersely ordered an operative to send part of the Uchiha fund to the fallen man's family. What was worse was that Sasuke had kept his awakened eye power active for the entire duration of the tournament and had learned nearly every technique used in the competition, with a few exceptions from Fu, Haku, Niji, and Karui. This left only the last fight, Uzumaki Naruto vs Kankuro. Secret Takigakure Water Release, Water Spear, Rank B. Via Water Chakra, a spear is formed for battle. Lightning Release, Lightning Sword, Rank C. Chakra Flow is used to channel lightning chakra across a blade. Ninja Art, Paint Excalibur, Rank B. Paint is used to magnify a blade to a greater state. Mitrashur Tower, Match 14 Finals. The final 2 competitors faced each other on the arena floor, Naruto Uzumaki in his orange attire and Kankuro in his black cat suit. Lee cheered that it looked like the best match yet, pointing out that both competitors' teammates had advanced. Hinata offered soft encouragement to Naruto. Kuratsuchi mused to herself about whether Naruto had a flying thunder god technique. Fu shouted enthusiastic support for Naruto, and Haku urged keeping the opponent contained. Naruto felt something off. He sensed a strong intent from Kankuro that was beyond what his teammates had displayed. Gaara observed that Kankuro seemed intent on proving his existence, and Temari reacted with surprise. Hayate reacted with concern, questioning Kankuro's intentions. Kankuro signaled the start of the final match and reached for his back container. The wrappings began to unwind, revealing a multi-armed puppet. Kankuro activated a puppet master technique called Crow. 2 black vortexes of energy swirled around him and began to take form into puppets. Taesun and Fluffy tensed in alarm. Taesun recognized the movement as a summoning technique and noted the unusual possession-like behavior in Kankuro's performance. Fluffy muttered a frustrated remark about the Uchiha. Taesun decided they would intervene only if things turned dangerous, reluctant to risk disqualifying Naruto and causing him distress. The vortexes solidified into a 6-armed barrel-like puppet and a lizard-like puppet. Kekkei now controlled 3 puppets: Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander. Temari blinked in shock. Baki pointed out that Kankuro had supposedly left Black Ant in Suna and wondered how the lizard puppet had appeared. Other observers questioned the strange black energy, which seemed inconsistent with a typical earth or wind release user. Kankuro moved his fingers, directing Crow and Black Ant to launch at Naruto, their clicks filling the air. Naruto focused wind chakra into his sandals and used wind release, wind fleets to accelerate, closing the distance. The attacking puppets hurled kunai, and Naruto rolled to avoid them. He used wind release to position himself behind Crow and channeled electricity across his palm, activating lightning release, shock palm. The palm struck Crow, causing the puppet to burst, and a purple mist escaped from its remains. Observers identified the mist as poisonous gas. Naruto calmly drew an anti-poison seal from his pouch and applied it to his mouth, passing through the clouds safely. He removed the spent seal and pressed forward with his shock palm still active. Salamander sprang forward to shield its master. Its back opened and Kankuro concealed himself inside while keeping the puppet's strings active. Naruto's shock palm struck the puppet's hull but failed to incapacitate it. He avoided several kunai from Black Ant and steeled himself for the next move. Naruto prepared and unleashed multiple shadow clone jutsu, creating hundreds of clones that filled the arena. The genin and the visiting jonin watched in disbelief. Yujito and others reacted with astonishment, and Killer Bee noted Naruto's skill and presence. Onlookers murmured comparisons and envy, while some expressed weary amusement. A dozen clones swarmed Black Ant, tearing at it with rapid kunai moves until the puppet was disabled. The remaining clones converged on Salamander. Naruto ordered his wind release clones to rise with wind fleets, lifting into the air. One clone on the ground grinned at the sight of the combination of techniques. Several clones deployed elemental attacks in tandem: fire wyverns from fire release, wyvern flame, charged and driven by wind release, great breakthrough, a massive water release, great waterfall technique formed from chakra and crashed into Salamander, battering it like drifting debris. Observers commented on the unusual number of elemental releases in such quick succession and acknowledged Naruto's prowess. Lightning release, lightning surge coursed through the water, striking the already strained Salamander. The puppet finally exploded, and the water drained through a nearby outlet, creating a whirlpool that swept both Naruto and Kankuro into its center. Kankuro shouted in fury, vowing to finish Naruto. The Hokage and others noted that Kankuro's possession was stronger than usual. Typically, a puppet's powers and personality remained relatively intact, but this display felt different. Kankuro then launched Fire Release, great fireball technique toward Naruto as the whirlpool spun them both, the battle continuing in a swift, high-energy exchange. The arena watched intently as the two competitors pressed their techniques, each driven by resolve and the stakes of the final match. Taesun observed that the power was beginning to overshadow Kankuro's. A water wyvern formed and blocked the incoming fireball, then lunged toward Kankuro. Kankuro leapt clear and performed a series of rapid hand seals. He unleashed a blast of dark flames that traveled across the water's surface with ease. Spectators reacted with alarm and surprise, noting something was wrong with Kankuro and murmuring about the power on display. Naruto responded by creating a shadow clone and using a substitution. The clone took the brunt of the flames and dispersed. As Naruto moved to escape, a repaired Black Ant emerged from the water. Black Ant opened its chest and enclosed Naruto, then sealed. Blades rose from both Black Ant and Crow and struck the container's interior, causing sparks and a flash of orange chakra. Hinata, Fu, and Haku gasped while others recoiled. Naruto protested as he felt chakra being siphoned through the seal added to him by Taesun. The nine tails within him was forced to transfer energy to aid the wounded host. A new character appeared on the seal, this one meaning lava. A torrent of molten rock erupted from Black Ant, melting parts of Crow. Naruto forced himself free from the container, bearing shallow wounds that healed quickly thanks to the nine tails chakra and with any poison removed. Onlookers reacted in astonishment. Kuratsuchi protested that the lava technique she had claimed had been used. Tenten stared in disbelief. Hinata watched with admiration, and Haku and Fu expressed quiet awe. From above, Taesun performed a hand seal and noted that, so long as Naruto did not go too far, the outcome would not ruin their plan. He announced that he had ended the temporary restriction that had been limiting certain powers. Naruto surged forward across the water toward Kankuro, his speed amplified by the Nine Tails energy. Killer Bee recognized that Naruto was a tailed beast host. Guy remarked at the youthful intensity of the clashes and encouraged Rock Lee to remain competitive. Standing between Kankuro and danger, Naruto released a storm surge technique that sent Kankuro flying across the battlefield as the last of the water drained away. Kankuro crashed to the ground, coughing and disoriented, and asked in confusion where he was. The judges declared Uzumaki Naruto the winner. Kankuro protested that he had lost and could not remember what had happened. Temari looked on with concern for her brother's memory. Taesun smiled from above and praised Naruto, remarking that his parents would be proud and that his grandfather, now out of the hospital, likely would be as well. The winners gathered on the field. An announcement displayed the final matchups for the next round. Gaara vs. Samui. Tenten vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Kuratsuchi vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari. Hinata Hyuga vs. Niji Hyuga. Haku vs. Shino Aburame. Rock Lee vs. Fu Takeboshi. The competitors retreated into their thoughts, each reflecting on their upcoming opponents. Some worried about the strength of Gaara or the challenges of facing an Uchiha. Others steeled themselves to prove their worth or to settle rivalries. A few noted the awkward possibility of facing allies later in the bracket, and several made private plans to adjust strategies and reaffirm personal goals. Taesun announced that everyone would reconvene at Konoha Stadium in a month. Later, Sasuke walked the corridors brooding over his goals for the tournament and his desire to confront Itachi and to surpass his rivals. A dark, hazy figure approached and confronted him. Sasuke suddenly collapsed in the same way Sakura had earlier, and then he disappeared, leaving the scene as mysterious as Sakura's disappearance. In the woods, Gaara wandered, consumed by violent impulses and searching for a target. He encountered a cloaked figure, who was revealed to be Taesun in disguise. After midnight, a collapsed mass of sand marked where Shikaku, the sand spirit, had been subdued. Taesun stood panting nearby, having defeated the beast. Gaara lay sprawled and weakened at the center of the clearing. A companion named Fluffy appeared beside Gaara, furious that Gaara still refused to use available power even against a tailed beast host. Taesun explained that he would use that power only to defeat the Uchiha, but first he would need Gaara healed. He closed his eyes and summoned a green aura of Sage Chakra to begin the recovery. The practitioner announced that for this sealing a different source of power would be used. He invoked Sage Mode and a sequence of sealing arts, and as 288 ancient stone ramen cups rose from the ground, they sent waves of green chakra into Gaara's stomach, strengthening the seal there. That night, Gaara slept for the first time in his life. The practitioner declared that the training would now begin. The chapter introduced several original techniques. Wind release. Wind fleets, rank C, flowed wind chakra into the feet to increase speed and kicking power. Wind release. Wind fleets rise, rank A, evolved the technique to grant levitation. Blaze release. Dark Inferno, Kekkei Genkai, fired intense Amaretsu flames at the opponent. Lava release. Vesuvius, Kekkei Genkai, B, produced a lava burst from the user to break restraints. Storm release. Phantom Surge, Kekkei Genkai, C, derived from Spider Fox, generated an invisible storm front to strike the foe. Sacred Sealing Art. 288 Sacred Flavors, Tailed Beast Sealing, Elder Style Seal Improvement, rank S, was a powerful sealing art that required great chakra. It could improve an existing Jinchuriki seal to another form, except for seals requiring death or particular circumstances. Hokage's Office. The Hokage sighed, furious at himself. Even though he had finally finished all his paperwork, he was not happy. He had been blind to the civilian council's plans, and only luck had saved the village. If Tenzo had not appeared to him with the Anbu summons, who knew what would have happened? Danzo had ended up saving the day while the Hokage had barely been able to act. He felt very old. He had retired for a reason when he gave his rank to Minato. He was slipping, making mistakes, and a village in troubled times could not afford that. It was only getting worse. He was glad to have kept Naruto relatively safe and to have kept the village in check, but it was time to get a new successor. He could not ask Danzo to take the job. After the root scandal, the shinobi would not accept him as leader. Once the Chunin exams were over, he planned to step down, but first he had several tasks. He intended to put on trial the teachers who had impaired Naruto's education and possibly affected others' training, to push for better education for non-clan ninja and for Sasuke in particular, to secure a council seat for Naruto, and to see Naruto reach Chunin rank. He also wanted to prevent Sasuke from passing this year if plausible, to remove any potential risk to the village. Who could take the position of Hokage? As he saw it, the main candidates were Shikaku, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Shikaku was too lazy, Kakashi was too reclusive and tardy, and the thought of Jiraiya's reputation being affected by his risque novels made the idea of him as Kage difficult to imagine. With a bang, a rock smashed through the window and landed on the ground away from him. Alarmed, the Hokage checked the rock, wondering what had happened to the extra security. Tied to the rock was a message. The note instructed to gamble on it, then dose with sake. The handwriting looked faintly familiar, and the Hokage wondered if Tsunade had written it. Konoha. Temari searched frantically across the town and nearby forests for Gaara, calling his name everywhere. Her brother had left on a rampage the previous night and had not returned. To make matters worse, the Uchiha and the pink-haired girl had also vanished. She winced as she recalled recent events. First, Kankuro had been possessed and had lost his puppets and suffered damage to his eyes. Now Gaara had vanished. If this continued, would her only family be her father? She did not want it to come to that. She had never been close to her father. He had authorized the death of her mother to transform Gaara, and as Kazekage he was rarely home. Since she had started trying to reconnect with Gaara, which seemed to be showing results, she had begun to question who the real monster in the family was, the Jinchuriki or the one who had tried to reshape his son. Temari, as a female ninja, was particularly good at reading false emotions and hiding meanings. Her uncle Yashimaru's behavior had always puzzled her. He had always been kind to Gaara and had never tried anything before his death, despite having many opportunities. As a medical ninja, he would have had access to poisons, dehydrators, and sterilizers, yet none of those methods appeared to have been used on Gaara. When Gaara had been poisoned once as a child, the Bijou had not blocked it. Yashimaru had intervened and cured him. If Yashimaru had truly wanted to harm Gaara then, his position would have given him the chance, but he had not taken it. If Yashimaru had remained alive, Gaara might never have developed his more violent tendencies. Temari strained her memory and recalled the day Yashimaru tried to harm Gaara. He had appeared unfocused, and his behavior resembled a certain mind-controlling technique associated with the Sharingan, though she was not certain. For now she felt some relief as the finals approached. Her opponent would be the lazy Nara and she had range on him. That shadow technique would have no chance. Even if Gaara did not return, she could likely still make Chunin. Konoha's hot springs. Naruto stretched out on a bench outside the hot springs and yawned. Hinata had invited Haku, Fu, and her sensei Kurinai to the hot springs to celebrate passing the preliminaries. While they relaxed in the warm water, Naruto had chosen to stay out. As they walked through the village, the group noticed that the villagers harbored a new wave of hostility toward them and stared with suspicion and anger. And it wasn't just them this time. They glared at every passing ninja with the same cold intensity. Naruto had been keeping watch at the ninja-run hot springs, worried his friends might be bothered, so he stayed alert for any trouble. When he heard the scratch of pencil on paper overhead, he looked up into a tree and saw a large man with long silver hair and red-trimmed clothing taking notes while observing the scene below. Naruto immediately recognized him. Jiraiya, the self-styled ladies' man and author of Aika Aika, was a member of the Sannin and a Toad Sage, but he was also a far more formidable figure than his reputation suggested. Jiraiya was a master spy, a fighter of near Hokage caliber, and an accomplished teacher who knew the rules of ambush intimately. He had not come to Konoha merely for mischief. He had a plan formed after learning of Naruto's day from an old student. Minato had long annoyed Jiraiya with a knack for disrupting his work and burning his notes at the worst moments, and those memories had shaped how Jiraiya prepared now. From his perch, Jiraiya made careful observations of the people in the hot springs for his writing. He noticed 3 of them: a long black-haired girl with pale skin who carried herself with a level-headed calm, a green-haired girl whose posture suggested an outspoken but still guarded nature, and a young member of the Hyuga clan whose shy stance and lowered eyes hinted at nervousness and a reserved disposition. From these small cues, Jiraiya sketched rough character outlines for possible stories. Naruto glared up at the man and demanded that he stop watching the hot springs because his friends were in there. Jiraiya started, then moved quickly, scooping Naruto up before anyone could close the distance. The sudden motion sent a ripple of alarm through the nearby team. 2 of the young shinobi advanced with defensive energy, ready to retrieve their friend, while the Hyuga held back, anxious about harming someone she admired. Jiraiya, trying to explain himself and deflect the accusation, struck a dramatic pose and introduced himself loudly as Jiraiya of the Sannin, the writer of Aika Aika and the Toad Sage. A kabuki-styled teammate colored the exchange with teasing references to other popular stories, and the banter grew more absurd as they ribbed the older man about well-known fantasy titles and manga. Jiraiya bristled, insisting on his own credentials. In the aftermath, Naruto demanded to see if Jiraiya had a summoning contract that had once belonged to his father. Jiraiya was surprised to be asked, and shortly thereafter had Naruto sign the Toad summoning contract himself. He warned Naruto not to be disappointed if only a small toad responded, then guided him through the summoning sequence. When Naruto performed the jutsu, a massive toad associated with the Toad Sages appeared. To everyone's surprise, the toad was in the middle of a bath and showed up in a comically undignified state, wearing a shower cap and carrying a bath sponge, loudly protesting the interruption. Jiraiya grimaced at the indignity of the interruption and the situation quickly became chaotic. A short time later, after things had calmed down and minor injuries had been tended, Jiraiya spent a brief time recovering in the hospital. Once he was back on his feet, Jiraiya cautioned Naruto not to repeat that particular set of circumstances when he was around and asked if they could move on to practicing the Rasengan. Hokage's office. At the office, the Hokage was finally beginning to see the light of retirement ahead of him. The Chunin exams were imminent, and once they concluded he planned to step down. In the span of a month he had cleared a great deal of backlog. The paperwork was under control after reforms to the civilian councils, root operatives were positioned to address threats from the sand and sound, and a tally had been compiled of businesses that had previously mistreated Naruto. The results were surprising. Many vendors and small shops had been guilty of unfair treatment, and after actions taken by new Chunin in information and technology, several of those establishments had been closed and fined. Not every business had mistreated Naruto. The ice cream shops, the shops run by Shinobi, Ichiraku Ramen, and several others had always treated him fairly, and those had remained open and supported. There were, of course, places he never visited, such as the Red Light District. Not that Naruto would ever go there. The teachers who had sabotaged Naruto were tracked down and tried. They were dismissed from their positions and removed from duty as ninja. With the academy several months away from its exams, the village could afford to wait while new instructors were appointed, and civilians from nearby regions were filling the jobs left vacant. It was exam time now, and everyone hoped Naruto was ready. Jiraiya had spent too much time in the hospital lately, though he always seemed cheerful. Jiraiya thought the boy was a natural, though he had to teach the girls Rasengan as well. Konoha Stadium buzzed with energy for one of the largest mid-level ninja exam events ever. 12 proud junior ninjas stood ready in the arena. Tenten, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Takeboshi Fu, Momoichi Haku, Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Ni Samui, Shikamaru Nara, Kuratsuchi and Temari. A few changes were noticeable since the last time. Tenten carried a large scroll on her back, and Lee's leg warmers appeared thicker, as though weights were concealed beneath them. 2 participants attracted particular attention. Sasuke Uchiha looked ill, his skin pale and his hair unkempt, and he glared at the other contestants with intense fury. Gaara of the Sand was missing at first, then a swirling storm of sand descended onto the field. The storm struck the outskirts of the line of junior ninja, and a figure rose from the dissipating sand. Gaara looked different. His skin seemed healthier, his eyes brighter. His ear piercings were gone, and his sand gourd bore several seals. His hair had grown longer and partly hid the symbol on his forehead. More astonishingly, the rings that had once been prominent were starting to fade. Temari recognized him and felt a chill at the change. Gaara greeted the crowd in a clearer voice and asked if he was late. The proctor shook his head. The Hokage and the Sand Village leader sat above the stadium. The Hokage announced that the exams would begin and that the panel of judges was ready to see who deserved promotion, reminding everyone that failure could be remedied with future attempts and that victory did not always guarantee promotion. The proctor cleared his throat and announced the first match, Ni Samui vs. Gaara. The two junior ninja nodded and stepped forward. Temari gave Gaara a concerned look. Samui opened with a lightning attack, unleashing a bolt toward Gaara. Gaara performed several rapid hand signs, and a gust of wind formed from the gourd on his back. The wind coalesced into a dragon-like shape and intercepted the lightning, absorbing the electrical energy before sending the combined force into the ground near Samui. Samui leaped out of the way to avoid the impact. The judges watched with interest. From the stands, Kenkro voiced surprise that Gaara had used hand signs. He muttered that Gaara's approach promised complications. A figure behind him joked darkly about an alien invasion, and others laughed at the absurdity. Gaara explained that Samui's lightning attacks could conduct easily through his sand because his sand contained conductive minerals, so he had trained alternate strategies instead of relying on his usual powers. Kankuro murmured in disbelief that Gaara was fighting without using the creatures sealed within him. Samui drew a short blade and charged. Gaara formed a wall of wind to block the blade, but Samui's weapon burst into flames on contact and caused an explosion. She used a substitution technique to avoid the blast and remained composed. Observers murmured at the unexpected combination of elemental strategies. Someone noted that training with a fire-based counter had paid off for Samui. When the smoke cleared, Gaara was gone. He reappeared on top of a tree, and onlookers wondered if he had used a clone technique. Gaara then launched several concentrated wind projectiles from his mouth, sending them toward Samui. She met them by striking them with her still-burning blade, shattering the wind ball and leaving long cracks in the arena floor. Gaara smiled calmly despite his attacks failing to land. Tendrils of sand rose from the cracks and surged toward Samui. She bristled at the tactic, realizing Gaara had used the impact to break the earth and free his sand. She switched the energy on her blade so that part of it pulsed with static electricity, a dangerous-looking shimmer that drew attention across the stadium. The judges were impressed. One judge noted that both competitors were showing great potential. Another observed that their time had not been wasted, pointing out that a kenjutsu had never before been used in a fight of this type and that a brand new kenjutsu style had effectively been revealed. Samui then unleashed a technique called Lightning Fire Release, NI Energy Blade, slicing through the sand tendrils with shocking precision. The combined elements neutralized the sand attacks so none drew close. Gaara did not look frustrated, he was grinning. Without warning, ropes shot down from the trees and bound Samui, sending a ripple of surprise through the stadium. Gaara dropped from a tree and Samui turned to see two robe-clad raccoon summons in Robin Hood-style hats binding her. Samui bristled at the ambush. Gaara introduced his new allies as Tanyabin and Tanyuid, the rope raccoon brothers, and explained that his teacher had held their summoning contract and could recall them even without the physical contract. Team 11 reacted with shock at the name Tayson. Gaara dismissed the surprise of a few raccoons and made it clear he would not lose here, especially not in front of Naruto. A blue lightning chakra aura flared around Samui, sending an electric charge through the ropes. The raccoons quickly released their grip and escaped the incoming shock. Killer Bee encouraged Samui to counter with taijutsu. Samui formed a series of rapid hand signs and activated a fire technique called Fire Paws. Hundreds of paw-shaped fire attacks streaked toward Gaara. He used his sand to block them, but Samui closed in with an elbow strike that released an electric shockwave. Gaara stumbled back, momentarily dazed as Samui moved in for what looked like a finishing strike. Temari reacted with alarm, but Gaara avoided a direct hit in a burst of orange chakra. Observers and Team 11 watched in astonishment as an unfamiliar chakra signature appeared. Red chakra bubbled over Gaara's arm and formed a loose shape reminiscent of a previous sand construct, though it did not envelop his head. Temari recognized the change and remarked that it was different from before. Gaara acknowledged that it was the result of training and expressed that he was glad to test it now. Gaara launched at Samui with a wide swing of his arm while Samui charged forward with her ninja taijutsu active. The two techniques collided with a thunderous impact and a plume of smoke rose over the arena. When the smoke cleared, Gaara stood over Samui with his sand restraining her movements and her outfit damaged. Naruto murmured with concern and suggested to Hayate that they bring something to cover her when they escorted her out, noting that the last attack had damaged her clothing and he did not want her left exposed. Temari interpreted Naruto's concern as an act of mercy. Kankuro muttered that the situation could become disastrous, and Baki warned that it might jeopardize the entire invasion plan. The announcer declared Gaara the winner. A group of medics escorted Samui from the ring, shielding her damaged outfit as they moved her to safety. Taesun smiled, pleased that the training with Gaara had produced results without corrupting him. One teammate teased whether Gaara's new technique might lead to other changes, and another character, Fluffy-chan, found the banter aggravating. The techniques showcased that day included a wind release technique that formed a dragon-shaped gust used to attack opponents, and a wind release tempest wall that formed a protective wind barrier. Samui and her allies demonstrated a fire release flame blade, in which fire chakra channeled through a blade to enhance its combat potential, and a high-level lightning fire release NI energy blade, a collaborative S-rank technique that combined fire and lightning chakra into a single blade for unprecedented power. The fire pause technique produced multiple fire blasts shaped like paws to strike an opponent. At the Raikage's office, the Raikage was deeply frustrated. He had wanted to watch how his brothers' students fared at the finals, but urgent matters kept him occupied, paperwork and intelligence from a recent defector. The new genin, Dozu, had defected from the hidden sound and provided valuable information about his former village and its leadership. Kumo would not allow itself to be caught off guard again. The Raikage reflected on past conflicts that had nearly destroyed villages in earlier wars and resolved to keep Kumo at peak readiness. The history of Kekkei Genkai in the region had been largely lost to wartime casualties. Only a few lineages, like the storm release of the Kazuran clan, remained. The Raikage could not imagine why so many techniques and traditions had vanished. At the Tsuchikage's medical quarters, a medic chided the Tsuchikage to be more careful with his back. The old leader was irritable. He wanted to see his granddaughter defeat the Konoha shinobi, not be sidelined by back trouble. The medics urged him to consider retirement, but he snapped that he would step down only when he had a suitable replacement. He winced and complained about his back again. Back at the stadium, Tenten prepared to face the perpetually arrogant Sasuke. Sasuke taunted her with overconfidence and boasted that he wanted a good show. Tenten worried that Yugao would be displeased if she performed poorly, and then she began the match. She launched a shuriken, and Sasuke dodged with fluid precision and activated his Sharingan. He mocked her skill and then unleashed the great fireball technique. Tenten reached for the scroll on her back and unsealed the sword she had used in a previous battle. Encouraged by Li from above, she focused her chakra into the blade and reinforced it using earth chakra, activating an earth release technique that strengthened the weapon. The contest continued with both fighters drawing on their training and determination. With it, Tenten slammed into the fireball and knocked it back like a baseball. Sasuke reacted with a shout of surprise and was struck by his own fireball, slamming into the wall before forcing himself back into the fray. Sasuke then unleashed a surge of lightning chakra toward Tenten, and Killer Bee stared in shock. One of the sand ninjas noted that the technique resembled Samui's jutsu. The blast sped toward Tenten, who dodged with swift agility and reappeared behind Sasuke. Tenten used an earth blade that clashed with Sasuke's lightning strike. The two techniques collided. The earth sword held for a moment before it was blown from Tenten's hand and embedded in a tree. Sasuke, triumphant, lunged the lightning blade toward Tenten's chest, but ninja wires suddenly restrained his arms. Tenten smirked at the surprise. Sasuke, keeping his composure, revealed a different eye technique and fixed his gaze on her. Taesun shivered at the sight. Tenten recognized the Mangekyo Sharingan and realized an Uchiha must have taught him. The change trapped her in a powerful illusion. Inside the genjutsu, Tenten found herself in a dark void as weapons rose from every corner of her vision and raced toward her, threatening to strike. The illusion felt disturbingly real, and she gritted her teeth as she focused on her anti-genjutsu training. She attempted to release the effect and tried another counter, even drawing on memories of training with Lee, but nothing broke through. She searched for any opening and then saw a distant light. Flashback. Tenten had sought out Naruto for one reason. She waited until he was alone and approached him, and Naruto greeted her with a chuckle and a nod, using Lee's nickname as he spoke. Tenten asked for his help with seals and explained the seal her opponent had used, requesting something similar for her storage seals and offering payment. Naruto refused the idea of payment and said that all he wanted was for the Uchiha to be stopped, expressing that he would hate to see someone hurt. Though Naruto did not know her well, he helped her sincerely and added an anti-genjutsu seal to her scroll without asking for anything in return. Tenten wondered why he had added that protection, and a faint red wave of chakra swept through the illusion and broke it. Back in the real world, Sasuke's momentary smirk faded as Tenten forced herself back into the fight with an intense kick that sent him flying into a tree. She panted. The genjutsu had been unpleasant to face. She murmured thanks to Naruto in her mind. Sasuke forced himself up and launched a spinning lightning attack at her, while spectators watched with growing concern. Kiba growled from the audience, and the other ninja wore expressions of disdain as the attack bore down. Tenten drew an anti-Niji hammer from her scroll and slammed it into Sasuke, knocking him into the air. She dropped the hammer, drew a dozen kunai, and tossed them toward the Uchiha. Sasuke responded by spinning and kicking the kunai aside before charging again. Tenten produced a sickle-like weapon from her scroll and used a water technique to form a spiraling torrent. Sasuke countered with an earth blade reinforced by chakra, the earth chakra overpowering the water and restraining his movement. His eyes shifted again, but a kunai thrown at him forced him to disengage the new vision to avoid losing them to metal, and the distraction allowed him to break free of the restraints. Sasuke then launched a massive fire technique, thousands of sparks streaming toward Tenten like an armada of embers. Tenten readied herself and drew hundreds of shuriken and kunai from her scroll, sending the metal weapons into the fire to collide with every spark. The crowd and judges watched in impressed silence. Observers commented on her weapon's mastery and potential as a rising chunin. At the same time, some worried that Sasuke's temperament was dangerous. Sasuke spat a taunt about her strength compared to others and expressed disbelief at a female ninja holding her own, which angered him further. He charged with a focused lightning blade that developed into a powerful lightning technique with killer intent, surprising several bystanders who had expected him to be less skilled. Tenten held steady despite the ferocity of the attack. Spectators hoped Gaara could handle the situation if it escalated. Others noted that Sasuke's chakra resembled Gaara's in intensity and feared that he might be influenced by an outside source. Tenten, meanwhile, readied a secret tactic. She activated a magnetic seal and summoned her weapons to swirl around her in a massive storm. As Sasuke's lightning strike met the storm, Tenten reinforced the defense with a metal shield technique. The lightning was absorbed and redirected by the metal, blasting into the area where Sasuke had been and sending a kunai into the tree with devastating force. When everyone looked, the person there was gone and a kunai remained where Sasuke had stood. Sasuke used a substitution to replace himself and then employed a chakra-absorbing technique, striking Tenten in the chest and beginning to draw away her chakra to replenish his own. For weapon users like Tenten, who relied on minimal chakra, that move was especially dangerous. Tenten's chakra levels plummeted while Sasuke nearly refilled his reserves, but Height reacted quickly and used substitution to retrieve her from the field before she collapsed. She was unconscious, barely clinging to life. Naruto, his friends, and Tenten's teammates rushed forward in concern as the majority of the Colosseum turned hostile toward the Uchiha. Hayate glared at him while medics carried Tenten away for emergency treatment. The announcer declared the Uchiha the winner. The crowd muttered that he had shown no restraint, and Gaara rose, urged on by the crowd to mete out vengeance. Gaara nodded. The Hokage glared down at the smug young man and warned Itachi, Fugaku, and Mikoto that their son would never reach the Chunin rank while he was around. Other abilities listed included an earth technique that reinforced blades, a large-scale phoenix-style fire technique, and a magnetic defensive technique that summons storming metal shields. At Konoha Stadium, Kuratsuchi and Naruto faced one another as the thrill of the match rippled through the air. Kuratsuchi radiated an unusually intense killing intent. Naruto worried inwardly about how he would manage without the Nine-Tails chakra. This opponent was powerful, and he lacked the ace that Fu could bring. In a flashback to training, Jiraiya had hauled Naruto off a cliff in an attempt to force out the Nine-Tails chakra. For a week they had tried everything recommended by Jiraiya and Fu, but nothing worked. The perverted sage had resorted to a dangerous plan and had done it where the girls could see. One of the techniques backfired, causing Jiraiya to vanish into smoke while a large summoned toad, Gamaken the Armed Toad, leapt up from the chasm and vanished. Hinata had watched much of their training and had learned some of their secrets, including certain bloodline traits and information about tailed beasts. Jiraiya later suggested that the seal that had granted Naruto his unusual bloodline trait might be filtering the Nine-Tails chakra. When Naruto experienced crisis and gained new powers, the seal usually blocked the Nine-Tails chakra while allowing other changes. In Naruto's fight with Kankuro, the filter may have been temporarily disabled, Jiraiya theorized. Back in the present, without the Nine-Tails power boost, Naruto would be physically weaker than when he had fought Kankuro. Kuratsuchi had prepared for the possibility of an even stronger Naruto and had thus over-prepared. The announcer began the third match, Kuratsuchi of the Two Scales versus Uzumaki Naruto. Shino blinked in concern. Haku, Fu, and Hinata looked puzzled until Shino explained that the title implied Kuratsuchi was related to the third Tsuchikage of the village hidden in the stones, an immensely powerful shinobi with a rare bloodline trait called Dust Release. Dust Release was difficult to use and could give rise to other bloodline traits, such as lava techniques. A sudden geyser of lava erupted from the ground beneath Naruto. He narrowly avoided it. Hinata gasped at the appearance of lava release, and Fu shook her head. Shino wondered whether Hinata's own training with an aura-based release might produce a similar effect with practice. Hinata offered a small, hopeful smile. Naruto responded with an aura sphere, a concentrated blue orb of chakra, and launched it at Kuratsuchi. She met it with an earth rock fist, shattering the sphere with sheer force, then closed in. Naruto quickly created a mirror image with a shadow clone technique and spun, forming a spiraling sphere of chakra in his hand. The clone propelled him forward and he struck into Kuratsuchi's attack with a spiraling sphere. Their clash detonated in a bright explosion that sent both combatants soaring. Kuratsuchi formed a dragon of flame with a fire technique and breathed it toward Naruto. He encased himself in an aura bubble to buffer the impact and was hurled into the arena wall. Kuratsuchi reappeared beside him and battered him with rock-enhanced fists, breaking his shield and sending him down. She prepared another barrage, and Naruto improvised a surge of scorching heat, a humidity force technique, that forced Kuratsuchi to sweat and loosen the rock formations around her fists. Temari noted to herself that the scorch release Naruto used was a rare, almost extinct Sunigakure bloodline. Naruto followed with a fireball that sent Kuratsuchi into the air. He then created multiple shadow clones, each charged up different elemental ball: wind, earth dust, fire, water, and lightning, and sent them flying in unison. They struck Kuratsuchi and the combined assault dissolved her into mud. She reformed as a mud clone and then unleashed a sudden, intense fire attack that detonated around the clones. One of the bystanders, Kiba, commented that the technique name sounded ridiculous until the flames exploded into a massive burst that destroyed the clone Naruto's while the original barely escaped. Naruto pushed on and summoned a water wyvern, a serpentine water formation that leapt toward Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi mocked him, questioning whether he would truly use such a weak technique against her. Naruto unleashed a fire release dragon while his opponent produced a water release dragon. The two beasts collided, the fire dragon overpowering the water one and turning toward Naruto. Shino observed that the exchange had been unexpected. A nearby judge noted that the opponent was a troublesome, powerful woman. Naruto followed with lightning release, shock palm, striking the fire dragon and dispersing it. He charged at Kuratsuchi and landed a roundhouse kick. Kuratsuchi bent low and countered with a left hook. Naruto blocked with one hand and counterpunched, and her body dissolved into mud. Kuratsuchi muttered that it was happening again. Naruto smirked and activated a delayed lava release. A single geyser burst up beneath him, forcing him to fall back. Kuratsuchi called that it would not succeed that time and expanded her technique into a massive lava release field. Hundreds of geysers erupted, engulfing much of the arena in rivers and columns of molten rock. The judges reacted with stunned silence at the contestants' chakra and versatility. Naruto used wind release to form rising wind currents and took to the skies, weaving through the lava like a clumsy vulture avoiding the heat. He spotted Kuratsuchi in an area that lacked lava, drew several kunai, and hurled them at her. She disengaged the lava field and leaped clear, leaving Naruto to drop back down and press the attack with a vengeance. Naruto activated a tunneling eruption fault that had been set earlier but gave no immediate sign of activity. He then used Shadow Clone Jutsu to create 8 duplicates and performed a sequence of hand seals. Haku reacted with astonishment at the sudden escalation. Naruto followed with Ice Release, demonic ice mirrors, surrounding Kuratsuchi with reflective ice formations. The clones coordinated through those reflections and, in pairs, launched an endless Rasengan barrage, moving from spot to keep up relentless pressure on their opponent. Kuratsuchi countered with water release and raised a circulating water encampment wall to block the endless Rasengan attacks. Kurenai voiced surprise at the addition of a water barrier. A judge prophesied that the contestants would become legends if the match continued at that level. The commentators compared both fighters to seasoned jonin rather than chunin, praising the combination of raw potential and inventive strategy. Taesun marveled aloud at the way endless potential met genius innovation. Hinata watched Naruto in amazement and internal admiration. Hinata then made an odd, light-hearted vow about catching Tora the cat with nothing but dental floss and a tangelo if she failed to match Naruto, prompting Haku to ask his teammate if such comments were normal. His teammate sighed wearily and confirmed that Naruto's eccentricities were not unusual. Sasuke muttered that Naruto was not particularly impressive overall. Niji tersely noted that Naruto's behavior was unconventional and not something to emulate. Kuratsuchi used her water wall to block another endless Rasengan, but the ground began to heat rapidly beneath the combatants. She shifted the water shield as another geyser of lava burst upward. Shikamaru blinked at the timing. Haku explained that the lava release was a delayed technique Naruto had planted in case she blocked his attacks. The endless Rasengan finally found purchase on Kuratsuchi, sending her flying. Blow after blow connected until Kuratsuchi retaliated, releasing a ring of lava that shattered the ice mirrors and melted several clones. A tendril of lava from Naruto's earlier technique rose to intercept the ring and merged with it. The combined attack hurtled toward Naruto and the crowd grew tense. Naruto gathered his chakra and formed a powerful twister with storm release, guiding the tornado into the lava. The storm twisted the molten flows together and transformed the assault into a swirling lava storm that slammed into Kuratsuchi and drove her back against the arena wall. Naruto dropped to the ground, singed and exhausted. Kuratsuchi's rocky form began to slump and reform into mud-like sediment under the intense heat and water reactions. Both fighters panted heavily from exertion. Kuratsuchi launched another countermeasure, striking the arena with hundreds of trailing lava spouts aimed at Naruto. Taesun showed concern and then signaled the activation of a sealed restraint technique. He released Alpha Restraint, and within the seal a hidden segment was revealed labeled Teleport. Kuratsuchi's attack struck the space where Naruto had just been. She glanced up in surprise when a flash of yellow aura appeared above her and Naruto rematerialized midair. The crowd was stunned by the unmistakable visual echo of the fourth Hokage overlapping with Naruto's appearance, and speculation rippled through the stadium about Naruto's lineage. Naruto began a flurry of movements with teleportation. A rapid, repeating assault that combined sudden warps with physical strikes. He teleported from position to position, punching and kicking Kuratsuchi with a barrage of hits that made Lee and Guy exchange surprised looks. An observer compared the relentless assault to the primary lotus, the famous technique used in past events. After a series of lightning-fast strikes, Naruto appeared above Kuratsuchi and delivered a powerful slam kick that sent her hurtling at remarkable speed toward the ground. He then teleported beneath her and executed a quick substitution, emerging in a small plume of smoke while Kuratsuchi collapsed from where he had been. The judges noted that his timing had spared Kuratsuchi from a fatal impact. He had saved his opponent's life by ensuring her landing would not be lethal. The audience murmured at the display of control and restraint. Kuratsuchi lay bewildered and asked why Naruto had spared her. Naruto shrugged and made it clear that he had no intention to kill her. This was a test, and he had no desire to see his opponent fail by dying. Observers sighed in relief at the unexpected mercy shown amid such fierce competition. Naruto's kindness never made their job easier, he just unwittingly attracted more attention. An onlooker muttered that he was a stupid dog. Hey-8, who had briefly body flickered to Sandiame's side, reappeared below. Winner, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Budikniks. Aura release, aura bubble. Bloodline trait B. Description: a protective bubble is formed via chakra. Scorch release, humidity force. Bloodline trait C. Description: the humidity in the area is increased. Wind release, wind ball. Description: compressed air is formed into a ball, then sent at a foe. Earth release, dust ball. Description: earth chakra is turned to dust and compressed into a ball, then sent at a foe. Lava release, lava geyser field. Bloodline trait A. Description: multiple lava geysers are activated at once. Lava release, tunneling eruption fault. Bloodline trait A. Description: lava is sent underground, burrowing tunnels before erupting from above at random intervals. Ice release, endless Rasengan. Bloodline trait A. Description: a combination of ice mirrors, shadow clones, and Rasengan-style attacks to bombard foes. Lava release, ring of fire. Bloodline trait A. Description: lava is shot from all sides to engulf everything in its path. Storm release, lava storm. Bloodline trait A. Description: the user is surrounded by a lava storm. The user suffers burns from use. Konoha Stadium. With the battle between Sabaku no Temari and Nara Shikamaru about to begin, Taesun did not seem to be paying attention. He appeared lost in thought, aware that the upcoming fight would closely mirror what had already happened elsewhere and that some techniques would be used in the same way. Flashback. Taesun, not dressed in his modern clothing but instead in a grime-coated flak jacket over a long-sleeved red shirt and shinobi pants, stood confronting a small, wiry opponent. His face was hidden by a wolf ANBU mask. The boy opposite him wore black like an abyss, his red eyes were cold, and his hair was matted and darkened from past encounters. They stood in a dense forest where little sunlight filtered through. Sparse underbrush dotted the ground. The short man asked Taesun for his name, and Taesun raised an eyebrow. Taesun said that the other already knew his identity and that he was a wanderer, though he had heard of the boy by reputation. They called him the Blood Snatcher. The boy admitted that he had heard of Taesun and confirmed the name Blood Snatcher. He explained that he had been traveling the land seeking the most powerful bloodline traits, the aura of Kekkei and the scorch of Suna, in order to become the strongest ninja and punish those who had wronged him. He added that he had a scheduled encounter with a Hyuga to acquire another trait. Taesun glared and told the boy that he was a monster and that, as a shinobi, it was his duty to stop monsters like him. The boy exploded in rage, accusing others of being the true monsters and claiming that he could sense bloodline power. He demanded the trait the most, then activated Aura Release, Aura Sphere, forming a ball of chakra in his hands and sending it toward Taesun countered with Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm, and a sharp current of wind struck the sphere, destroying both attacks. The boy did not flinch and, with a crazed expression, charged at Taesun. Taesun evaded, but the boy continued his assault. The boy unleashed Would Release, Binding Nest, causing pillars of wood to rise from the surrounding trees and rush toward Taesun muttered in surprise and used shadow clone technique. A shadow clone was trapped by the woodjutsu while the real Taesun escaped. The boy then used ice release, ice senbon, launching hundreds of icy needles at Taesun. Taesun met the attack with beast wave palm, the collisions erupting in force. The boy smiled cruelly and explained that his improved chimera technique required physical contact with opponents to assimilate their powers. He noted that he had learned ice release before and took pleasure in hunting stronger opponents for their abilities. He fired another volley of ice and a crystal release, hexagonal shuriken from both hands. Taesun opened his eyes and entered Sage mode to handle the barrage. Another shadow clone took a hit while Taesun put distance between himself and the boy. The boy declared that Taesun was only delaying the inevitable and unleashed ice release, ice spikes from the trees. Taesun formed a tempest of wind release, tempest burst, which blocked the spikes while he briefly refilled his senjutsu chakra. The boy yelled that Taesun would never take him alive, then prepared another attack. Taesun responded with an unexpected technique called striking shadow ramen, launching strands of ramen that bound the boy. The boy angrily tossed the noodles aside and used lightning release, lightning surge, which crossed the noodles with currents. Taesun reacted with wind release, drilling air bullet, shattering the noodles as a fire release from the boy burned them away. The boy boasted that he did not gain bloodline traits only from his victims. He absorbed their strength, techniques, and control. He fantasized about acquiring more powerful abilities, hinting at a Kurama and then a Hyuga as future targets, before unleashing storm release, phantom surge. Taesun met it again with wind release, drilling air bullet, the two attacks colliding in a burst of wind while Taesun remained still to recover more senjutsu power. Taesun used a trick with the environment, prompting apples to rise from the trees as a diversion. The boy countered with ice release, swallow snow storm, which scattered the apples. At that moment, a team of Konoha Anbu arrived and recognized the boy. The Anbu ordered his capture. The boy answered with fire release, roaring flame sphere, launching a fire attack that struck the Anbu and forced them back. Taesun stood frozen, stunned by the boy's overwhelming power and wondering how someone so small could be so dangerous. He questioned whether this was the result of some dark power. The arena trembled as the battle reached a fever pitch. Taesun faced an opponent who radiated hatred and savagery. The opponent launched a beast wave palm. Taesun countered with a lava geyser that blocked the strike. The opponent examined the technique and noted it resembled a style he had seen at the fire temple. He grinned as a red chakra aura swelled around him. Taesun cursed inwardly at the new development. The opponent's eyes narrowed, claws lengthened, and a chakra tail formed, transforming him into a beast. He dropped to all fours and charged. Hundreds of small fireball-like attacks burst from him, and Taesun dodged with sage-enhanced speed. The beast sent a tree tumbling as he slammed into it and proclaimed that Taesun would be his feast. Taesun declared that the beast would be stopped and activated a sacred sealing art. 36 ancient stone noodle soup cups rose from the ground and encircled the fox child, linked by a static-like stream. Each cup released a burst of chakra that struck the beast, causing him to cry out in pain. The beast refused to be finished. He gathered a sound wave and then unleashed a massive eruption of lava that struck both the seal and Taesun. Taesun quickly formed a giant indestructible noodle soup cup around himself to absorb the blow. The boiling torrent knocked the cup backward and lava spread through the area. Back in the stands, Shikamaru admitted he had no chakra left and resigned himself to defeat, acknowledging that even if he bested Temari, Naruto would likely give him a worse beating. Temari was declared the winner, though she did not seem pleased. Gaara soothed her, and the judges agreed that both competitors had shown intelligence and natural leadership, even if one was notably lazy. On the battlefield, the sealed noodle soup cup remained around. Taesun. He removed his mask and, with an almost inhuman speed, consumed the noodle soup inside. As the noodles dissolved into chakra, the cup vanished. One full and exhausted, Taesun emerged from the remains of the seal, tiring as sage mode wore off. The beast prepared a second phase of the seal and concentrated red and blue chakra between his tails, forming a dense orb fired at Tayson like a miniature laser. A loud sonic burp from Tayson struck the orb, and the two energies collided and cancelled each other out in a blinding explosion. Tayson replaced his mask as the beast growled that he would still devour Tayson's power. Tayson launched a volley of binding noodles toward the enemy, but the beast's cloak incinerated them in a flash. The beast then gathered storm chakra and summoned a blanket of dark clouds. Bolts of lightning danced unpredictably, forcing Tayson to dodge with difficulty. Determined to end the fight, Tayson prepared several throwing knives with special seals and sent them into the storm. The seals were designed by the Cloud Village to control a tailed beast host in crisis. They activated and began drawing both the tailed beast chakra and the storm energy away. The beast writhed in agony, screaming that he would kill Tayson. He surged forward in a frenzied charge, and Tayson struck him with another powerful palm. The beast fragmented into a scattering of wooden shards, revealing the use of a wood clone technique, and then reached out to grab Tayson. A hush fell as the next match in the tournament readied itself. Beast Wave Palm. Description: a powerful palm strike that channels feral chakra into a concentrated blast. Lava Art, Lava Geyser. Description: a molten eruption that rises from the ground to intercept or overwhelm an enemy. Sacred Sealing Art, 36 Sacred Flavors Darkness Sealing. Description: a sealing technique that manifests 36 vessels to contain and suppress darkness within a target. Lava Art, Krakatoa. Description: a forbidden technique that produces a massive lava eruption accompanied by a shockwave. Use inflicts severe strain on the user. Sealing Style: Eternal Noodle Soup Cup. Description: a sealing style that imprisons a target inside a giant, indestructible bowl of noodle soup. The seal dissolves when the contents are consumed. Ninja Art, Striking Shadow Noodle. Description: binding noodles are launched from the sleeves to restrain or entangle a target. Ninja Art, Mass Devour. Description: accelerated consumption technique adapted from a clan's food-based arts. Konoha Stadium buzzed as the next match approached, drawing particular attention from the Hyuga clan. Hayashi had grown weary of the elders' demands since both Niji and Hinata had advanced through the preliminaries. The elders had insisted that the branch family prevent the upstart from defeating a main branch member and insisted that Hinata use the caged bird seal on the challenger. Niji's behavior had changed in unexpected ways. He no longer appeared to hate his cousin, and he had removed her picture from his dartboard. He was also spending more time training with Guy, a development that made Hayashi worry about his nephew's sudden enthusiasms and the effect the exams must have had on him. Something significant had happened during the exams to change Niji so profoundly. And now the time had come to settle it, when his daughter and his nephew fought it out. Genetically speaking, they were close. Hayashi and Hizashi had been twin brothers, so the match carried more than personal pride. Beside him sat his other daughter, Hanabi, who resembled him more than Hinata did. Hinata had taken after her deceased mother. Hayashi worried that Hinata might be the type to leave the clan for an outside life with Naruto Namikaze, and if she did, it would cause problems both inside and out. He hoped this match would clear his head. The two Hyuga faced one another. Niji admitted that he had never expected to be fighting Hinata here, and his tone showed a hint of unease. Hinata replied that she was surprised no one had mentioned the match earlier. Niji explained that he had preferred to keep it quiet, enjoying the surprise and urging her not to disappoint, especially with Naruto watching. Hinata flinched, wondering if Niji had been watching her again. Haku and Fu exchanged resigned looks while Naruto watched in confusion and wondered if Hinata might like him. Hinata signaled the start of the match and focused. A multicolored glow formed around her and Hayashi caught his breath while Niji activated his Byakugan. Hanabi confirmed that the colors were real. Hinata formed a burst of light that shot toward Niji as he took a stance. Niji began with 8 trigrams 2 palms to block the initial beams. Hinata progressed through 8 trigrams 4 palms and then 8 palms, each countered by Niji. The exchange escalated into 16 palms from Niji and then Hinata answered with 8 trigrams 32 palms. Their techniques collided in a flurry of movements, and when the dust cleared, neither had landed a decisive hit. Hayashi murmured that Aurora Release was a rare trait among the Hyuga and that the 8 trigrams and the 32 palms were generally techniques reserved for the main house. He admitted to underestimating both of them. Niji acknowledged Hinata's improvements with a brief smirk and launched himself forward. Hinata activated her own Byakugan and tried to augment her gentle fist with wind release, calling out a technique that sent a gust toward Niji and smashed into a tree. Hayashi reflected that Hinata had used a release to enhance her own technique and innovation that would draw the elder's attention. Niji countered with the classic 8 trigrams empty palm and declared that the original still had its worth. Hinata matched him, their attacks clashing with equal force. Niji moved with a speed that even Naruto remarked on, noting that it was faster than before. Niji slipped behind Hinata's guard and began the sequence of palms. 2, 4, 8. Hinata managed to substitute out of the final blow, forcing Niji to strike a log instead. Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and the Aurora Release flared again. She used an Aurora clone technique to split the light into 3 copies of herself. Naruto watched, baffled, and Haku laughed at the imitation. Fu explained that copying could be a form of flattery. Naruto wondered aloud why so many of the girls seemed drawn to him. Fu soothed him, saying it was because he treated people kindly. Someone joked about being jealous and swore to get even later. The Hinata copies surrounded Niji and surged forward with 32 palms. Niji responded with a whirlwind rotation of chakra, blowing the clones apart and leaving cratered ground where he stood. Hinata thought that the rotation was how one might confuse a fast opponent. Niji prepared another gentle fist attack and charged. Hinata felt her chakra running low and moved cautiously. She avoided Niji's gentle fist and a leg sweep that knocked Niji down and left a small scrape on his hand. Hinata prepared what she intended as the finishing technique, but smoke filled the spot where Niji had been. A summoning jutsu erupted instead, and a purple turtle about the size of Gamaken appeared and endured the strike without flinching. Hinata was surprised. Might Guy cheered from the sidelines, encouraging Niji to show the crowd his youthful training and to team up with the summoned turtle. Apparently the contract had been lent to the Hyuga, and the match continued with renewed energy. Niji smirked on top of the turtle and cited a passage from the Hyuga code, arguing that summons and certain scroll uses were permitted under subsection B. Paragraph. Hinata and Hayashi stared in surprise as Niji announced that he would finish with an improved rotation. The turtle retracted its limbs and began to spin at a rapid speed. The rotation of the Hyuga technique was unleashed in a new form. Hinata registered the change with alarm, but she forced herself to steady. She resolved that she would not lose, especially not in front of Naruto. Drawing on her training, Hinata activated her Aurora chakra and produced a clone, though she was visibly exhausted. Both Hinata and the clone moved rapidly, forming chakra needles and threads that coalesced into a defensive formation. A giant net of chakra rose as a wall before them, meeting the spinning attack head-on. The two techniques collided in a massive burst of chakra and smoke. Heiei called out as the smoke cleared. In the center stood 2 equally spent figures. Both Hinata and Niji were panting and collapsed to the ground. Niji acknowledged the strength of Hinata's defense and noted how she had even forced the summoned turtle to withdraw. Hinata, breathing heavily, recognized Niji's capability as well, and then both fell silent from exhaustion. The judges declared a double knockout with no winner. Observers murmured about the promising candidates, noting that Niji's skill, especially for a branch family member, boded well for his future. Teammates commented on how rare it was for a girl to win without yielding. Others argued about what it would take for that to happen. Between taunts and confident reassurances, the teams prepared mentally for the next round. Some ribbing between competitors grew heated, but the coaches and referees reminded them to keep the matchups fair and focused on the upcoming fights. Match 6, Konoha Stadium. The 6th match of the finals began with Haku Momoichi facing the quiet form of Shino Aburame. Haku reminded herself not to underestimate an Aburame opponent. Shino released a torrent of insects from his jacket, forming a dark, swirling wave that surged toward Haku. Haku executed a rapid sequence of hand seals and acted a protective dome of ice that blocked the insect avalanche. Spectators reacted in astonishment at the revelation of Haku's ice release. Shino's insects began to freeze against the dome, but their bodies generated heat as they struggled, and the dome's energy started to drain. Haku, aware of the strain, formed 2 water clones outside the dome and guided them into floating ice mirrors. The mirrors allowed Haku to rain a steady barrage of ice senbon toward Shino and his swarm. The mirrors' attacks disrupted many of the insects before they could reach Haku. Shino adapted by dissolving into a swarm himself. His real body remained protected as he used the insects to shield him from Haku's assaults. The battle continued as Haku used spikes and restraining icicles to limit Shino's movement. His bugs countered, forcing her clones to dissolve and closing the distance to the dome with exploding tagged kunai in hand. Haku's kunai with false explosive charges failed to stop a sudden real explosion from behind, and the situation shifted in an instant. Turning around, she saw a small gap at the bottom of the back wall and an army of bugs surging toward her. The insects had planted small charges on the dome while she was distracted, enough to make a bug-sized entrance but not to destroy the structure. She did not want to deal with the crawling swarm. Naruto called to Haku in alarm. Haku focused her chakra into a defensive technique. She unleashed a wind technique called Great Breakthrough. A powerful burst of wind surged forward, blasting away the bugs and allowing her to escape from the ruined ice dome. She glared down at Shino. Shino informed Haku that she could not defeat him and that if she did not surrender he would have to feed her chakra to his insects. Haku refused to be intimidated and formed a water technique, the water ball. The match became a contest of speed versus strategy. Haku evaded the insects with superior agility while Shino tried to box her in. Sasuke complained that the fight was taking too long and urged the bug side to hurry. The remaining genin exchanged annoyed looks with him. Someone remarked that the rules were keeping harsher actions in check. Others discussed the candidates and possible promotions with a mix of professional assessment and regret over past losses. The judges compared current prospects to past cases, and one recalled the fate of a previous promoted shinobi with sympathetic tones. Shino and Haku were both at the end of their endurance, panting as the insects closed in and air restraint held Haku in place. Shino offered surrender as a mercy to prevent extreme chakra exhaustion, but Haku smiled in a way that showed she still had a plan. She improvised hand signs similar to those used for an ice implosion, but altered them. Shino's eyes widened, and the insects reacted as the queen of the swarm began to freeze. Shino warned that if Haku did not surrender the queen would be killed, and that the bug's ability to replace losses would be disrupted for an uncertain time. Faced with that consequence, the insects yielded and retreated as the pressure around their queen eased. Haku exhaled. Zabuza's harsh tactics and Naruto's creative thinking had combined to secure her victory. Judges announced Momoichi Haku as the winner. The crowd cheered for Haku, and one competitor muttered a crude insult under their breath. Temari noted quietly that she was not the only girl present. Nearby, a small group discussed plans and ambitions. Gaara hoped for a final decisive victory over Sasuke to position himself for the vacant village leadership, while others speculated about how rival factions would be affected. The judges concluded their commentary on promotions and setbacks, noting that it was sometimes better to fail a minor mission and remain able to serve in the future than to complete it at great personal cost. Only one match remained, the final quarterfinal between 2 taijutsu specialists. Chunin exams. The final quarterfinal match began between 2 impressive taijutsu users. Rock Lee launched himself at Takeboshi Fu with astonishing speed and executed a spinning kick technique called Leaf Hurricane. Fu intercepted his leg with one hand, and both she and Guy watched in surprise at the power on display. Fu smiled and laughed, then used Lee's momentum to swing him across the arena, slamming him through the wall and leaving a Lee-shaped hole. The audience reacted in shock. Lee re-emerged from the hole seemingly unharmed and unfazed. Guy praised Fu's strength, noting that it appeared to be augmented by a fiery youthful spirit. Lee surged forward at incredible speed to test a new strategy. Fu performed a rapid sequence of movement and formed an earth wall to block his advance. Lee followed with a rapid barrage of punches he called dynamic action, but a swirling column of water formed around Fu, a defensive twister that halted his assault much like a known rotation technique from another clan. Lee took the defensive move as an opportunity to evaluate his approach. Fu used a duplicate technique, creating 2 additional images of herself that began probing with fast strikes. A swirling energy sphere materialized in her hand, the same spiraling sphere technique that Naruto had used in an earlier match. Fu propelled the spiraling sphere toward Lee with great speed. Lee countered by twisting his leaf hurricane to meet the sphere with a foot strike, then dropped to the ground on his hands and struck from below. The contact dispersed part of the attack into smoke. Fu's duplicates and the surviving version lunged at Lee again with another spiraling sphere, sending him skyward. Fu then summoned multiple stone spikes from the earth aimed at Lee, an earth technique meant to pin him down. Lee employed dramatic, acrobatic evasions to avoid the spears, moving with theatrical flair that made the judges exchange nervous glances. One observer wondered whether Guy had many followers in his teaching style. The answer was no, but the body language and presence of Lee clearly showed that Guy's methods had been passed along to capable students. That was cruel, Naruto thought. The boy never had a chance. Rock Lee landed on one of the last spears and looked to his teacher, who gave him an encouraging expression. Guy nodded for Lee to continue. Lee agreed and began to remove his distinctive leg warmers, revealing training weights strapped to his legs. Naruto laughed and noted that the training weights would slow him down, but Lee dropped the weights with a loud boom that kicked up a plume of dust and left 2 deep craters in the arena floor. Temari stared in shock and asked how anyone could move that fast under such heavy weights. The Hokage murmured that Guy could be ruthless in training, and the elder wondered whether Guy should have prepared his trainees more gently. From the top of the stone spear, Lee vanished, and a created shadow clone dissolved into smoke. Fu turned to strike, but the boy slipped away and her fist slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave of force before a sudden kick hit her stomach and sent her flying. Sasuke seethed at how someone outside their clan could show such speed and strength. His anger fed his resolve for revenge against his targets. Fu generated a water shield that blocked some of Lee's attacks, but Lee grinned and explained that he had seen Naruto use a dramatic technique and had adapted a youth-focused version to break shields without degrading his opponent. He used a high-speed approach from behind and jabbed chakra into the area around her mid-back, shattering the water barrier. Lee explained that he had observed his rivals to refine his techniques and then performed his leaf pirouette technique, spinning Fu into the air and launching her into the arena wall with a forceful impact that cracked the structure. Naruto shouted in alarm as Fu stumbled from the rubble, clutching her arm but still able to stand. Lee offered a brief, sincere apology and said he had not intended to permanently injure her, noting that he had heard of her strong healing ability and therefore had confidence he could use considerable force without causing lasting harm. He gave a determined, friendly look and insisted that their rivalry pushed each other to improve. The crowd reacted as Guy called out encouragement. Suddenly a powerful genjutsu floated across the arena, unsettling many spectators and causing several lords to faint in shock. Some recognized it as Guy's signature and agreed that the genjutsu alone was legendary. Lee easily passed the visual assessment, while Fu would have to prove herself. Fu steadied herself and declared that she would not be the only one to lose today. A brief red chakra aura flared around her and her eyes flashed gold as she acknowledged that Lee had been prepared far beyond expectation by his teacher's training. Lee noted her golden eyes and smiled, then surged forward. The 2 high-speed taijutsu fighters collided, exchanging powerful blows that sent them both skidding backward. Killer Bee observed that there were several powerful combatants in one place, impressed they were all maintaining their composure. Yujito commented dryly as the clash continued. Receiving another thumbs up from Guy, Lee prepared to escalate. Chakra began to swirl around him and the elders watched in astonishment as he opened several of his training gates, transforming his appearance and accelerating his movements. He pummeled Fu into the sky until she burst through a cloud. Lee shot up to finish the exchange and called for further gate training to be opened. He entered the cloud, ready to conclude the fight, but froze in surprise. Fu's own chakra flared red and formed into a seething, beetle-like aura that gave her a fiercer, more feral appearance. She looked like an intense contestant from another famous match, and the sudden transformation made Lee hesitate. Lee glared and declared that the other was not the only one with a dangerous technique. He prepared to finish in his signature youthful style. His bandages loosened and began to wrap around Fu, but they flared and threatened to burn, so he quickly readjusted and shifted to a riskier approach. Chakra leaked from his body and formed around Fu like a net. Lee apologized silently to Gai-sensei and activated a binding technique he called chakra-stemmed frontal lotus, using chakra to restrain Fu. They spun down toward the ground in a red and blue vortex as his chakra surged. The opponent responded that the idea was not unique, activating Jinchuriki-style primary lotus. Both bound taijutsu specialists plunged and struck the ground, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. Friends and onlookers called out Fu and Lee as the dust boiled, and Fluffy shook her head at the chaos. The thick dust hid the fighters and the outcome from view, leaving everyone waiting for it to clear. A cloud of dust lingered over the battlefield, obscuring the result and leaving the outcome uncertain. Naruto Uzumaki. Age 3. Height 4.9 feet. Weight 88 pounds. Naruto had completed 30 official missions, 26 D rank, 3 B rank, and 1 A rank. His favorite food was ramen, and he wished to face Taisen and Sasuke Uchiha in battle. Known techniques included a wide variety of releases and forms such as Shadow Clone, Substitute, Transformation, Water Release, Great Waterfall, Storm Release, Great Twister, Storm Release, Firestorm, Lightning Release, Thunderball, Water Release, Water Ball, several summoning techniques, multiple versions of the Rasengan, and many elemental and formation techniques used in combination with allies. Hakumamoichi. Age 15. Height 5.1 feet. Weight 90 pounds. No additional personal physical details were provided. Haku had completed 23 official missions, 19 D rank, 3 B rank, and 1 A rank. Haku favored peaches and often sought to support whatever fighters Naruto faced. Known techniques included Ice Release, Demonic Ice Mirror, Ice Spike, Substitute, Transformation, Water Release, Explosion, Water Clone, Protective Ice Dome, Sunban Shower, and other ice and wind-based jutsu, as well as summoning rabbits and penguins. Hinata Hyuga. Age 3. Height 4.8 feet. Weight 83 pounds. No additional personal physical details were provided. Hinata had completed 14 official missions, 13 D rank and 1 C rank. Her favorite food was cinnamon buns. Hinata wished to confront her father and any rival who sought Naruto's attention. Her known techniques included Transformation, Clone, Substitution, Gentle Fist, and signature Gentle Fist variations and defensive formations. Fu Takiboshi. Height 5.0 feet, approximate. Fu height 3 feet. Age, weight 87 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Fu has completed 17 official missions, 15 D rank, 2 B rank. Fu's favorite food is honey. Fu wishes to fight the people from her village, except for Shibuki. Jutsu, Transformation, Water Release, Water Tornado, Tailed Beast Chakra Arms, Shadow Shuriken Technique, Team Formation Fukutu, with Naruto and Haku, Summoning, Beetle, Earth Release, Earth Wall, Earth Release, Flowing Rampart, Water Release, Water Wyvern Bullet, Earth Release, Rising Stone Spears, Secret Takigakure Water Release, Water Sword, Shadow Clone Technique, Shadow Kunai Technique, Rasengan, Jinchuriki Style, Primary Lotus. Sasuke Uchiha. Height 5.4 feet. Age, weight 95 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Sasuke has completed 13 official missions, 12 D rank, 1 B rank. Sasuke's favorite food is anything with tomatoes. Sasuke wishes to fight Itachi and Naruto. Jutsu, Transformation, Clone Technique, Substitution, Fire Release, Fire Snakes, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Water Release, Syrup Capture Field, Chidori, Fong Passing Fong, Shadow Possession Technique, Genjutsu, Tree Binding Death, Earth Release, Rapid Rock Scaling, Earth Release, Rock Shuriken, Lightning Release, Surge of Lightning, Mangekyo Sharingan, Leaf Hurricane, Water Release, Water Tornado, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Inferno Technique, Raikiri, Chakra Stealing Technique. Sakura Haruno height, 5.1 feet age, weight, 75 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Sakura has completed 13 official missions, 12 D rank, 1 B rank. Sakura's favorite food is anything Sasuke eats. Sakura wishes to fight Fu, Haku, Ino, and Hinata. Jutsu, Clone Technique, Transformation, Substitution, Screech Release, Deafening Sound Wave. Tayuya Mafu age, height, 4 feet 9 inches. Weight, 81 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Tayuya has completed 41 official missions, 20 D rank, 11 C rank, 9 B rank, 1 A rank. Tayuya's favorite foods are jalapeno peppers. Tayuya wishes to fight Orochimaru and the Sound 4. Jutsu, Transformation, Summoning, Doki, Demon Flute Controlling Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Isaribi Tsukumi age, height, 4 feet 7 inches. Weight, 79 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Isaribi is not a ninja and has not done any missions. Isaribi's favorite food is crab. Isaribi does not want to fight anyone. Samui Ni age, height, 5 feet 3 inches. Weight, 92 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Samui has completed 30 official missions, 14 D rank, 15 C rank, 1 B rank. Samui's favorite foods are ice cream and cold pizza. Samui wishes to fight her sensei and whoever started the Song of Thunder. Jutsu, Transformation, Substitution, Lightning Release, Surge of Lightning, Lightning Release, Lightning Dome, Nintaijutsu Lightning Release, Armor, Lariat, Fire Release, Fire Blade, Lightning Fire Release, Energy Blade, Fire Release, Fire Pause Technique. Kuratsuchi of both scales height, 5 feet 2 inches. Age, weight, 91 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Kuratsuchi has completed 25 official missions, 10 D rank, 15 C rank. Kuratsuchi's favorite food is chili. Kuratsuchi wishes to fight enemies of IWA. Jutsu, Transformation, Substitution, Rapid Rock Scaling, Lava Release, Lava Rock, Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Earth Release, Mud Clone, Lava Release, Lava Geyser, Earth Release, Rock Fist, Body Flicker, Fire Release, Intelligent Hard Work, Lava Release, Lava Geyser Field, Water Release, Water Encampment Wall, Lava Release, Ring of Fire, Lava Release, Lava Impalement. 1010 height, 5 feet 1 inch. Age, weight, 85 pounds. No additional measurements listed. 1010 has completed 31 official missions, 29 D rank, 2 C rank. Tenten's favorite foods are Chinese food and pork buns. Tenten wishes to fight others strong kunoichi. Jutsu, Clone Technique, Transformation, Substitution, Dynamic Entry, Earth Release, Earth Blade. Temari height, 5 feet 4 inches. Age, weight, 93 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Temari has completed 29 official missions, 20 D rank, 8 C rank, 1 B rank. Temari's favorite food is chestnuts. Temari wishes to fight smart opponents and her father. Jutsu, Wind Scythe Jutsu, Clone Technique, Transformation, Substitution. Gaara age, height, 4.7 feet weight, 84 pounds. No additional measurements listed. Gaara has completed 29 official missions, 20 D rank, 8 C rank, 1 B rank. Gaara's favorite food is ramen. Gaara wishes to fight Sasuke and his father. Jutsu, Substitution, Sand Coffin, Sand Shield, Sand Barbarians, Sand Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release, Tempest Wall, Wind Release, Dragon Gust Jutsu, Wind Release, Drilling Air Bullet, Lariat. Omake, Fight Bloopers and Other Assorted Mishaps Part 1. Chapter 1, Blooper 1. Taesun inhaled deeply and unleashed Wind Release, Hurricane Gust, producing a powerful blast that dispersed most of the shadow clones. He heard a crunch in the leaves and turned to find 2 shadow clones approaching from behind. Taesun observed that the little brat must have used those clones as a distraction and found it impressive. Suddenly, Dobe launched Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A huge fireball consumed the approaching clones, and one of them emitted an embarrassing sound. The blast struck Tayson, sending him flying into a tree. Tayson demanded to know what Dobe had done to his jutsu, while Dobe shrugged and suggested it was an improvement. Tayson glared, noting that Fluffy-chan would never let him live that one down, and sighed. Chapter 2, Blooper 2. A combatant praised the genin strategy, noting that he was the only one still conscious who should even be a ninja, but declared that the fight would end there. He performed a rapid sequence of hand seals snake, tiger, ox, dragon, rat, and dog, and his hand began to glow gold. He activated a secret sealing jutsu, power attachment seal, copy of blood restriction. He struck Naruto's stomach with a sealing palm, and Naruto's eyes widened as he began to sprout large, fluffy ears and a fox tail. Tayson's eyes also widened when the transformation occurred. Naruto, now altered, accused Fluffy of having messed up the seal. He then gathered his chakra and unleashed a massive tailed beast ball. The attack struck Tayson and sent him crashing into the surroundings. The transformed Naruto went on a destructive rampage, overwhelming foes and rallying followers of fox-like appearance to press his assault on the village. The chaos escalated, with many civilians targeted in the upheaval. Fluffy intervened, engaged Naruto, and ultimately defeated him in combat, bringing an end to his rampage. Chapter 3. Naruto's sealing mark flickered, and a portion of it began to glow orange where a character for Storm shone briefly. An orange-red aura formed around him as his wounds began to heal. The air rippled with power and the bridge trembled. Naruto formed the hand signs for tiger, dog, serpent, and dragon and unleashed Storm release, Great Storm. A tremendous storm erupted around him, tearing the bridge apart brick by brick and sending Sasuke into the sea. Tazuna gasped and then collapsed from a sudden heart attack, and the mission failed. Gato, seeing the failure as an opportunity, paid Naruto a large sum for the unintended outcome. Chapter 4. Sasuke explained that he knew how to cancel the Sharingan's effect on him and insisted it was quite simple. Another voice objected, asserting that the Sharingan was the ultimate Kekkei Genkai, but Sasuke countered that the Rinnegan was superior, though he did not claim to possess it. Sasuke, growing furious, gathered his chakra and prepared Chidori. Chapter 5. Sasuke declared that the insult would not go unanswered as an electric aura gathered around his arm. Kakashi watched in alarm as the young ninja lunged at Tayson with that technique. Sasuke shouted that nothing could beat him and launched an attack. Koharu observed the escalation and ordered Mitrashur to leave, insisting this was justice for their Uchiha lord being denied scrolls that should belong to him. Sakura's mother then stepped forward and told Mitrashur to go, calling the confrontation a civilian matter. The crowd's anger flared. A summoning technique erupted in a plume of smoke. From it, a pale, snake-like figure with red eyes rose and glared at the mob. A green burst of energy struck the area and a fatal blast hit Sasuke. Similar dark bursts erupted around the square, revealing dozens of hooded figures who swept through the crowd. In the weeks that followed, the gathered hostile forces devastated Konoha. Voldemort arrived and confronted Orochimaru in a great battle that spread across the land of sound. In the end, Voldemort prevailed, took the sword of Kusanagi, returned to his world, and claimed supremacy as an immortal ruler. Chapter 6. Naruto performed a lightning joke technique with an exaggerated cry, sending a crackle of electricity that flung Sasuke into the air. Sasuke hit the ground and lay stunned for a moment as onlookers reacted in varying degrees of amusement and concern. Tucci laughed at the spectacle. Naruto, embarrassed by the attention, tried to explain himself while Haku stepped forward protectively and took Naruto's side, making it clear he cared for the boy. Chapter 7. Taysun Uzumaki was offered a place in a dangerous group, and voices around him pressed the choice. Taysun refused, explaining that he had serious issues with the whole idea of exploiting the Jinchuriki and did not trust certain members of the faction. Offers and temptations were made, even promises of power and rule, but Taysun declined. When tensions rose, a sudden burst of motion sent Deva colliding into a nearby house, ending the confrontation abruptly. Chapter 8. Naruto tried to reassure a friend that they would see each other again and that everything would work out. Several members of the group disputed who had the closest bond with Naruto, and a heated argument erupted as they each laid claim to his friendship. The rivalry turned into a tense physical scuffle, with teammates grappling and shouting their feelings in a messy scene. After some time, they reached an uneasy resolution and agreed to step back to sort out their differences. The group took a short break away from the village to cool down, and their absence caused the neighbors to complain about noise for a few. Chapter 9. Taiyuya raged against a scientist who had pulled funding from her project. Streams of water rose from the nearby ocean and restrained her as a massive construct emerged from the depths. The scientist proclaimed his indestructible creation and explained that it was meant to absorb information from her curse mark. He declared his ambition to use such creations to rule the seas and called himself the future marine emperor. The construct that rose from the water was not the dramatic terror he had expected. It flopped about ineffectively and the moment turned absurd. The tense threat dissolved into awkwardness, and the group moved on with dry humor at the fate of the supposed ultimate weapon. Chapter 10. A sudden kiss from one of the newcomers stunned the group and provoked shocked reactions from the others. The scene grew chaotic as different members reacted emotionally and possessively, and the situation escalated into a tumultuous confrontation. The XPLCT moments that followed were later omitted from the record, and the friends stepped away from the scene to give everyone space. After Orochimaru was defeated with Taiyuya's aid, Naruto's life became increasingly chaotic as many people clamored for his attention. The strain of managing so many admirers took its toll on those around him, and Irika's final class ended poorly from the stress of trying to contain the situation. Years later, Naruto rose to great power and became a remarkable leader. Under his rule, the village changed, new visitors swelled the population, and the Ichiraku family prospered beyond anyone's expectations. Chapter End.